open this public hearing of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs References Committee inquiry into Australia's youth justice and incarceration system. The committee's proceedings today will follow the program as circulated. These are public proceedings being broadcast live via audio. I am the chair of the committee, Senator Leah Blythe, and joining me in person today are Senators Stewart and Shoebridge, and online we have Senator Antic. Before we begin, I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence to the committee. The committee prefers evidence to be given in public, but under the Senate's resolutions, witnesses have a right to request to be heard in confidence, described as being in camera. If you're a witness today and intend to request to give evidence in camera, please bring this to the attention of the Secretariat as soon as possible. If a witness objects to answering a question, the witness should state the ground upon which the objection is taken, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. Such a request may, of course, also be made at any other time. A witness speaking for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear, and witnesses should speak clearly and into the microphones to assist the Hansard to record proceedings. Mobile phones and other electronic devices should be switched off or turned into silent mode. I now welcome to the committee Ms Anne Hollands. Thank you very much, Ms Hollands, for taking the time to speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. I remind senators and witnesses that the Senate has resolved that an officer of the Department of the Commonwealth or State shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution prohibits only questions asking for opinion on matters of policy and does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. For the Hansard record, Ms Hollands, can you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Thank you, Chair and Senators. My name is Anne Hollands and I was Australia's National Children's Commissioner from 2020 to late 2025.
Thank you. And do you have an opening statement?
I do, thank you.
Thank you.
I conducted a major investigation as National Children's Commissioner into the youth justice crisis in Australia, and my report, called Help Way Earlier: How Australia Can Transform Child Justice to Improve Safety and Wellbeing, was based on international evidence, extensive expert consultations and the voices of 150 children who I met with in the youth justice systems across Australia. The advice from the children, if you're interested, is found throughout the report and particularly in Chapter 3. Many of these children said to me, "We need help way earlier." The Help Way Earlier report was tabled in Parliament in 2024 and provides the foundations of a national policy reform roadmap. It was followed by a supplementary report in 2025 called Evidence-Based Approaches to Child Justice, which contained 6 case studies of systems-wide reform from around the world. As Australia's National Children's Commissioner, I witnessed things that I can't unsee, such as children held in solitary confinement and in concrete police watchhouse cells with no windows, no natural light or fresh air, no outdoor area, no recreation, rehabilitation or education, and no visits from family allowed. Not just overnight, but for weeks and sometimes months on end because of overcrowded youth detention centres. When I asked about the training of the police officers, I was told they get no training to care for children. let alone for children with complex health needs and disabilities. At one Queensland Police Watch House, I was told, "It's okay, many of the police officers are fathers and they are doing their best." At a Northern Territory Police Watch House last year, I asked, "What do you do when the children are in psychological distress?" I was told they use the restraint chair, and I was shocked. You will recall the restraint chair, and I'm demonstrating now, from the Dylan Voller footage that aired on the ABC. And what this tells us is that the Northern Territory not only has brought back spit hoods and lowered the age of criminal responsibility back to 10, they've brought back restraint chairs. So we are literally back to where we were prior to the Northern Territory Royal Commission, which began in 2016, 10 years ago. According to international experts, Australia is the only country in the world that has removed detention as a last resort for children. We have a government report officially admitting that the new laws in Queensland will not protect children from, quote, cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment. Our youth justice policies were described by the committee chair of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child as, quote, a flagrant breach of human rights and international law. Most chilling for me was the children I met who had no one to back them, no hope for a better life, who told me that their only vision for the future was to go to the adult prison when they turn 18. Many children told me that they want to go to school, but they don't feel they belong there. I never met a child in detention who had gone beyond the start of Year 7. Most had dropped out much earlier, around the age of 8 or 9, because of learning problems, disabilities, domestic, family and sexual violence, other family problems and trauma. Despite decades of international evidence shows that our current harsh punitive policies that are locking up more children, these approaches have not worked to prevent crime by children anywhere in the world. In fact, the younger that a child gets pulled into the justice system, the more likely it is that they will go on to commit more serious crimes. And that's because crime by children is a symptom of their unmet needs and underlying issues that we are failing to address. The upstream systems such as health and education, which should be helping these children in vulnerable circumstances, they're fragmented, uncoordinated and not fit for purpose. The harsh conditions and punishment of children as young as 10 years of age in the justice system exacerbates their existing trauma, mental health issues, disabilities and learning problems. Crime by children is predictable and it is preventable. If we are serious about making communities safer, we need government accountability to act on the evidence. For the Help Way Earlier report, we analysed 12 years of Royal Commissions and inquiries from 2010 to 2022. We found over 3,000 recommendations for reform of youth justice and child protection systems. And most of these 3,000 recommendations were constantly repeated throughout this time, showing they had not been implemented. Why? Because governments face barriers to acting on the evidence, barriers that are rarely discussed or interrogated, and they need to be overcome. For example, I was repeatedly told by Commonwealth ministers and senior officials, this is not a responsibility of the Commonwealth Government. Go talk to the states and territories. And when I did speak with the state and territory officials, they often said, well, we never signed up to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Go talk to the Commonwealth. This handballing of child safety, rights and well-being across the borders of the Federation leads to policy paralysis. This old way of managing policy for children is out of date and ineffective. And I think it's important to have the courage to say out loud that there are significant barriers to acting on decades of evidence. We need leadership from the Commonwealth Government to drive national coordination and consistency for the implementation of evidence-based policy across the Federation. We need to make, Senators, we need to make the Federation work for our youngest and most vulnerable citizens, because currently they are falling in the accountability gaps. The Help Way Earlier report has 24 recommendations, including these top 4, designed to fix the accountability gaps. Firstly, a body such as the National Task Force reporting to National Cabinet to develop an evidence-based national reform roadmap. A Cabinet Minister for Children, a Ministerial Council for Child Wellbeing chaired by the Minister for Children, and a National Act for Children to provide legislative accountability for the rights and wellbeing of children across all policy areas. In conclusion, Australia has gone backwards on the human rights of children, especially those with complex unmet needs like poverty, racial discrimination, maltreatment and disabilities. Far too many of these children get pulled into the criminal justice system, where they're further damaged only because of the failure of the other systems that should be helping them, such as health and education. Despite being a rich and developed country, Australia is lagging other countries on the rights and wellbeing of children, and governments are failing to implement evidence-based laws and policies. We can do much better than this, but business as usual will not get us there. We need to work together across the Federation, transform our approach and make child wellbeing a national priority. Thank you very much, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Ms Hollands. We might go to Senator Stewart first to start our questioning.
Thank you, and thank you for appearing today. I think one of the things in your report that you talk about is data. Can you, for the committee, just talk about how gaps in data or the challenges that we have with data just affect how government's able to do its business, notwithstanding your comment about evidence not necessarily being the thing that's used for government policy?
Well, look, data really was a big problem in this project. We kept looking for evidence-based programs, for example, or evidence-based systems reform efforts and so on. And it's very hard to find good evidence because we're not collecting the data on outcomes.
And collecting the data on what works?
Yeah, data on what works, the outcomes of these programs. Often the people running these programs aren't funded to do that, or there's no kind of mechanism set up for data to be collected properly. And of course then all the data is collected separately in each jurisdiction usually, and of course they're collecting different data. So it's very hard to compare across. And then of course, as we know, data can be used in particular ways politically. And of course, I haven't talked about politics in my opening statement, but politics is a big issue here because of the state and territory governments are under a lot of political pressure every time they go to elections to do something about youth crime. But the doing something, the way that it's been responded to, hasn't been evidence-based and therefore ultimately isn't working. So, so data is a complex issue. There is good data in some places, like I think in New South Wales. They have a good data set here, but it's not everywhere.
And in your time chatting to lots of ACOs around the country, I think we were chatting to we were chatting to you before about being out chatting to some of the kids at Mountie yesterday, and one of the things that was talked about was essentially your comments about helping way earlier, but the opportunities that are there to help families before in the times where it's tough. Were there things that you've seen that worked in your conversations with ACOs that you think, if we put more time and investment here, it would just change the trajectory for so many kids in the country?
Oh, look, there are many many areas around Australia where there is great work being done, including by ACCOs. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a postcode lottery in Australia, so, it's not systematised in that sense. But that local work where there's an understanding of the needs of the families and the children that are in that community is really important. And one of those examples is in Walgett. We gave that example in the supplementary report, the program in Walgett, which is being properly evaluated by a university. So that will be showing, you will have data on that going forward. But there are many examples where the local elders and the service providers as part of the community are listening to the needs of those kids and their families and are able to help. Unfortunately, they often are fighting bigger barriers, and there was an example of I won't mention the town, but a regional town, 20,000 people, where the elders told me that, despite all of their best efforts, they were still having trouble getting kids to school because there was no public transport available. And I was shocked by that. In fact, I had to fact check later on when we visited the police station and the watch house. This is what I've been told, there's no public transport in town, and that was right. So, there are some simple fixes that governments can do that can support and back in those local community organisations by, fixing those, infrastructure issues. This town was known as a youth crime capital in that state.
And uninherently political, like putting a bus route on or whatever wouldn't necessarily attract a whole bunch of political commentary.
Well, as the police sergeant told me, that even the elderly people needed public transport to get to the hospital, so this was a big problem in the town. But the elders said they couldn't get their kids to school. Like, why would we put up barriers to kids getting to school when we know it is such a protective factor against youth crime?
Yeah, and are there things? And I know that we're talking about the youth justice, but my background is as a family therapist, and I've done some work in the out-of-home care system. So what I'm interested in is, where are those opportunities to help families who are doing it tough, help mums to keep families together and to keep child protection out of their lives?
I'm a former family therapist as well, Senator, so I absolutely agree. And unfortunately, there's not enough of
family
those services. They're not a family therapist. We need more. But there truly isn't, because again, the international evidence shows that working with the family as well as the young person really is the best way to go. But we need skilled workforces that are able to do that, and we need to, even things like youth justice conferencing or restorative justice conferencing. It's a mixed picture out there. Again, it's the skill levels aren't always what they need to be, and it's not available everywhere. And sometimes it's delivered by police because that's all they can do. It's just, I think there's so much more we can do to provide alternative mechanisms. When kids are starting to go off the track and going in the wrong direction, as is done in New Zealand. I think we've got a section on New Zealand in the report, where they have these multidisciplinary teams, and they have people from the community available to support the young people, and they wrap themselves around the young people instead of just incarcerating them. Yeah, so they're working in other ways with them along the way if there are problems that are being identified.
I think one of the frustrations that I've had with the systems in my time is that so much of our service system is set up to be focused on individuals rather than engage the family, or what that kind of support network might look like for the young person. You can see it in schools, you can see it in the justice system, you can see it in lots of places, and be interested in your observations on this too. I think where you see better outcomes is where schools are able to do that kind of wraparound support. And I think about where I went to school, in Swan Hill College, where you had the career education support officer who would often just do all that family work as well as supporting the kids in school, and that meant that lots of other Aboriginal kids actually stayed in school rather than leaving.
Agree completely. And that can start really early on in preschool, by the way. So you really need that multidisciplinary approach, and that with the family there as well, and members of the community as appropriate. These kids need sustained support. I saw, for example, a number of great preschool programs, but then there's not the transition to school or to high school where the support is not sustained. So it's all in bits and pieces. It's quite siloed depending on the government department that's involved, and you know, I think we can at a local level. We can start to bring that together. We need more integration across those taxpayer-funded services in our efforts to lean in earlier to support these kids, to identify their problems much earlier and get them the help that they need. And in particular, I always mention education and health, because those two, they're big buckets of money for taxpayers, and yet they work in silos. And so at the local level, if you can get them working together in that wraparound way that you're describing, Senator, we would get much more value out of our taxpayer investment.
And do you think that there's opportunity in the work that government's undertaking with the Thriving Kids, in the Thriving Kids space, to do some of that stuff that you're talking about?
Potentially.
Yeah.
Look, I think there's a long way to go.
Yeah,
to work
absolutely.
out how,
It's at the very beginning, yeah.
You know, I don't want to oversell it, but the idea of getting help earlier, support, empowering parents to be able to be trained to help their kids, like with minor speech and language problems, for example, is a really good thing. But we also need to build up the workforce of allied health professionals. It is still almost impossible to get speech therapy for a preschooler, you know, in less than 6 months or a year, even in places like Sydney, you know, let alone out in the bush somewhere. So we need every government to have a workforce strategy to build up those allied health professionals, because again, the data shows that if you address those sorts of problems like language and communication early, that has a positive impact later on in preventing kids dropping out of school and becoming involved in negative antisocial behaviours on the streets.
Might share the call, and if I've got time, come back.
Thanks, Chair. And I keep wanting to say Commissioner, but I'll learn to say Ms Hollands. Ms Hollands, thanks again for your ongoing engagement. There are like two threads that we need to pull on. One is to make the current youth justice system less brutal for the children who are being ground through it. The other one, you know, probably of more importance, is to prevent kids falling into the system in the first place, the kind of fundamental community supports. But they're two almost distinct threads we have to be pulling on. Do you agree?
Yep. Agree completely. And that's what we've tried to do. I mean, Help By Early was a very big project because we were trying to go end to end, because the evidence was so strong that if you want to prevent the slide into crime, you've got to start here. And even the kids told us that. Like, it's kind of common sense, right? But we're not doing that. That's the problem. The horrifying reality is that we still are going harsher and harsher and more punitive down this end. And we're not really addressing the systems issues at the upstream end.
And I think, you know, as we read through the submissions, we talk with young people, the failure to provide even the most basic supports for young people, homeless kids asking for a tent and not being given a voucher for a tent, kids who are asking for food vouchers and not getting access to food vouchers. If the system's not providing that basic level of need for kids, well, then that's kind of systems failure. And is that one of the reasons you're advocating for a cabinet minister for children? So, you know, that kind of fundamental system failure has some kind of federal responsibility attached to it.
Systems failure is, I mean, there's no other way of describing it really. And again, I mean, I met with a children's court judge in South Australia who showed me a cupboard full of tents and toiletries and and gear that they would give the kids because they were homeless, right? The judge was doing it, right? I heard in Queensland that when kids leave the detention centre, they sometimes are given tents to live in, and no wonder they have an over 90% recidivism rate, right? So, like, you know, lots of stories like that. But can I just say, yes, a Cabinet Minister for Children is really important, but I think a national task force of some kind, Senator, could address those two threads. They could address the role of how we get the Commonwealth and the states and territories to work together on this, and I think it is doable, despite all the barriers that we hear about and the tradition of saying not our problem. I think the case has been made, I would say, when we've looked at other crises like last year, the child safety crisis in early childhood education. We saw the Commonwealth stepping up strongly and working together with the states and territories. There are other examples. We have to get them working together and then looking at, well, what does the evidence tell us? The evidence tells us that we're doing harm by subjecting children to cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment. That's actually not helping anybody. It's not actually preventing crime. Like, why are we doing it? And why are we, allowing that to happen? The Commonwealth has responsibilities under the Convention on the Rights of the Child to ensure that children are not tortured in that way. But then also look at the evidence of what could we be doing through the levers that we have, things like national partnership agreements in health and education and, the funding levers that the Commonwealth has. You could be negotiating with the states and territories to actually start to reform and redesign those systems of health and education, etc., to be actually able to meet the needs of the children who are falling in the gaps and being left behind.
Yeah, but we could pretend it's just going to be a nice political partnership between the Commonwealth and the states and the territories, all focused on the rights of children and making children safer. But as you pointed out in your opening, states and territories are actually changing their laws to make things worse for kids.
Yes.
Make it harsher, make it meaner, put in laws that make it a more cruel and brutal system for children than for adults for the same offence. In the absence of that willingness from the states and territories to come forward on a joint project to help keep kids safe, what kind of coercive powers should the Commonwealth be looking at to force the states and territories to come to the table?
Well, as I said, there are funding levers that they have of different kinds depending on the jurisdiction. And I think that's particularly important in terms of the funding for health and education. I think there's more that could be done to use those. The Commonwealth will say they don't fund youth justice systems, but of course, kind of they do. They're putting money into justice reinvestment and, there are other sort of little programs that pop up. So they do already have skin in the game. And I think, that needs to be called out, if I could put it that way, and to say, okay, you're already part of this. But the other thing is, and you'll be hearing this afternoon about the advice on Section 51 of the Constitution, that I'm not an expert there, so I won't go there, leave that for others this afternoon. But there are other things that we perhaps could look at if the funding levers are not sufficient.
Well, I mean, the Commonwealth could provide a pool of money to states and territories and say it's only available for community-run services which meet the following standards about community-run services. And if you're not willing to direct it into those services, well, then the state or territory doesn't get it.
They might argue justice for investment is meant to do that. Yeah. That's a pool of money for community-based initiatives.
Well, I think we're going to hear some analysis of the extent to which justice for investment is working.
The outcomes have been mixed. I mean, I think it's a mixed result there so far.
What about you talk about a legislative act for children. What would be the elements in that legislative act for children that would make things better for kids?
Well, just look at the Convention on the Rights of the Child. That has 54 principles in it, or clauses, and a lot of people don't understand what is the value of that international convention to our domestic problems. Well, basically, it's like a practical tool to use. It's I sometimes call it a compass to help us make better decisions, right? And that's what other countries have done. When they signed up to the convention, some countries have changed their constitution. I'm not suggesting we try to do that, by the way. Other countries have passed special legislation that incorporates the Convention on the Rights of the Child. That then means there is an accountability lever there so that the states and territories couldn't pass laws that make it worse for children, actually.
Well, part of that act could be the Commonwealth passing a simple law saying no one can torture children.
Correct.
That would be a simple...
Well, that would be consistent with the Convention on the Rights of the Child, yes.
And when it comes to the Northern Territory, where 80% of their budget or more is provided by the Commonwealth could say no Commonwealth funds can be used to build more children's jails or to pay for restraint chairs or spit hoods or
Correct.
solitary confinement. We could just simply say no Commonwealth money could be used for that.
You could do that, and that's one of the levers. There's, as a funding lever that I mentioned, but it does require, Senator, that the Commonwealth government recognises that it has a role in this. And that, I think, we haven't got to that yet, and I'm hoping that this inquiry will finally settle that issue one way or the other, that the Commonwealth can't say, not our problem, go talk to the states and territories, which is what I was told as National Children's Commissioner.
Well, as a recovering state MP, I support states having strong roles in our constitution, but I've never heard anyone say, well, I'm a New South Wales child, or I'm a Victorian child, or I'm a Northern Territory child. These are Australian children, and surely the Commonwealth government should accept that. And when Australian children are being brutalised by another level of government, they should step in and protect them.
That's right. So the Committee on the Convention on the Rights of the Child, in numerous reports back to the Australian government, has made that point, that you can't use the Federation as an excuse to not uphold the rights of children.
Could I just ask, because I want to share the call, you've now had a little bit of time outside of being the Commissioner. You're looking at your Help Way Earlier report, and to be quite frank, as I think you talk about a compass, it's an incredibly useful compass for the Commonwealth in this space. How do you read the failure of the current Parliament or the current government to really pick it up and run with it? Just your general reflections on where we've got since your report was delivered.
I'm deeply disappointed, Senator, that it'll be 2 years on this August. I think as I said in my opening, we can do much better. I'm optimistic. Put it that way. I remain optimistic at heart, because I think we do have opportunities to do better. But I'm deeply disappointed that we're lagging on these issues, and we're using the Federation as an excuse not to act at the Commonwealth level, because the states and territories variously are failing. They're all, one way or the other, they're really struggling or they're failing. And Senator, you'll remember when all the Children's Commissioners appeared in February last year at the first part of the inquiry, and what I will never forget is that state-based Children's Commissioners, each one of them said, my jurisdiction is failing, we need the Commonwealth to lean in on this and provide stronger leadership. That was a very powerful moment for me as the National Commissioner, to hear my state and territory counterparts, every one of them agree. So they're asking for the Commonwealth to come in and help. That's what we need. And so I'm really disappointed that we don't appear to have made progress yet on that.
Thanks, Anne.
Thank you. And I've just got a few questions. Thank you, Ms Holland, for appearing before us, but also for all of the work that you've done for many years in this space. And it gives me hope that you remain optimistic. I think what we're hearing in evidence is housing security is a big issue for young people. So it might be that they have insecure housing, domestic violence, poverty. There are all sorts of reasons for that. At the moment, and it does come from Commonwealth funding, it's, you know, reports between $800,000 to $1.4 million a year to keep a child incarcerated. But we don't seem to be doing anything to improve their housing arrangements to keep them at home. What difference do you think that would make if we made that intervention around their housing arrangements to try and keep families together?
Look, this is obviously a very key issue, housing. Housing stability is the centre point of, you know, all the wellbeing issues that we hear about. And other countries have made, you know, had programs like Housing First. That's what the first thing they address where a family's living with disadvantage is they get them housing. It's obviously something we talk about a lot. And we're struggling in this country to get to it. But I think it's as part of the several things we need to be doing to stop the slide into more negative antisocial behaviours. That's why I say that crime by children is predictable and is preventable, because we know, and I've had seasoned police sergeants tell me they can tell who's going to end up doing crime when they're 4 or 5 years old. They know what the determinants are.
Yep.
And for governments to not attend to that, I heard Martin Parkinson say at the National Press Club the other day, he said, you know, if you know how to fix the problem but you don't do it, then that's a choice you're making.
Yep.
All right? And for us, it's not, on youth justice, it's not a lack of knowledge. That's not the problem. It is a lack of accountability for action, and it is a lack of addressing the barriers to that accountability for action. We've got to identify them and fix those barriers and just get on with it, because otherwise we will still be, there'll be another inquiry in 10 years and we'll be back here, some of us, saying the same things again.
And it's been really heartbreaking where some children have told us that they are committing crimes to be put in youth detention so they can be reunited with siblings. Like that is...
Yes, that's the story I heard at Mount Yarns, where I know you went yesterday, was that I met some young people who had been removed from their families at a young age, lost touch with their siblings, and then they met them again when they were in prison years later. And I just thought, well, we can do better than that, right?
Yeah. No, definitely. I think the labelling of children and what has been sort of a shocking pattern in some of the testimony that we've heard is that children are labelled in some cases before they're born because of family history, not attached to them, nothing to do with them, but they have these labels put on them. What harm do you think those labels do to the prospects of those children?
Well, it's a shocking indictment of how much we value children in this society, that we treat them in ways that actually harms them further. And we're not giving these kids a chance. Like the story that I said, there's no public transport in a big regional town. Like, if we want these kids to go to school, make it possible for them to go to school. Do everything you can. I mean, I've heard of kids being sent home from school because they had socks of different colours. You know, First Nations kids, like, shouldn't we be celebrating that they're at school? So, you know, we kind of shoot ourselves in the foot a little bit. We don't recognise that some of it is pretty basic, right? And it can be done if we put our minds to it. No, it's not all big, complex systems reform. Some of it is basic, community level. Let's get these things done. Let's get it done properly. And let's make sure these kids have all the protective factors they need, like being engaged properly with school. You know, all of those things, supporting their families.
Free bus and breakfast.
I was going to say, and lunch.
Food is good.
Food and transport.
Food is good. We don't, you know, we're not very good at providing, you know, food at school. We do some breakfast programs, but often it's done in a stigmatising way. Yeah. Again, other countries, it's just standard.
It's standard.
Everyone just gets it, and you don't even know who the poor kids are, right? It's done. It can be done differently. It's not beyond us. as a smart country that's done all sorts of great things. But I really, you know, when I finished my term as Children's Commissioner, I came away with that conclusion that one of the barriers is we are not prioritising child wellbeing. If we did, if we had the Minister for Children, if we had child wellbeing as a priority at National Cabinet like other issues are, like women and women's safety and so on, then there'd be eyes on these issues and someone would be asking, why is that not being done? Why have we waited 10 years to you know, start looking at those recommendations from back then? You know, no one is accountable for doing that.
And the generational damage that's being done to young people. So where it is now, it is multi-generational. So it is actually harder now, and I think we're sort of looking at the statistics. Things are getting worse for young people, not better. Do you think that multi-generational harm is playing into that, where there are these cycles now? Children are labelled before they're born. It's multi-generational. It is much harder to fight against the system to succeed than just being, you know, setting up these children to succeed on their own. We're actually pitting them up against a system that isn't working for them, but working against them.
Well, in a way, Senator, you're making a good point there, that the longer we wait to act on the evidence, the worse the problem is becoming. It's getting harder to turn it around. So this is urgent. Urgent action is needed, and you know, again, it's not a lack of knowledge. It is a lack of political will, a lack of accountability mechanisms to pay attention to the evidence and act on it, and it's our constant kind of refrain that, oh, it's the federation, you know, states and territories just get to do their own thing. Well, I think that is a key weak point here that needs to be addressed, if I could put it that way.
And the states are going towards this tougher on crime. So there is this, and they're playing that from a community safety perspective, and the community is eating it up. Let's be honest. There's not backlash from community about this tough on crime for young people, which is really interesting in itself. So I guess that the statistics show us that these kids and their own evidence is, you know, put us in detention and we come out much better criminals, which then sort of counteracts that community safety aspect. Recidivism rates are very, very high. What do you think the purpose is of youth incarceration in Australia?
Currently?
Yes.
Oh, well, we're training criminals, basically.
Okay.
That's what the evidence shows.
Yep.
And the younger a child becomes involved with the justice system, the worse that effect is. But you mentioned the public, the pressure from the public. I've spoken to state and territory officials who really kind of get it. Like it's not that they disagree with the evidence, but they say, oh, but it's the politics.
Yes.
It's the politics. The pressure from the public and so on. And so we're in this kind of negative cycle whereby they're reacting to that pressure from the public, but the public actually doesn't know the truth of what will prevent crime. They're not hearing the solutions. The media tends to report just the instances of crime, because that sells, right, or alleged instances of crime, that sells their publications. What I would like to see the media to do is to be focused more on what are some of the solutions as well. But I found it very hard to get those stories to run. Okay. So it will come down to, I think, some courageous politicians to say, here's the evidence and this is why we're going to do this now.
Yep.
Right? We need that kind of courage at the political level to counter the mythology that's we hear in the media and the public. And by the way, I met with many advocates for victims of crime and victims of crime themselves for this project, and many of them, I think all of them, they didn't want to lock up more children. They wanted the government to take steps to prevent crime before it happens. Before it happens, real prevention and early intervention. They understood that just locking up more children was not going to achieve that.
In terms of how we fund a lot of the different, and there are multiple interactions that children have where, and I think you talk about it a bit in your report, where they can be crossover children essentially, both in the incarceration system and then many of them wards of the state in their various state jurisdictions. We've heard from young people that if they choose a safe place to stay, so that it might be that their foster care arrangements, they don't feel safe or they've actually been harmed in those care arrangements. If they go and self-select and find somewhere, couch surf, whatever that might be, their funding disappears.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What are your views on attaching the funding to the child as opposed to the services?
Funding for their living expenses.
Exactly. So food, because they're having to beg for tents and food,
Yeah.
and you want some dignity attached, because again, these labels and how we treat people matter.
I'm glad you used the word dignity, Senator, because going back to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, really it's about treating kids with dignity and respect. That's what that's about. And yes, we should have plans for children who are part of the child protection system or out-of-home care that are tailor-made to their needs, and we can be doing better to ensure that their needs are met. There are some risks and some serious problems in the child protection systems, by the way, which lie adjacent to the youth justice system, so you can't just look at youth justice without looking at that cohort of those crossover kids. At every step of the way. So certainly in terms of helping them, but also if they end up before the courts, we need to make sure, because that's when the state who was their guardian becomes their jailer, right?
Yeah.
Once they've been through that system, and that's kind of a conflict of interest, right? So we need to make sure that when they appear before the courts, if that happens, that we've got the full picture of all of their unmet needs, all the things that, all the schools, the health services, etc., that should be helping these kids who weren't able to be helped by their families.
And I think you raise a really good point there, because I think there is a gap in terms of who advocates for those children when their carer is also their jailer. And the states seem to be, they're responsible for the child, but then being punitive when they've failed in that responsibility.
That's right. I had the opportunity to sit in the crossover court hearings in New Zealand. They're special hearings for the kids who are in the child protection system and who are picked up for crime, right? And they have all of that multidisciplinary team behind them, and the child protection officers are there. Everyone is there to help the judge work out what is the best plan for this child to ensure that they come out of this process better off than not worse off.
Yeah. And that's probably a gap that's missing here in Australia, where we're speaking to young people who are telling us of horrendous experiences that they've had. And I think one young person we spoke to yesterday made the point that they're not choosing those experiences. They're not choosing that life. It's sort of thrust upon them, but then there is no support to help them work through that trauma.
That's right.
Some of it at the hands while they're in state care.
Exactly.
So I think...
Yeah, they're at risk when they're in state care. There are, and that's maybe for another inquiry,
Yes.
but there are big risks for them. But, as part of the evidence we heard in submissions and interviews for Helpway earlier, there are places in Australia where the judge is not able to see, the youth crime judge is not able to see the files from the care and protection court. The files are kept separate. They couldn't even see the kid's story.
Yeah, okay.
Right? This is why I went to sit in the crossover court in New Zealand, to actually see how it works. It can be different.
Thank you. I could probably sit here as good my colleagues all day, but thank you so much Ms Hollands, for appearing today. And I think with your blessing, we will stay in touch with you as we formulate some recommendations, and we may come back and ask you some further questions if you're open to that.
Very much so. As I said, the things that I witnessed I can't unsee and I can't walk away from, frankly.
Yeah.
So whilst I'm not now in the role of Children's Commissioner anymore, I am still very much committed to ensuring that we get the reforms we need to not only just to help the kids, but to actually prevent crime and keep our communities safer. We all agree that we want to do that.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We will suspend for a few moments as we just switch over witnesses. Representatives from the Change the Record, Raise the Age, New South Wales and the Justice and Equity Centre. Thank you all for taking the time to come in and speak to the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I please get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear, and we may start from this side. And
Sure. My name is Jonathan Hunyor. I'm the CEO of the Justice and Equity Centre, and I appear for the Justice and Equity Centre and also as a member of the Raise the Age New South Wales group.
Excellent, thank you.
I'm Jade Lane. I'm the CEO of Change the Record, and I'm appearing on behalf of Change the Record today.
And I'm Jessica Johnston. I'm the policy lead at Change the Record.
Fantastic. Thank you all. Do you have opening statements before we turn to questions? Yes, certainly.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to come and address the committee today. I acknowledge that we're on Parliamentary land, and I pay my respects to Parliamentary elders and acknowledge First Nations colleagues with us today and on the committee. I've been trying to figure out what to say on a topic about which so much is said, and I thought I should start with what Dean Williams defines as real leadership. And he talks about real leadership as getting people to confront reality and make changes to deal with the real threat or opportunity they face. And he contrasts that with counterfeit leadership, which he says provides false solutions and allows the group to bypass reality. So what is the reality if we're looking at youth justice systems and their outcomes in Australia? The reality is that locking up children doesn't make our community safer. It harms children, it leads to more crime, and as you've heard from Ms Hollands this morning, the younger a child is when they're exposed to the criminal justice system, the more likely they are to reoffend and be imprisoned as an adolescent and as an adult. And decades of evidence has made this very clear, but in almost every Australian jurisdiction we send 10-year-olds to prison. That's kids in year 5, that's kids with their baby teeth, that's kids who we don't let go to the shops on their own because it's simply not safe to do so, and we send those kids to prison. That is too young, and it is something that we need to be serious about if we want to see change. If we're serious about getting better outcomes, we need to stop criminalising young children. Now, the committee's terms of reference require it to consider things like diversionary programs and alternatives to custodial sentencing. Those are important things. There are areas in which more can be done, but they all take place within the current failed system that harms children and communities and doesn't prevent crime. And we need a different starting point if we want better outcomes. So the leadership that we're calling for from our Commonwealth Parliament is to legislate for a minimum age of criminal responsibility to 14 as a catalyst for systems across Australia that will do better for children and our community. And we can look to somewhere like the ACT, which has taken this issue seriously. They don't lock up 10-year-olds. They've raised the age to 14. If a child in the ACT is identified as needing support, whatever their age, they can be referred to a specialist panel of experts who figure out not just what a kid needs, but where they can get it. And importantly, the panel doesn't wait for a child to be getting into trouble before it gets involved. They can intervene early to stop things from escalating. Now, the model in the ACT is one that they developed based on their circumstances. We can learn a lot from it, but we can't necessarily cut and paste. We need each jurisdiction to work on figuring out what's going to do better for kids and communities in their circumstances. The single most impactful thing this committee can do is to commit to raising the age across the country to 14. And that doesn't just mean recommending it with respect. It means coming together across party lines. It means prosecuting that case in Parliament, and it means that we urge this committee to show the real leadership that Dean Williams defines of helping our community confront this reality and to make change. Now, the good news is that we're here to help. Our coalition in New South Wales is 180 organisations, and across the country, the National Raise the Age campaign has the support of a really diverse range of organisations. This is not a change that's going to be won by lawyers like me. It's going to be won because of the support of Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, of youth services, of the service providers in our community who know what works, because they're doing this work. They are working with children to help them do better and to help their communities be stronger. It's going to happen because of the support of the Teachers Federation and the Nurses and Midwives Association and disability community organisations. So we are all ready to do this work, and we are ready to work with government on a better way, and we're ready whenever you are. Thank you.
Did you have opening statements as well?
I did, yeah.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I too would like to acknowledge, pay my respects to the traditional owners of the land we're on today. And I wanted to acknowledge and recognise the many First Nations organisations, services and young people that will be part of the inquiry, and also those that are working tirelessly, particularly on the at grassroots levels and on the front to protect our children's rights. First Nations children are 21 times more likely to be imprisoned than their peers. I think something that likely isn't new information to the committee. And whilst there's a plethora of issues that we see, holistically affecting children and their pathways towards incarceration, that number cannot be ignored without naming racism as a deeply embedded and entrenched part of this system. We think that that is a fairly visible and known thing. So we're here today to focus on our communities and our young people as the real experts on mass youth incarceration and the crisis that they are facing and we are facing as communities. They know what needs to change to create pathways out of this current crisis, and that will allow our children to thrive in the ways our communities have facilitated and held for thousands and thousands of years. Change a Record exists to centre and amplify the lived experience and self-determination of our communities and young people. We believe that transformative change will only happen when they are at the centre of the systems and processes that we are forced to navigate as a people in our daily lives. When we sit with young people who have been forced to interact with carceral systems, their messages are powerful and are clear. They want to shift power and resourcing into the hands of young people and community so that they create change that is self-determined, trauma-informed and First Nations-led. They do not want to have token voice. They want to be meaningfully included at every stage of reform. The youth justice crisis will not change throughout siloed efforts. It is not just about police or courts or detention. It is about housing, mental health, exclusion from education, trauma, disability, removal from family and poverty. These systems must all be addressed together. And governments need to take responsibility for transforming their own structures and systems because they are the things that are continually harming our children. This work needs to be done together with First Nations communities. The bottom of the line, as Jonathan said, by the time children are forced into contact with this criminal legal system, they've already been failed by many other systems and in many other ways. Criminalising, punishing and detaining these children, it doesn't work. We know it doesn't work, it doesn't meet their needs, and it doesn't create a safe or thriving community. And certainly any safe or thriving community would not be to the exclusion of children. Alternatives exist. They are embedded in communities all across Australia and they do work. They meet children with care instead of punishment. They connect them with language and culture. Mentors, food, safe and warm places to stay, culturally responsive forms of education and support, and things that these children care about. They treat children with dignity and respect that they deserve and remind them what every child needs to hear, that they are worthy of a thriving future. And finally, I just wanted to mention, with permission from my father, to share some of his story. My father was in youth detention as a child at a critical point in his life where he needed and deserved to have care. He was met with brutal violence and he had a horrific experience in the youth justice system. Decades later, when I became Change the Record CEO, he said to me, "Oh, that's mad, sis, like, it must have changed so much since I was there." And unfortunately, decades later, I really couldn't bring myself to tell him it really hasn't changed a lot at all. And in fact, more of our children are in care and in carceral systems now than in the stolen generation. So I just wanted to share that with you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lane. Ms. Johnson?
Jade's.
Yes, okay, thanks. Fantastic. So we might go to questions now, and I'll start with Senator Stewart.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your work that you're doing and for appearing for the committee today. I feel like there's so much, like you guys probably feel like you've been a broken record for a long time now, talking about the changes that need to happen in the youth justice system. I suppose my question is, like, what do you think that the broader public don't know about this space that might change their mind on how we work with children in the youth justice system? Because I feel like so much of it is, I think Senator Blythe talked about it earlier, there's not a huge uproar when people are talking about being tough on crime and adult time for adult crime. When those things happen, there isn't a public outrage that everyone in this room might expect there to be from that. I suppose, what is that kind of point, I suppose, in that kind of community awareness, education, or whatever it is, like, to change that kind of narrative out there about what works? I think it's a big part of the challenge that respective governments and politics, all that kind of stuff, face.
You go first.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think that is a great question because I do think it's a really key and integral part of this discussion. And in much of our advocacy, when we say to somebody, "Oh yeah, Australia sends children to prison as young as 10, most people are shocked and outraged just on the outset of that sentence, let alone if you go into the particulars of things like torture and, so I think it is a really key and important part of shifting change, because generally, whilst we're looking at this tough on crime rhetoric being this, a political kind of point scoring situation, in actual fact, the general public, if there is some sort of education or access to the realities of what youth incarceration means, which is higher recidivism rates, no community safety improvement at all. And these are evidence-based things, and not to mention the taxpayer dollar being extremely wasted when you look at the investment into community-led solutions comparative to incarceration as a solution. If we have some sort of education for the public in this, and we do have a look at our media and have them have some accountability in this as well, in driving the narrative that Anne was just speaking about before, then we do shift some public awareness towards what is this doing for us as a society? What is this doing for us as a community? And what is this doing to our children? And in fact, there are some other countries where they've taken a public health approach to criminal justice, which includes very public education action plans for the general community. So there are examples where this has actually been effective and has worked. And that would be probably part of our recommendation, is that federal government does partner with First Nations leaders and communities and young people to roll out some sort of national education.
Yeah, thanks, Senator. I guess a couple of things I would add, absolutely. Focusing on 10 is too young is a powerful message, because most people don't know. Also talking about children. These are children. We tend to talk about young people. We hear all about youth crime. We need to talk about children, and they're our children. They're children in our communities. What would we want for our children? And there's a danger that this is all about other people's children. There's a danger in us just othering and this being about a problematic cohort of kids. These are our children, and we need to ask what we want. I think there's also, we recognise that for communities where they're scared and where there are higher levels of crime, that's a legitimate concern. People have the right to be safe, and we need to make sure we're not downplaying that, we're not dismissing that. But the question we need to ask is, do you want that to be better or worse? Do you want it to continue or not? Because if we want it to continue, keep doing the same. And I was thinking about, Senator Shoebridge asked about the two strands. I like to think of this as like a knotted cable. You reach into your glove box and there's a cable, and if you pull on it, you just make the knot worse and tighter. And we've got a knot, and we just keep pulling on it. So we just keep doubling down on these things that don't work. And we need to say to people, we understand that you're angry, but we're not going to give you a false solution. We're not going to keep pulling on the knot. We're actually going to help you recognise that these are our kids, and if we want them to be better, we need to stop doing the thing that harms them, and that is criminalising children. So that's how I'd approach it.
And in some of the submissions that we've got, and I think including yours, we talk about, and we've got, like in quite a number of submissions, we talk about legislating some national minimum standards for children in detention. I'm keen to understand how you see, like, the national minimum standards addressing things that Anne Hollins, who just appeared before, talked about. How does it kind of fix things like the postcode lottery in the work that you've done? Solution, how does it fix that kind of problem?
Do you want me to go first on that? Yeah, I see it as a circuit breaker. I see it as this sort of catalyst for these bigger changes. So a lot of this stuff, it does require states and territories to come to the table, and you've heard Anne Hollins talking about the funding being a potential lever. The Commonwealth has the power to make laws that override state and territory laws, as you know. So we see that as the catalyst, as the thing that is going to require states and territories to get serious. I mean, we saw on Raise the Age that the Standing Committee of Attorneys General got together and essentially agreed that we need to raise the age, but then one by one the states backed out. So we think that time has come for the Commonwealth to say, well, you aren't showing the leadership that we need, you aren't protecting our children, you aren't following the evidence, so we're going to set these standards and work with you to implement this across your jurisdictions. Obviously, there's a range of solutions will be needed in a range of places. Postcode justice won't necessarily change as a result of that change, but it's part of the, it's as I say, a catalyst. It's something that's going to drive the sort of change that we need to see.
Yeah, I would agree with Jonathan. I mean, the national minimum standards aren't a standalone solution. They are part of a suite of other things that will, that can address those things. So we've got policy. We need leadership in policy. We need leadership from that national minimum standards point of view, and we need leadership even with those financial levers. So it's actually part of a suite of things that will drive change.
And also it gives, if we have national standards, particularly if they are, it then falls to organisations like ours in civil society to help enforce those, to actually hold government account across the country where they are not meeting those standards in the way that we do with something like the Racial Discrimination Act, where we use that as a way to hold governments, police, other agencies responsible if they are discriminating. In the same way, if we have a national standards for children, we can use those for accountability.
To protect kids.
Yep.
And just going from the kind of high-level policy things onto the super pragmatic things. I'm a pragmatic person at heart. We talked about the things that work, and so I'm keen to hear from you. Like, where are those things? I think you did kind of step through some of those things before. Like, what are the common factors you think across where you see things working really well? I think one of the challenges potentially is, like we heard from Mountie yesterday, like they've got a really great program set up there, but that's very place specific, and it's hard to kind of replicate that trust and those relationships. You can't just pick that up and necessarily move that to another place. But what are the common things you think make something work that you think the federal government, you think that kind of fits with, I don't know, the Minister for Social Services, that fits with, like there is something really kind of that you could say, yeah, that person should do that thing because we know that that's demonstrated and it works. So I feel like that's a very lengthy question.
I think it's a difficult question to answer in way of there's been not a great deal of investment into what works. So how are we meant to know or understand necessarily the characteristics of what works on a wide scale, on a national scale, where there's been no investment?
Which is what Anne Holland said too, like the data stuff is problematic.
That's right. There's no data available, or not no data, but there's minimal data available. There's minimal investment into what's working as well. So even if there is something successful, it's not able to be scaled to a point where we can measure it. So I think, in saying that, there are obviously programs that are working at the moment that are place-based, that are First Nations-led. Obviously, First Nations-led for First Nations kids is a really paramount characteristic, and also youth-led, having young people really at the centre and part of these initiatives or, solutions is an effective way. And ultimately we would see a way forward that is tangible is the federal government, or, depending where we can get this funding from, but having these youth representative voices funded, because at the moment they are not adequately funded to be able to take part in conversations that solely or largely concern them. And I think, you'll hear from others later this afternoon that can talk better to, or better place to talk to specific examples that are working at the moment and the characteristics.
I think we see across, in New South Wales where we're working, we see and a range of our member organisations are doing really important programs that are working, but they struggle for consistent funding. They just need the support, and it's tempting to sort of look for something that you can scale quickly everywhere. Actually just finding those things that are working and backing them so that they can be sustainable, so that they can then look to expand over time if that's the model that works, but just backing them in. So in my community, Weave Youth and Community Services provides a Creating Futures program, which has exceptional results in terms of reducing recidivism to, I think, 4.11% for their clients, as opposed to 57%. But that is a service that is constantly trying to raise funding just to sustain these sorts of services, and we see this across New South Wales. We give countless examples So I think it's recognising those challenges and supporting those organisations to succeed.
Yeah. I just wanted to add as well, I mean, there's also an issue, I suppose, for First Nations programs in how we measure what success looks like, or what, the tie to youth justice is. Language programs, dance program, music program, all of these programs that are in communities, even, there's a hub in Wagga led by Arnie Cheryl Penrith that is clearly helping children to stay away from youth crime. However, I don't think it would be considered necessarily a youth crime diversionary support system, or even any sort of intervention necessarily. So I think there's also an aspect for First Nations communities in how we're measuring this. These services need to be acknowledged as part of diversionary programs.
I think it's part of the challenge with funding lots of work in this space, because it can fit in so many different spaces, and it often falls between the cracks because you just get the handball.
It does talk to that holistic nature of what we're seeing. Children, I can't recall the stat right now, but that, children that are going into youth detention are largely have had experience with the out-of-home care system. These systems are really like propping each other up and supporting each other and creating pipelines for children. So that holistic nature, it's just, it's paramount to success.
And Senator, the other point I'd make is that if we want to fund more of what works, we should stop funding things that not only don't work but make things worse. So it's not only the justice reinvestment point about stopping spending money on criminalising young children, where that's a waste of money, but that's also harmful. So that interrupts these programs. Good stuff's happening with a young person, they then get arrested, and that is broken, and then they are further traumatised and harmed, and they are released worse. So we need to stop throwing money at things that are making things worse, and that's why, again, raising the age is that circuit breaker, because it actually just turns that tap off and says, up to the age of 14, you're going to have to fund the things that work and stop funding the things that don't work.
So your budget neutral pitch for the Treasurer.
Yes, exactly. Well, I would say budget positive.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's what all the cost-benefit
That's
analysis demonstrate. Yeah, absolutely. Getting the look from the chair, so I better share the call.
Senator Shoegren.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, everyone, for all of your work. I'll stand by my two threads, but maybe they're two ends of a knot. Either analogy kind of works. But the just on one of those threads, you've heard Anne Hollands speak about legislative act for children, some national act for children. It strikes me as extraordinary that if the Commonwealth passed a law that did no more than say no one can torture children, that would make a meaningful difference, because states and territories are actually torturing children. It goes to show, what an extraordinary situation we've allowed this country to slip into, where just a simple Commonwealth law that said no government, state or federal or territory, can torture children, that would actually make a difference if it gave people rights. Have you thought about what the content of those minimum standards would look like? I mean, maybe we just start there by saying we should have a recommendation the Commonwealth says no state or territory can torture children.
Yes. Well, some of the things that we think that minimum standards should include would be that arrest, detention and imprisonment of children shall only be a last resort and for the shortest appropriate period of time, that no children shall be held in a correctional facility designed for or used by adults. The Convention on the Rights of the Child gives us a range of things, that solitary confinement should be absolutely prohibited for any period of time, that children accused of criminal offences or deprived of liberty to have prompt access to legal assistance and representation, which we know is not the case. So those are the sorts of things that could be fleshed out.
Yeah, one of the useful things that came out of the Human Rights Committee's review about a Human Rights Act was a draft human rights law. It's an unreasonable request on you, but I'm still going to make it.
Yes.
Would you be in a position to share with us a draft set of those minimum standards?
Yes.
Yeah.
If for nothing else, then it may form the part of ongoing consultation.
Yeah, absolutely. We've done some in-depth thought about what this would look like, and purely because it's just, as you said, it's just so ridiculous. It exists in plain English, and I'm reading the words on my paper, and it says a national ban on all forms of torture. Who would think that you need to write that down or speak about that in Australia? It goes back to that public education piece. I think most people would be mortified to think that we have to sit in this setting to talk about this. And the next thing was, excessive use of force against children being part of that ban. Excessive force used against children. Those words are almost, they're diabolical in their opposition.
Yeah. So I suppose in some ways, there's an element of rights that you think would be impossible to oppose. You can't torture children. You can't use excessive force on children. And maybe that there's a kind of category A set of broader rights, and then a category B about specific minimum standards in correctional facilities. Maybe I'm not asking you how to draft it, but that strikes me as there's almost like two packages.
Yes.
Things that if it was put in black and white in front of senators, the Australian public, how could you oppose it? Like, don't torture kids.
Yeah.
And then there's another package that we know would, be directly targeted at the existing criminal justice system.
Yeah, on that I was just going to add, those exist. There's a framework through the UN, the minimum standards for the treatment of juveniles in justice, in detention. So they're clearly stepped out in detail. They call them the Beijing rules, and they are essentially a blueprint for what you're describing, that we could use as a basis for, minimum standards for the treatment of kids in worst case scenarios where they are in detention, absolute minimum standards that you cannot contradict, violate. They're there. That work, we can certainly do more of that work, and in consultation with young people with lived experience of carceral systems, you'd get some really interesting insights into what's actually happening, and some of that's out there, but a lot of that work has actually been done, and we just haven't implemented it in a domestic setting.
I'm not saying how to draft it. It may be a reference to existing international standards. It may be, picking elements of those that are the most important, but I think it'll be of assistance to the committee. There's some discussion about data, but I distinctly remember a series of conversations with Victor Dominello when he was the New South Wales Minister for Digital Transformation, I think. And he said 5 or 6 years ago that the New South Wales government already had enough data on kids by the time they were 2 years of age, that they could predict with a high degree of certainty what their future pathway would be. Poverty, success, that data already exists in large part. Now, I can't speak for other states and territories. Maybe it doesn't exist to the same extent in other states and territories. But in New South Wales, there is a massive amount of data which, properly used, could help target Commonwealth funding. I heard you speak about gaps in the data. Is it really gaps in the data, or is it an unwillingness to look at the data and apply it to actual solutions?
Well, that's right, because we don't look at what support that cohort of kids needs. We sit back and wait, and then we arrest them. And that's when they get the intervention, right? And then the interventions they get are in a context which means they can't be helpful, and where those interventions can themselves be harmful. So we actually have the opportunity, as I say, if we have a system, the ACT is one example, where they have the opportunity to actually identify those children early and say these are the supports they need, and coordinate those supports. So again, one of the things we hear from regional and remote communities is, look, there are some services, but there are just these gaps and they're not coordinated and there's duplication. You've got an opportunity to actually coordinate that and say, what does this kid need, and hold those services accountable.
Well, the truth is, we're already using data points to actually predict government services for kids. And as the chair says, kids are being tagged, before they're born. It's just the services we're applying to them are police,
Yes.
Child protection, in inverted commas, jails. Like, they're already being tagged for a set of government services. it doesn't seem to be impossible to use those same tags, if they're existing, for a whole suite of other services, like
That's
access
right.
to school.
We don't have the systems we don't have a system of care. We've got a system of criminalisation and of harm, and there's carceral systems that are punitive because we've convinced ourselves that is the best we can do.
I think from a First Nations perspective, there's also this when we talk about gap in data, it's also reflective of that gap in funding for ACCOs to be able to access and use that data. A lot of that data is held by government bodies and not released to the community. It's not transparent. It's not owned by us. There is no IDS sort of principles that are at play, and it really impacts the way that data is used to support children. It's effectively weaponized against our children, and in particular, someone mentioned breakfast programs, for example, which, great, we are saying we need basic things like food at the table for kids. However, if those breakfast programs are within institutions like education, who are the mandatory reporters, who are, having children removed at very high rates into the out-of-home care system, then it's contradicting what it set out to do. And power is in holding the data for ACCOs, I think.
No First Nations mum in their right mind would walk into family and community services and say, I'm suffering from housing stress, I've got domestic violence, I've got my 4 kids, I'm really worried about them, can you help me? That would not happen.
No.
Because of the fear that they'd walk in a mum and they'd walk out with their kids stolen.
Yeah, and a real fear, a tangible fear. Yeah.
Well, not just a fear, but a very rational acknowledgement that that's likely to be the outcome. So this comes back to, if the Commonwealth's going to provide funding in the space, funding to the states and territories isn't where the funding should go, because of the history, the fear, the reality about how do we get Commonwealth funding to community-controlled, Aboriginal-controlled organisations. Have you thought about what the model looks like? And maybe it just involves a lot of trust. For myself, I've got a lot more faith in the community coming up with solutions than the state or federal government. Maybe it just involves trust, a funding pool with trust.
Yeah, I think for us, there's 2 elements to the funding situation. There's the funding of detention centres themselves and the carceral system itself, and policing and all of those elements which have to go to the state. And then there's the funding that needs to go to ACCOs and communities. And so, yes, we would agree that in the first instance, we need this Commonwealth money to go to ACCOs and to community-led solutions. And, we'd have to come back to you on some levers to do that. But there's also this amount of funding that will have to go to states, right, within juvenile justice and carceral systems. And so we've got a suggestion there with the federal government to introduce some measures that mean that if they're violating human rights, and this is what I'm saying, it runs alongside this national minimum standards. And if states are violating, then they have a fiscal tie, and the Commonwealth has a lever to say, well, sorry, this will be diverted into community and away from carceral systems.
And those 2 things can act in tandem in a powerful way.
Yeah.
So the minimum rights set standards. When those standards are breached, more funding goes towards, it's taken out of that system, which is causing harm. So don't fund harm.
And even if we had outcomes-based funding, if we got the sort of outcomes, if civil society got the sort of outcomes that governments are getting from the money they're spending, they would shut us down. They would shut us down.
Could you imagine, New South Wales Youth Justice responding to a funding grant saying, well, we had 75% recidivism rate, we destroyed young people's lives, we broke up families, can we please have some more funding? Can we have this program extended? Unlikely, if they were a community organisation. Could I just, I know I'm asking for more work and I apologise, but looking back about what that kind of model would look like for Commonwealth funding to promote ACCOs, community-run solutions, and really just divert the funding away from the systems that are harming kids into communities, which I think have inspiring solutions to help kids. And it doesn't mean we have a cookie-cutter approach around the country, because different responses would be different response in Walgett to Mount Druitt to La Perouse. But if you could do that, that would be really helpful. Yeah, sorry, Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Shoebridge. And I 100% agree with Senator Shoebridge on the issue that government is not the answer to this, and certainly this has got to be community-led, in my view, for it to be successful, because of the points that have, it's not the same solution in one suburb, even within New South Wales, as it is in another. And so community-led just seems like you can get the tailored solutions that you need. I just want to unpack a little bit, because we've heard different testimony from different groups where you mentioned incarcerating kids for the shortest period of time. We've also heard of other programs where you can actually be interventionalists, and jurisdictions like Spain use it, where the kids are actually kept incarcerated longer, but the idea is it might be for drug and alcohol abuse rehabilitation, education programs that they do. So the purpose of the incarceration is not so much punitive, but a hand, like a leg up, a circuit breaker. What are your views on that? Because we have one particular system here. Is there, a different way that we could be incarcerating kids if we still had to?
There might be, but I'm really wary about it, because anything that happens within the context of criminalisation is just not going to work.
Yeah.
So for the position we take is for children 14 and below, anything it shouldn't be about incarceration. It's not about a criminalisation. It's a system of care and support that is really about how do we coordinate what's going on in the community to get better outcomes.
Yeah.
Once we have a criminal justice system response for older children, then those sort of alternatives are really important. Okay. But again, they are always going to be butt up against those elements that are inherently punitive. So once you're denying children their liberty, I think you'd need to work really hard to make sure those environments are environments in which children are really going to be able to learn. So I don't know enough about what goes on in countries like Spain, but I'd be interested in the physical environment. If you're in a flight and fight response the whole time because you're freaking out and then I can't see how you're going to learn anything. But
yeah, and I guess they take it very differently. It's almost boarding schools probably a way where the kids are given, it's more like a bedroom than a cell, that kind of and we've had some evidence, I think it was in Melbourne, where looking at, I guess it's a diversion pathway, so it's not traditional incarceration, but there is a loss of liberty that comes with it, and that might be for drug rehabilitation or other things. And
I'm just wary of systems that introduce loss of liberty, because I think it's tempting to believe that we'll sort of force kids to learn a better way. I can't see it working. There's always the danger of the net widening, that suddenly you do start punishing children and you bring in more children where really that's bottom of the cliff stuff. We've failed. We should be really investing heavily in the earlier intervention.
Yeah. I think Jonathan said that really well, because that is, the evidence. That's exactly what the evidence says. That's existed for decades. But I think further to that, from a First Nations perspective, any loss of connection, when you're, any loss of connection proposed here, or being isolated from community in any way, is going to be detrimental in an entirely different way. So I think whilst there might be other models, not just for the reasons that Jonathan said, which should be the primary reasons, but also looking here specifically where we have First Nations children, that's a whole nother reason to not even have, explore that as any sort of first option. And then, additionally to that, we know that also First Nations children are over-policed and over-surveillance, so it's likely that the pipeline of deaths in custody and all of these other elements would still exist. There would be no overall reform.
Yeah.
I think,
the
Chair's referring to a submission we got from a Victorian magistrate, Jennifer Bowles, who is talking about a therapeutic alternative in the criminal justice system, and it's submission 153. So it's quite a considered therapeutic alternative that the magistrate was talking about, which may not be consensual, but has a therapeutic purpose.
No, I think that's. I mean, I think there's a lot of merit in those therapeutic pathways, though. There is youth Koori Court. There are some examples of those therapeutic pathways being really. And I think maybe it's what John said. We're not in a position to comment on that particular example, but absolutely there are therapeutic pathways where we have examples of them working at the moment as well.
And I should say that the justice system doesn't work, the criminal justice system doesn't work very well for adults either. So we're just talking about children, but 19-year-olds, 20-year-olds, like there's definitely opportunities to do better for that cohort of people rather than kind of writing them off, which really our current system does.
Would you think that even expanding that age of a child up to 25, for example, could be useful? Because it's like what we're hearing is that these kids are treated in a particular way, and the second they turn 18, there's a whole lot of stuff that either kicks in or drops off. And it is an arbitrary age as opposed to any kind of. It doesn't seem evidence-based, and if you're in the United States, you're not an adult until you're 21. If you're in Australia, it's 18. In other jurisdictions, private health insurance for kids, I think you're covered by parents to you're 25. We seem to have these ages that we decide at 18 you're an adult.
It makes good sense to me that if there are therapeutic options that will work, that they're available whatever age.
Yeah. Okay.
If it's going to work, let's do it.
Yeah. The other thing I just wanted to touch on in what you're saying is like breakfast programs, and you've raised that schools are mandatory reporters, and it's something that certainly struck me in the evidence that we're getting, where there are young people who I think are born and get all the way through school and they never meet an adult that they can trust. And Senator Shoebridge sort of touched on that in terms of that trust and funding and community-led programs. How, the states are going to run schools, they're going to run police forces, detention centres, those sorts of things. How can we build trust because we want kids to stay in school, and we've heard some horrendous stories of experiences that they've had at school. The fear of if you don't turn up, that'll be a report and you'll get taken away from your parent or your caregiver. But you might be grieving the loss of a parent, but you can't miss a day of school to grieve that loss. So is there anything that you've done in terms of looking at how schools can, yes, they're an important check-in point, but if it's purely, again, punitive in what they're doing, because we're not putting occupational therapists and speech therapists and doctors, psychologists into schools, it's just a mandatory report to a government department.
I don't have expertise on that, Senator. Okay. I've got opinions about lots of things, but I don't have expertise on that.
No, that's
so
okay. I just didn't know if it was something that had come up.
Jade feels she can.
I mean, likewise, I don't have a particular expertise, but what I do know is that if there's funding available for culturally responsive interventions in schools, that is a pathway that can potentially keep our children or First Nations children safer at school. But there is no funding for alternative pathways. Again, there's a data issue with what that kind of culturally responsive way of working in schools looks like. So yeah, not an expert, but I would just add that is a mechanism.
Excellent. Did anyone want to revisit? All good?
I think we all have plenty of questions.
I was going to say, we could all sit here. I try and stick to time. Thank you all very much for appearing, and I know Senator Shoebridge has set some homework, and thank you for graciously taking that on. We are very, very grateful for the work that you're doing, and really appreciate any assistance that you can offer. But thank you for appearing. And for your submissions, they're very valuable for us. as we form some recommendations at the conclusion of this inquiry. So thank you.
Chair,
And we will
thanks.
suspend. Representatives from the Community Restorative Centre, thank you for taking the time to come in and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I please get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
My name is Marissa Molitorno and I am the Manager of the Advocacy Policy and Research Unit at Community Restorative Centre.
Thank you.
My name is Damien Tino Corbridge and I'm the Senior Youth Transition Worker at the Community Restorative Centre.
Fantastic. And do you have an opening statement?
Yes, we do.
Fantastic. If you would like to go ahead.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We would like to acknowledge the I'm going to start again there. The Barramatigal people of the Darug Nation on which we are situated today and the tireless advocacy of First Nations people in this space. For those who don't know us, the Community Restorative Centre is a lead NGO in New South Wales, providing specialist support to people affected by the criminal legal system, with a particular emphasis on the provision of post-release and reintegration programs for people with multiple and intersecting needs. First and foremost, children do not belong in carceral systems. We do not condone or minimise the harm caused by children and young people, but rather place the behaviours in the context of their life, experiences and structural factors that have pushed them to that point. In order to prevent crime and increase safety for all people, we must address the structural and systemic inequities that exist in our society. For children already on the path to and through the criminal legal system, we must create genuine alternate pathways out of the criminal legal system to have their needs met. And whilst youth detention and prisons exist, they are to be humane and healing. For far too long, we have had tough on crime approaches that blame children for the inequities and violence that they too have been victims of without addressing the root causes. Let's put the people we are talking about at the centre of this work, and I wish to share with you some excerpts from 2 books that a young person has written. My story with juvenile custody began when I was just 12 years old. Growing up, my world was full of crime, drugs and alcohol, so I thought it was just a normal part of life. For many of us, it's about survival. He goes on to speak about being without supports and just giving up on himself and fulfilled the expectations that systems placed on him as being bad and not worthy. When he spoke about bail conditions, he said, "Courts don't understand what our homes are like. Being trapped like this can push us to breach our bail, just to get a break. And once we've broken bail, it's easy to convince ourselves that we've already failed. It's not always logical, but it's how we feel, and we're stuck in the situation. I feel like when we come in, we make more criminal friends, and once we get out, we all go out and commit more criminal activity. In the court system and within community, people only know me and see me as violent, dangerous, criminal, Aboriginal man. However, they don't know that under my skin how much pain and trauma I share. Now, as I am getting older and more mature, I'm starting to realise that no one in community deserves to have their possessions that they have worked hard for taken from them. It was never fair for all my victims that they don't deserve to suffer just because I'm suffering inside. This young person's situation is not unique. It reflects the broader systemic failures that continue to draw highly vulnerable children into the youth justice system, rather than responding to them as children in need of care, protection and support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will now go into questions. Senator Stewart.
Sure. You have the Pathways Home program?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you tell me more about that and the difference that it's making for young people?
Yeah. Tell me first.
So the Pathways Home program is the only youth program within CRC. So the program works with young people in custody and leaving custody between the ages of 10 and 24. So it's an intensive case management program providing holistic support. So we work really closely with the justice centres and we will generally get referrals 3 months before a young person is released from custody. But quite often we do get a large proportion of our referrals for young people on remand due to the high numbers of young people on remand in New South Wales. We work with flexibility under a trauma-informed care sort of model to provide that holistic support that starts whilst the young person is still in custody. The idea is to build a relationship and trust so that we can commence that support before they return to the community, because building those connections between the centre and their communities are vital in ensuring that they are provided the support that they need once they're in the community. But I guess a part of when we started as a pilot program, and a part of that funding recognised the gaps in the system that were there currently, and we aim to reduce those gaps. And a huge part of that is commencing that support pre-release. And we've found that with the numbers that we have in terms of recidivism, the young people that we support, I don't know if you want to speak more to that.
To that, or can I say generally?
Yeah.
Okay. So just in terms of the, sorry, no, you're done.
Yeah, yeah.
Just in terms of the support model, it is an active outreach case management model. It incorporates drug and alcohol, and within the team we have a dedicated counsellor that works alongside the case management core work as well. We're funded through health funding, and we do also have a health focus. So we're not corrective services funded in any way, we're health funded. And in that, some of the outcomes we have is we have, in one of the last year's statistics, we had 44% of the young people had a reduction in their AOD use, 71% had a reduction in their improvement in their psychological well-being, 71% achieved their case management goals, including housing and things like that, and 100% said that they had culturally safe and inclusive supports. In the team, we also have dedicated First Nations workers to ensure that we are culturally led and culturally safe, and that young people can elect to have a First Nations worker if they choose.
There's a lot that I want to ask about in the things that you've talked about. I suppose I'm interested in flexibility, and I'm interested in the 3 months before people are due to be released. But I'm also interested in health funding. So I suppose my first question about the 3 months before release is, like, are there barriers in, or and maybe a part of you going in early means that they're not there anymore, in access to information, or post-planning, post-release planning with families, and their kind of what their protective factors or support system is going to look like once they get out. Because one of the barriers that I've seen in my time in justice is families wanting, with the best intentions, to support people on their way out, and kind of wanting to be involved in that post-release planning, but for confidentiality reasons, the systems don't share that information. It seems a silly administrative thing, really. So it sounds like this potentially breaks down some of that. And then maybe I'll start there, go to flex. I'm just flagging because my colleagues probably want to ask you a bunch of questions too, but maybe I'll start with that one first and then go to my two others.
Yeah, I think a big part of that is the fact that the time we invest in creating really good relationships with people that work within corrective services and youth justice. I think the frontline workers and management spend a lot of time to invest in that, so that we've got the relationships, so that it reduces those barriers from a systemic perspective. There are, and Jamie may speak to this more, but there are quite a number of barriers we experience, in the sense of we know what young people need, but sometimes getting that to happen while they may be in custody, and sometimes that can be an opportunity to get health assessments done, psychological assessments done, all of those things for NDIS applications and all the other things that they may need in community. It can be difficult to get those across the line, and it can take a lot of advocacy and a lot of time. So some of those are the barriers that we would see, is actually getting the things that they need while they're in one place and location to be able to have that happen, or to have that referred to be able to be done within community. There is always, we take a kind of whole of family approach, so we
diverse backgrounds with ranging challenges and barriers, both in custody and the community. So all of that is taken into consideration when building those links. But we try and we involve family as much as possible, carers as well, in bridging that gap, and things like facilitating visits, inviting them to come along to case conferences and in custodial meetings and things that happen, to maintain that connection as much as possible, again with the young person's consent and as much or as little as they would like. Yeah.
And maybe I can kind of, the next two questions are potentially a little bit tied together or related, because I'm interested in the flexibility in the approach of what you do. Kind of what does that look like? What did governments need to do on their end to allow that flexibility in your work? Because I think often so many of funding agreements are tied to particular things. So what is it in kind of how you pitch this work or how government funded it that means that you're able to deliver that flexibility that sounds like it works for young people? And maybe that is because, kind of into my last question, which is that because it's health funding instead of justice funding? And then interested, I think in your submission you talk about the link with disabilities as well, and maybe that's where the health funding bit comes in, but how all that kind of works together.
So in terms of our approach, our flexible approach is that we're proactive in outreach. That actually means that we need to go out to see people in the community where they're at, where they're safe. It means getting them in the car and driving them to an appointment they may need, sitting with them through those days. So this work is time intensive. It is relational. Government often doesn't want to spend the money on the time and energy that it takes. On paying, when we're putting in funding submissions, we have lower young people to staff ratios than what some other programs may have to provide that intensive outreach support. We have to have allowances for cars and petrol so that we can actually move people around, and some of the funding that comes through will not allow us to have those kind of things, and then we self-fund sections. And I'm talking that as an organisational approach across, not just in terms of young people. And often the money that we put forward or that government will pay for a program doesn't actually cover the core cost of what that program takes to run. And we're often running at deficits that we are then having to supplement. So just from that kind of perspective, the pay what it takes idea is some of the things that we have some issues with. In terms of how we've pitched that, we have pitched across the organisation to different areas. Health was one of the ones that picked up, and that was because of the AOD focus. That's the angle we took for the focus in to get health on board, not around, unfortunately, the overrepresentation and high rates of young people with disabilities, which is actually a vital part of the work that we do as well.
Final question with my colleagues' indulgence. Do you see that there's an opportunity in potentially some of the Thriving Kids work that the government is doing to work in this space that might make a difference for kids here? And it's very early days for the Thriving Kids work and the NDIS stuff, but interested if there's like an opportunity to kind of carve something off for kids who are at risk. I'm not a fan of those particular words, but
I think I'd like to take a bit of that on notice, but I think I can speak to it briefly unless you...
Yeah, you absolutely can. You're allowed to take things on notice, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it is... there is a space... How do I put this? We do have struggles with the NDIS sector in accessing supports that actually adequately meet the needs of young people. And we have difficulties in things around getting the appropriate assessments, things to be able to make people eligible to be able to get across the line. But I think maybe just as a broader context, maybe it's best we take that on notice, unless you have something further to add.
No, I think take it on notice.
Yeah, that's fine. That's completely fine. I'll look forward to your response.
Thank you.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to the CRC. I had the benefit of popping over and visiting you in Canterbury at the end of last year, and Angus and the team, and really grateful for the work you do and continue to do. Sometimes this is a kind of abstract discussion about programs and supports, but can you give us an idea about the journey of a young person when they get sucked up into the system? What happens to them? What they lose? Can you give us some sense of what's actually happening to young people in the system?
On the ground, young people?
Yeah.
You want me to go?
May I ask, are you referring to like getting sucked into the system when they're in custody and they're returned to the community, or just
getting pulled out of school,
the
or
beginning?
getting pulled out of the community and put into the criminal justice system? What does it mean for a young person?
Do you want to answer? I think where it all begins for a lot of the young people that we support is the determinants of the justice, of ending up. What are the determinants in the community that end up being the factors why young people end up in custody? We don't have stats on us right now, but a lot of the young people that we support have come from families that have drug and alcohol concerns, homelessness issues, poverty, trauma, and all of these issues and factors are, I guess, ongoing, and they don't get addressed at that stage. You know, I'm talking before school, and then young people will go to school and they're still not addressed. So I guess it's ongoing non-addressing of really vital issues and needs, and areas that perpetuate into where we meet young people a lot of the time, which is when they're in custody. And as Marissa mentioned at the start, the story that the young person that we have supported has told is not unique. It's quite similar to across the board for a lot of the young people that we work with. I think where a lot of the gaps is naturally in the school systems. I know that there's a huge lack of wellbeing and social supports and psychosocial supports within the education systems that I think we feel is a huge missed opportunity, particularly when there are a lot of issues that are raised for children in schools. And quite often what we see is the response is expulsion or suspensions.
I mean, sometimes what you hear is the callousness of the system too towards kids. Like, it's callous. We heard from a young person who was at school, at primary school, and the cops turned up and said, "Oh, your mum's died," and then they left, and then she was meant to go back into lessons. Like, the callousness of that, the lack of regard for the dignity of a young person, the impact of that callousness, is it uncommon? It seems to be part of the system.
The callousness is quite common. The number of young people that we support which don't make it to high school and have had multiple experiences in their primary school eras where they've had experiences of trauma, they've had presentations related to disabilities, FASD, cognitive impairments, learning difficulties, which rather than being addressed as those health needs are being, for the lack of a better word, naughty child, demonised.
You get breached for responding to the trauma.
Yes.
Exactly. And then they're not treated, they're not diagnosed, they're not supported, and then get punished further and get pushed out of the systems. And sometimes for young people, school may be the only place and break from home, and then they get pushed out. And while they're expelled and that's not because families don't have good intentions and love their children, it's because of the number of other factors that family is then dealing with as well. And they themselves have been through that. Or some people that are in the out-of-home care system and not connected with family, not connected with culture, don't have that sense of identity, belonging. That is something that gets thrown, that we could hear out consistently.
So obviously we should be pushing back against the callousness of the system.
Yes.
But increasingly what we're hearing is that the existing systems run by DCJ or run by a government department are already so, the trust is already so broken, that their involvement in harm is so omnipresent in these kids' lives, that if we're going to look for supports, they should be outside of the state and actually be with Aboriginal controlled, community controlled organisations. What's your thought on where the solutions lie?
I think that is actually the point. They need to be outside of the system. First Nations communities and community controlled organisations have had the solutions for a very long time, but we haven't invested in it. And I think we need to genuinely invest in our communities, genuinely invest in First Nations-led organisations to support First Nations communities, and a place-based experience. So because what an experience for someone is in a small country town is different to an experience that they have in a major city.
Yeah, and we've heard that too. Like there's a need for fundamentally different services in Walgett than there is in Mount Druitt, for example. Yes. But could you give some examples of the kind of services on the ground that are working? When you're dealing with a young person coming out of custody, what are the services you can link them up with, or the organisations you can link them up with, that are changing their trajectory in life? Can you talk us through some of those practical things?
We'll lead to you for that, but I think the first thing to say is that this sector is under-resourced quite significantly, and everyone is fighting for little bits of scraps of money to be able to continue to do the work that they do, or try and do the work that they do. So I think there aren't always the services we would like to refer to and connect people with, would be first and foremost. But I think you can talk more to some of the services that you've worked with, which have been to work alongside, which have been helpful.
Yeah, I'll probably just start my response by saying that what we see a lot is the perpetual punishment that's put on young people when they're released from custody across the board. When it comes to criminal records, finding a job, out of 10 young people, you ask all of them, what do you want to do when you get out of custody? What's one of their biggest goals? It's to get a job. But it's really a huge struggle to get employment when these young people and children are labelled as criminals by not us, other people. And there's lots of great services that are connecting with young people and children in custody, like we do, that are employment-led. There's a great number of those doing that kind of work, which we find it really, again, beneficial to start before the young people are released. I think that a better investment of money and time in improving those links between the community, because the young people are removed completely from their communities. They might be working with NGOs, or they might be employed, or they might be at school, but at the time of their arrest, that's their situation, but they're taken into custody and ripped away from communities in every sense of the word. So they lose everything. And I don't think there's enough programs or services that are funded to have that access. So that was a little bit long-winded, but there are some really great employment services. There's some really great health services that we work with, particularly for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people.
Yeah, but I mean, if the state's going to steal somebody's family from them, their mum and their dad, their brothers and their sisters and their aunties and their uncles, if you're going to steal all of that from them, you're obviously going to cause enormous harm.
Yes.
And I think that fundamental harm element isn't factored into decision making about putting kids in custody or taking them from their families. So I get the harm in the system. I suppose what I'm asking is, you're on the ground trying to find help for kids coming out of the system, and what are the things that do help? I mean, obviously, first, do no harm would be better. Don't steal all that from children. But what are the things in the system that you can point to that do actually help make reconnections or put kids back on track?
Programs that are non-judgmental, and I mean genuine non-judgmental, not tokenistic non-judgmental. Programs that are actually relational and inclusive. There are some youth services that are actually not welcoming of young people which have been previously in the justice system, so services that are welcoming and inclusive. culturally safe and appropriate so that they can accept a young person wherever they are in their journey of culture. Because every young person is different in their journey of culture as well.
It sounds to me like you're talking about the programs you'd like to be there rather than the programs that are there, or that definitely aren't there at scale.
They're not on scale, and often I think what we do in terms of some of our work is actually the frontline advocacy that happens. So we engage with services to say, hey, this is the cohort that we're working with, this is the young person, this is what they need, and work with services sometimes to maybe better understand the person and reduce some of those barriers and stigma. So maybe I'm a bit, if you want to continue on that a bit further or say something different.
Well, I guess the struggle in responding is there just isn't that many tailored services to the cohort that we're working with. I guess that's like we identify as one of those programs, but there just isn't really that many programs that are specifically aimed and support is tailored to a young person who's been in jail and what that means for that young person and the impacts that that has for them in the community. There's lots of different services providing great services that are tailored and specialised for particular young people with specific needs, but not necessarily for young people who are leaving jail, going back into the community, and those specific needs that they require to thrive.
There are some culturally led organisations doing some cultural work in terms of that cultural reconnection work and the healing on that side of things as well. So there are youth organisations doing that, or organisations with youth factions doing that.
Yeah, well, I suppose in some ways this exchange has been powerful evidence because they don't exist at the scale or to meet the needs. And so if we're putting kids into a system and brutalising them and harming them and don't even pretend to put in place the systems to pick up some of that harm on the way out, it's kind of demonstrative of what a crisis we're doing.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and people are coming in with histories of trauma, violence, abuse, and then the system itself is creating more of that, as we know in terms of other campaigns with strip searches and all those things that still happen in New South Wales, and how that increases also the risk of sexualised violence by guards and and other things that we often hear about, as well as that disconnection, lack of health needs, lack of education access, all those other things that happen within the systems. And then we spit them out and expect them to engage in government systems which previously failed them, with the further layers of harm.
I know we're running out of time, Chair.
Sorry.
We're talking about a multi-billion-dollar system across the country being run by states and territories largely, just sort of grinding kids through it. But could I just be really rude and ask you what your budget is? Like, there's multiple billions of dollars doing the harm.
Yep.
And you talk about fighting for fuel money and fighting for transport funds. You know, you can provide it on notice.
I can definitely provide it on notice, but it is, from memory, it is less than supporting a young person, one young person in custody for an entire year.
Yeah.
Is just over, I think, for it. Yeah. Under. There we go. I've just confirmation from the manager behind me. We can provide the actual number on notice, but it is under the cost of providing, of having one person in custody for an entire year.
And that's your entire services in this space?
That's our entire services in the youth space.
What a gross mismatch of funding and need that this evidence has demonstrated. And thanks for doing what you do with what you have. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I was going to say, these two have covered very thoroughly the questions that I had, and I think just that funding gap. I think just one thing just to, I guess, clarify is that the young people that you're working with, to do it from a health perspective, and we've heard evidence in both Perth and Melbourne that many of the young people in youth detention centres present with comorbidities, and many that have never actually been screened, diagnosed, or any of that. So from taking that, I would have thought there would be lots more resources for services like yours, but that's not the case, because are you unique in having the health funding?
I believe so.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's helpful. Thank you.
and we had success with our adult health funding program, which is what we leveraged on to be able to pilot the youth program with Wentworth Health PHN District, and which we have then since expanded on with New South Wales Health.
And if I can you're managing young people between 10 and 24?
That's correct.
And so you're funded to go through with those people until they're 24? Okay, that's interesting.
And we will, while the program generally works with, we say 12 months post-release, however, we know that that is not the trajectory of young people, and we will support them on an at-needs basis. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm very grateful for the evidence that you've come to give us today. And I think there was just one question on notice for Senator Stewart. If you can provide that, we would be very grateful. So thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thank you.
And we will suspend. I now welcome the New South Wales Ombudsman. Thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, if I can please get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear. Yes, if we start with you, Ms Anderson.
Thank you. It's Kate Anderson, Senior Deputy Ombudsman, Complaints and Investigations.
Thank you.
Paul Miller, New South Wales Ombudsman.
Fantastic. Thank you both. Do you have an opening statement?
We weren't intending to make an opening statement, just though to draw to the committee's attention. I understand you have the submission that we made in 2024. I just wanted to mention One piece of work that was referenced in that submission was the review or the inquiry that was being undertaken by the New South Wales Audit Office at the time. Just to let you know that that report has been published and tabled, the support for First Nations people in custody and post-release to reduce reoffending report. And the other report that I just wanted to draw your attention to, tabled this month, is the most recent report of the New South Wales Inspector of Custodial Services on her inspection last year of all 6 of the New South Wales youth justice centres.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So we will move directly to questioning, and we might start with Senator Stewart.
I am, and I don't know if this is something, maybe this is a word that's used in your submission about cultural intelligence. So is that a word you use in your submission?
I don't. I suspect we use cultural competence.
The question I've got here is if you could speak to what initiatives the Ombudsman has taken to implement cultural intelligence throughout your functions.
Throughout our functions?
Yeah.
Yeah. So we differentiate between cultural competence and cultural intelligence, and we're actually beginning to engage more on cultural intelligence, which is a broader sort of set of capabilities. I'll talk about cultural competence. There's really a number of aspects to that. The first is ensuring that we provide a safe working space for particularly Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander employees. But beyond that, at the moment, our staffing numbers in that area are above New South Wales state benchmarks, but still not as high as we would like them to be. So we also ensure that all of our staff undergo cultural competency training. That includes training provided by Aboriginal controlled organisations. I think the last training was conducted either 2020, I think it was last calendar year actually, by an organisation called Miri Miri, and that's mandatory training for all of our staff.
Okay, all right, fascinating. Can you expand on your express legislative function to monitor and assess Aboriginal programs? And I'm interested in, like, obviously the kind of Aboriginal programs part of it, but the other side of it for me is we've heard a bit today about, well, I suppose whether there is or isn't enough data to have the evidence to show government what to do. But I'm also interested in where you see, the effectiveness of Aboriginal programs or putting money into Aboriginal programs, but then there isn't necessarily any accountability for the state. So essentially, Aboriginal programs, ACOs, are doing a whole bunch of work to clean up the mess of the state.
Thank you for the question. So we uniquely among ombudsmen in Australia do have a dedicated statutory function that was conferred on us in 2014 when the New South Wales government adopted what was called OCA, which was its essentially comprehensive program for Aboriginal affairs in New South Wales, and that came with a requirement, which we're very pleased to have, to engage Aboriginal Deputy Ombudsman to lead that work. And we're actually recruiting, the role is currently vacant, we're recruiting for that role at the moment. Up until very recently, the role was focused under the legislation entirely on OCA. In circumstances where, particularly with the Closing the Gap initiatives, where OCA has ceased, or at least appears to us, to have ceased to be the comprehensive set or umbrella for all New South Wales Aboriginal Affairs programs, we sought an amendment to our legislation, which was made, I think, at the end of 2024, but I can correct the record if I'm wrong, to expand that jurisdictional ability to monitor and assess any Aboriginal program, and that's essentially defined as a program that is designed for the benefit of Aboriginal people and communities. So it's not meant to capture what you might call mainstream programs or initiatives, even where those initiatives are provided, obviously, to Aboriginal people.
So does it cover like mainstream organisations that get money explicitly for Aboriginal programs, or is it only, are you only looking at ACOs?
No. We're not only looking at ACOs. We're not only looking at ACOs. It's the government program that matters, not the deliverer.
Yeah. Okay.
If you like.
Right.
And our focus is on the government's role in that. And so until very recently, as I said, our focus has very much been on OCA. The last report we published was a report looking at OCA and raising quite significant concerns we had about the implementation of OCA. And I think that probably speaks to the premise of your question about do we have the evidence base, etc. One of the things that we observed in relation to OCA, we've also done in recent years a report on the state's Aboriginal Outcomes Strategy, which is about reducing overrepresentation of children in out-of-home care, is that frequently the biggest issue, it appears to us, is not having the programs, not funding them, but not monitoring, evaluating them, closing them out, and not reporting on them. So the Aboriginal Outcomes Strategy for kids in out-of-home care, for example, I think it was a 5-year strategy, and it simply disappeared. There was some big announcement at the beginning, some reporting on it. It became apparent that it was not on track, that the targets were not going to be met, and the reporting started to slow down, and then no one spoke about it anymore. And that was the thrust of our report and the reason we did that inquiry into that. But that's the primary issue I think that we see time and time again, is that failure to put in place the governance arrangements to ensure that there is proper, particularly evaluation, reporting of these programs, so that we can learn from them. Because I've only been in this role for 5 years, but
only, yeah.
Well, but and my office has certainly done a lot of work even before the 2014 specific function in terms of reviewing Aboriginal programs. That the office had done a lot of work, and you read those reports, and there's actually a sign outside that the more things change, the more they stay the same. It's remarkable how much the same issues come up time and time again, and it is a concern of ours that programs that seem like a really good idea and are a good idea in concept, sort of wither away to be replaced by another program that may or may not be quite similar, but there's no learning, particularly about the implementation, the actual implementation, and why the program, if it didn't work, why the program didn't work, whether that was a design failure, whether it was an implementation failure, whether it was something else.
Fascinating. I feel like I had a question in my head and now it's gone about something, and it might come back to me. I've lost my question.
Do you want us to come back to you? We can go to Senator Shoebridge and
revert back.
Yeah,
That's
if it comes back
helpful.
to me by then.
Senator Shubridge.
Thanks, and thanks to the office for engaging with the inquiry. Really appreciate it, and bringing your, your collective knowledge to the table. I suppose, Ms. Anderson, you're the lead of the complaints part of.
That's right.
Do you want to give us an insight into what the complaints coming out of the youth justice system are?
Sure. We've got a team that's dedicated to custodial and youth justice facilities, and they do a range of work, either receiving complaints from youth justice centres via telephone into the office, or equally they go and visit all of the youth justice centres at least once a year. We find that we tend to come back from those visits with a fair number of complaints, and that might just be about the nature of the environments where people feel more comfortable to sort of take face to face with representatives of our office. There's quite a range of matters that come into us. I think in the last financial year we've had sort of 83 complaints that we've received from youth justice facilities. They range in the sorts of trends that we see. Some of them, I think, are things that you might anticipate, nature and quality of food, amount of food and what have you, but they go all the way through to allegations of officer misconduct. So it's quite a range, and obviously as an Ombudsman office we've got a range of tools that we can deal with the different complaints depending on what's most appropriate to reach that resolution. So often a lot of the work we are doing is about providing young people with more information about what has actually happened and the decisions that have been made, and often we get quite a good quick resolution just with that provision of slightly more information. But obviously then our tools range all the way up through to the capacity to launch a systemic investigation if we feel that is what's most warranted in particular circumstances.
Yeah. One of the things that's clear from the inspector's most recent report is that across the system, no facility is even regularly meeting the basic standard of 10 hours out of cells. And, on Sundays, weekends, can be as little as 6 hours that kids are getting out of their cells. So they're spending, 18, 17, 15 hours locked in a room. Do kids talk to you about that, or young people talk to you about that experience of just being locked in their rooms?
We have a notification system that we become aware if people have been separated or segregated for more than a 24-hour period. That's a notification that comes through to our office proactively, and then the team will also have a look at those, and we've got direct access into Youth Justice's record-keeping system, so we can look in more detail at the reasons that those sorts of situations have occurred. So generally we're quite proactive in that space if there is something that we think is that raises concern about a situation why somebody might have been separated or segregated.
But that's at the unlawful end, more than 24 hours locked in their room. That's at the unlawful end. But the kind of systemic evidence is kids are spending 16, 17 hours just locked in a room. Like, it would just be climbing the walls. And these are often very dehumanising spaces, sanitised, deeply dehumanising spaces. Do they speak to you about that experience of being locked in their cells for more than 14 hours a day?
I don't think we don't tend to get significant complaints about that issue per se. And one point I would make about the inspector's report, which I think is important, is that even what she was reporting on was the time out of cell based on the daily routine, which is published each morning. But even that is not necessarily an accurate record.
Well, she says the data's crap, basically, that they're
not
reporting it.
Because sometimes they're let out later than the schedule says, sometimes they're brought in earlier, there might be an unplanned lockdown, and there are issues around the failure to even record actual time out of cell. But it's certainly clear that particularly on weekends, that the inspection standard minimum of 10 hours per day is not being met. I mean, young people in New South Wales youth detention have access to, for example, televisions in their room, which may explain partly why they're not routinely complaining to us about it. And that issue, if I can just kind of supplement the point made earlier about we don't receive a lot of complaints from young people in youth justice. When you think about the environment that they're in and you compare it to other systems, including the adult system, we don't get that many complaints. And I think there are lots of reasons for that, including the relatively fast turnaround of young people. The average time in New South Wales youth justice when you're on remand is less than 20 days. Also, young people are inherently less likely to complain. They may not even know about us, even though we do our best to put the signs up. And I think that speaks to the importance of not relying on a complaint mechanism as your primary oversight for systems like this. I think it's incredibly important that people have the right to complain and that there be a body that they can complain to, but it is not clearly, and particularly in this circumstance, a sufficient mechanism of oversight. And in New South Wales, we have structurally separated the complaint handling function that we have and the systemic inspection function that the inspector has. And the inspector also manages the official visitors. So unlike us, who try to visit every centre 1 or 2 times a year, the official visitors are in the centre. They're meant to be visiting the centre each week. And they will be getting complaints as well, but they don't routinely come to us.
I mean, I suppose it goes without saying, 10-year-old kids, 11-year-old kids, 12-year-old kids who have been deeply traumatised, they're hardly going to be looking up the 1-800 number to call the Ombudsman. Like, they're not going to know about their rights. Yeah.
Well, I mean, to be each unit within each centre has telephone numbers, and the New South Wales Ombudsman is number 1. They just have to press the top button, but that still relies on them sort of. Yeah.
Or even to recognise what Ombudsman means.
What an Ombudsman is.
What is an Ombudsman?
That's
you know.
Right.
Yeah. I just like
thank you. And I just have some very, very quick clarifying questions. So 83 complaints in total, if I was correct in what you said. How many of those were collected in person as part of your visits out to the detention centres versus by phone?
So the 24-25 financial year to where we're at was 83 complaints, 51 in person.
Okay.
26 by telephone.
Okay.
And then 6 through other forms.
And how many in your team to look after?
Well, we've got a discrete team that, as I think I mentioned, is in charge of corrective services as well as youth justice. And
okay.
I could get you the exact numbers, but I think there's approximately 12 in that team.
12 in the team for, and how many complaints in total does that team look after?
I would have to come back to you on that. You mean collectively with corrective services?
Yeah.
Yes, I can come back to you on that.
That would be fantastic if you're able to provide that on notice for us. And then in terms of recommendations, so you were talking about getting to resolutions. So of those 83 total complaints, how many of those were resolved satisfactorily, simply?
Well, the vast majority of them, let me just find the right stats for you. So what I've got here is, so of the 83, we've had to take further active steps on 22 of them, which again comes to the active steps being further engagement with youth justice or what have you, being beyond what we can find out for ourselves through access to case systems or otherwise, engagement with, directly at the centre level and earlier on. So there's 22 where we had to make further preliminary inquiries, and I would have to get back to you to sort of be able to tell you exactly how many of them have been closed.
Yeah.
But the vast majority are resolved at that level.
Okay.
Through direct engagement, through the asking of quite particular questions.
Yeah.
Which is, and the further step we could then take is making some comments or suggestions if we think that there's something more broad that needs to happen.
And in terms of comments and suggestions, have you ever made comments and suggestions in relation to, say, food that's provided in the centres, time out of cells for young people?
We have not had to do that recently. I don't think this financial year, no.
So nothing about food or time out of cells?
But again, I can confirm.
That would be great if you can confirm that and provide that on notice. And if you can also then provide on notice what you have made comments or suggestions in relation to that, I think that would be very helpful. Thank you. I am conscious of time. Yeah. Sorry, do you have...
Yeah, just one thing on the food thing. Sometimes we underestimate the reality of those really simple things. But some of the evidence we heard in Perth was that kids in one of the detention centres out there that have multiple human rights issues, they escaped their cells and they went on the roof and made a series of demands. And one of the things that struck me was one of their demands was they wanted access to some meat pies because the food was so terrible and they were hungry. When we talk about things like young people in custody with no agency complaining about food, it can be really fundamental, can't it? What are young people saying?
Absolutely, it can. Anecdotally, I think meat pies are not in shortage in New South Wales, which is, I think, a good thing.
Well, I mean, it was just...
Sorry, no, I don't have any data. That's anecdotally, from just having discussions with the team who have been out there recently.
Just being hungry. Like,
yes,
just bloody hungry.
Yeah.
So what are we hearing?
Yes. Well, look, what I would say is that there is a range of complaints that we receive about food. Some of it goes to quality, some goes to quantity, some goes to just preference, I suppose, for meals that people don't particularly enjoy, and when you don't have a lot of choice, that's a really difficult environment to be in. I think there's no questions, no challenge about that at all. And I think if you go back to the Inspector of Custodial Services report recently, there is a question there which she's raised about the nutritional value and what have you.
You're locked in your cell for 16, 17 hours. The one thing you've got to look forward to is a bit of food. And then you come and you get some crap food that you don't want to eat, or not enough of it. Like, sometimes we just step over the human experience, the degrading human experience of detention. So I suppose, can you give us some sort of flavour to that, so to speak?
Can I just ask as well whether there are any, and this might be something you take on notice, whether there are complaints that come in around culturally sort of diverse foods, because we're also picking up as part of evidence that we've gathered is that there are now diasporas of various migrant groups that are also overrepresented in youth detention centres. Has any of that filtered through to your office, and you're welcome to take that on notice?
Yeah, I'm happy to take it on notice. To specifics again, the most recent feedback that I've got from the recent visits from the team was actually acknowledgement that there has actually been an improvement in that regard, particularly around religious holidays, etc., that have recently occurred, that there actually has been a little bit, there has been an accommodation of different requirements and preferences of different religious groups. So, to the extent that that's anecdotal, I can come back to you with something a little bit more specific. But, I think we would all acknowledge that if that's occurring, that's absolutely what we would expect in that sort of environment.
Sorry, Jeff.
No, all good. Thank you very much for coming to give evidence and for participating in the inquiry process. It's not an easy job that you guys have, either in terms of, you know, trying to, I guess, act as a watchdog and engage, I think, with young people, and for them to know what your function is and how they can activate you as advocates for them. If you can provide the things that we've asked for on notice, we would be most grateful. But thank you very much for appearing today, and we will suspend.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from the Number 8 Prison Project and Young Prodigy. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today, and I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I get each of you to state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing? So we might start at this end and work our way across.
My name is Diana Thurnavuli. I am CEO and founder of Number 8 Prison Project.
Thank you.
My name is Maya Ihemajay, and I'm the founding director of Young Prodigy.
My name is Lily Bartow, and I'm the programs coordinator at Young Prodigy.
Fantastic. And do you have an opening statement that you wish to give? Yeah, please.
Thank you. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to present today. I firstly give glory and honour to the maker of heaven and earth, my King Jesus, for everything. Everything is his and the fullness thereof. I would also like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land, the Darug people, and thank them for their ongoing support of the work that we do. To my Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander brothers and sisters in the room, I stand in solidarity for your fight for freedom and justice in your own country. This always was and always will be. Thank you for the opportunity today to speak today. I don't take this lightly. I stand here not only representing Number 8 Prison Project, but also the many Pacifica community leaders who have paved the way for me, who have done the research and have served our people faithfully without compensation over many decades. I also acknowledge our fathers, our forefathers who left their countries from Guam to Papua New Guinea, Tonga, Samoa, Fiji, Kiribati, Rotuma, Solomon Islands, and many more in search of a better life. Pacifica people have been part of this nation for generations, contributing and helping shape the fabric of Australian society. I stand on their shoulders today. I'm a proud Fijian woman and the founder and CEO of Number 8 Prison Project, a Pacifica-led organisation based in Western Sydney. N8PP, Number 8 Prison Project, was born out of lived experience, my family's lived experience, navigating the justice system where we encountered significant gaps in culturally safe support, not just for my child, but for our entire family. Our story is not unique. There are many families experiencing this same reality. In Pacifica communities, like many other cultures, healing is not individual. It is collective. It's relational and it sits within our families. Because of this, number 8, do not just work with individuals, we work with their families. Our programs reflect that. Mana Restoration focuses on identity, helping people reconnect to who they are. Malohi Mana addresses behaviour and relationships, including family and domestic violence. Mana Transition supports reintegration into employment, housing, and stable reintegration. Tokoni and our family support initiatives provide practical and relational support through Talanoa, which is similar to a yarning circle, crisis aid, and assistance for families visiting loved ones in country prisons. Our chaplaincy work integrates faith as a key part of healing, recognising that faith is deeply interwoven within Pacific cultures and families. Together, this is not just a program model, this is a system of care. Over the past 4 years, we have graduated over 350 participants. We have seen reconnection with families, movement into employment, and even establishment of legitimate businesses across Australia and in New Zealand. At a systemic level, there are around 900 young people in detention on any given night, with 70% unsentenced. Australia spends approximately $1.7 billion annually on youth justice alone, yet reoffending rates remain high. We know Pacific young people are overrepresented, making up 12% of the juvenile justice population in New South Wales and 14% in Victoria, while we only make up 2% of the general population. Our young people are over-policed, racially profiled, and the research shows they receive harsher outcomes compared to their peers. I speak to this not only professionally, but personally. I've watched as my own family have experienced the reality of a young person receiving a lengthy sentence at a very young age and being placed in an adult custodial setting. Despite these realities, the research and the clear indicators, cultural identity is not consistently or accurately captured in the national data. We're often captured as New Zealanders or other because our numbers are simply too small. There is also a clear lack of culturally grounded programs designed and led by Pacifica communities. The cost-effective approach with mainstream inflexible programs does not work. In 2018, the Australian Law Reform Commission Pathways to Justice report stated, a key element to best practice prison programs is that they are culturally appropriate. In 2024, the Medical Journal of Australia reported that culturally targeted programs, co-developed with community, showed significant improvement in the social and emotional well-being of Black and brown women leaving custody. In 2013, Professor Chochi Rovulo and Mission Australia reported the same for Black and brown children in juvenile justice settings. The evidence is there. We, the community, need to be the drivers of our support models, included in the conversations, because we know our children, we understand our cultures, and we have the answers for our people. Too often are we misinterpreted, as our children are often interpreted as defiant. And in many cases, this is not defiance. It is disconnection from culture and disconnection from faith. Even something as simple as avoiding eye contact, which may be seen as non-compliance, in our culture is actually a sign of respect. Culture is nuanced. It is not an add-on. It is our infrastructure. When viewed from the outside without understanding, it can be misinterpreted, and it has been. And therefore, we have become under-supported. And that is why our communities must be the drivers of our solutions. Community-led organisations like ours are already doing this work, but we cannot remain an afterthought. We cannot continue to sustain the work on goodwill alone. Our people are capable. We are more than the narratives and the stereotypes placed on us. We are no longer confined to the margins of sport, labour, and the muscle hire for your construction sites. We are educators, we are lawyers, we are anthropologists, business owners, and we are CEOs. We will not be defined by outdated perceptions any longer. And my call today is this: collect our data accurately, fund our programs properly, and value our people. Our churches can no longer carry this load on their own, and it is not sustainable for Pacifica organisations to continue on the sheer goodwill of our families alone. Help us help our children. Help us by trusting us with the agency to lead, to design and govern the solutions for our own communities, because our children deserve it. They need it. Ma lo vaka level. Thank you so much.
Thank you very, very much for that. It's a very powerful opening statement. We'll now move into questions. Oh, sorry. You got it open, Savit? No, please, go for it.
It's all right. Thank you, Diana, for setting the scene in such a staunch way. Really appreciate it. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today and expand the ways in which we understand and talk about youth justice. My name is Maya Ihemajay. I'm the founding director of Young Prodigy. We are a youth-led grassroots organisation that focuses on liberating young people impacted by parental incarceration. And I'm joined here today by colleague and good friend Lily Bartow, who is our programs coordinator. So I wanted to start this statement today with a story, actually. This way we can place policy and intervention in a humanised way, but also show the outcomes of the current system procedures. I want to introduce you all to someone we call Georgina. Georgina is not one person, she is many. Georgina is the many stories and experiences of the young people we work with at Young Prodigy. When Georgina was 14, her mum was sent to prison, and overnight everything shifts for her. She moves house again and again thanks to the out-of-home care system, and she loses count of the amount of caseworkers she's been assigned to. The instability the system created for her means she starts missing school, partaking in risk-taking behaviour, and struggling with her mental health. She's now labelled disengaged or at risk, as the sector loves to say. That labelling and system surveillance eventually turns into her own incarceration, because this government accepts incarcerating our kids at just 10 years old. Behind those labels, what we can see is a young person who's inadequately supported, grieving, and living in survival mode. This reality is why listening to the 60+ submissions and expertise provided for this inquiry is crucial to long-term systemic change. Young people like Georgina don't enter the youth justice system by accident. They are led there and arguably followed and guided to a cell by the systems that fail to consider prevention. Parental and kinship incarceration is not a peripheral issue in youth justice. It is a direct and measurable experience shaping young people's pathways into, through, and beyond the system. Parental incarceration produces instability, stigma, financial strain, and increased state surveillance that significantly heightens the likelihood of system contact. This silo is why in New South Wales, over 50% of young people in detention have experienced parental incarceration, and why for First Nations young people that's almost at 70%. This is not a coincidence, it is a very clear pipeline. Georgina did not need policing, she needed stable housing, she needed flexible education, she needed mental health support community, but most importantly, she needed connection. We know what works, you've all heard it before, it's the culturally grounded, community-led responses that centre well-being, not punishment. It's programs designed with young people, not for them, and reforms that are felt directly. While the government cannot play the role of a community-led response per se, it can support the infrastructure needed to sustain this. And this brings me to a very clear and practical call to action. For young people with incarcerated parents, maintaining connection with kin is a critical protective factor that is frequently undermined by justice system settings. Ensuring accessible and affordable communication between children and incarcerated parents is therefore not simply a prison policy issue, it is a youth justice prevention strategy. Disconnection becomes trauma, trauma becomes behaviour, and behaviour becomes criminalisation. To ensure connection for communities, Young Prodigy is leading the Freedom on the Line campaign, calling for free prison phone calls to nominated numbers across New South Wales facilities. Number 8 Prison Project is one of our coalition members to this as well. This campaign is just one immediate and tangible way this committee can reduce youth contact with the justice system. When the goal is fewer young people in detention, we must stop responding only once harm has already occurred. We must also recognise that parental incarceration is one of the critical drivers to this, and we must invest in keeping our young people connected. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm going to ask a very naive question from that statement. Phone calls aren't free. out of detention centres? Sorry, and
No,
this is
they're
going to be
extremely expensive.
Want to change that?
They're like horrendously expensive compared to what they cost outside.
Okay.
And they're provided by, in New South Wales, the contract with corrections is held by Telstra.
Yep.
And I note that Telstra operates public phones for free.
Yeah. Okay. So, wow. That's sorry, and I will now go to.
If I may add, Senator, there are prison work programs,
Yep.
but they're not universally available. And even if they're available in that particular prison, that doesn't mean every prisoner will have access to it.
Yep.
Because it depends on the risk classification level, what offence they were sentenced for, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Presuming one is available and you are eligible for it and you manage to enrol yourself in it and you're on one of the good ones that pays at the upper end, one 10-minute phone call can cost you 15% of what you make in a week in one of those.
10 minutes.
10 minutes. You don't get to talk for longer than 10 minutes, regardless of who you're calling.
Okay.
So when you were speaking to the Ombudsman before,
Yep.
when talking about how do you know, like, to call the number, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah.
you might not be able to afford to call the Ombudsman. That's also a possibility.
Because they've got to pay. Wow. Okay. That is. Sorry, it's probably a very small thing for you guys, but that's not something that.
It's not small.
It's not
come out. Yeah.
It's not small.
The impact on families as well, on
Yeah.
having to continuously provide funding for these phone calls for our children to be able to make calls home.
Yeah. Particularly
massive.
when poverty is sometimes the reason
Yes.
that these young people have interacted with
Yeah.
the justice system.
And then, as Diana's pointing out, the cost effectively ends up being borne by the family.
Yeah.
Because they can transfer money, like, into the person's inside's BPay account. So effectively, the family bears that cost.
Yeah.
Like,
but if
in
it's
practice,
younger
that's
siblings you're trying to stay in touch with,
Yeah.
that don't,
Yeah.
have the means to do it. Wow.
On that, actually, one of the young people that's part of our program, and this is kind of a intersection or an experience that isn't really spoken about in these conversations, but in their example, they were incarcerated in a youth detention centre. Their brother was also in a youth detention centre at Dondale, I believe, and their father was also incarcerated. There was no contact between that family at that period of time because the connection issues there are very stark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, that's and sorry to sort of
No,
pick up
please,
on something that's probably not.
Go for it.
That's what we came here to talk about.
But something very simple in terms of recommendations. But Senator Stewart.
Thank you.
It would pay for itself with reducing recidivism, like, immediately.
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you all do as well. I am I suppose keen to understand more about the programs of the work that you do as well, for both of you, I suppose, all of you, I should say, three of you at the table, directly with young people. You can hear the fierce advocacy, which I appreciate. What's that kind of interaction you have with young people on the ground that you feel like is making a real difference for, recidivism, or like putting a kind of stopper in place in the first place for them ending up in the youth justice system? Or, and I really hate I also really hate the words at risk, but what are the examples of the work that you're doing that support people when they're most vulnerable, I suppose?
Did you want to go first, Steve? I can. Yeah. For us, I mean, we have a range of different programs and campaigns that we're working on, but actually, I want to kind of answer this in a different frame.
Yeah.
So, because parental incarceration isn't actually really acknowledged in the broader sector and by government,
You hear a lot about child protection being a feeder for the youth justice system, but not necessarily
Parental incarceration.
Yeah, parental incarceration
Into the out-of-home care system, and the out-of-home care system is a feeder into.
It's like a cycle, right? And so when we connect with young people with this lived experience, they always say to us that parental incarceration has never been acknowledged in the equation. And I think for us, like, being able to kind of unpack what this experience looks like in the long term and how that's almost a trigger for these other series of events into other harmful systems and institutions is really like a lot of the core of what we do, and a really key driver for that. Parental incarceration is not acknowledged, but as we mentioned before in the statement, while I don't necessarily like this framing, and it should always be that onus should be on the system, but when we have over 50% of young people in detention that experience parental incarceration, and I believe submission number 11, Kim and Lincoln, to the New South Wales inquiry.
There's a submission in the New South Wales inquiry submission.
Yeah.
To quote Kim and Lincoln, my earliest memory is of my dad being arrested. Like, there is a very clear pipeline and interconnection with parental incarceration and youth justice. So I think that framing and that setting really drives a lot of the work that we do. One of which is the campaign that we just spoke to about calling for free prison calls across New South Wales, and that should be across the country. But also we run community retreats. We're running 3 a year at the moment, and that's really a space for young people with lived experience to come together, share with us what they want us to do and what they need in their lives at that particular point in time. We had another project that recently wrapped up that Lil was coordinating, that was a community radio program run out of Redfern. So a lot of the young people actually want to use their stories to become advocates to make change. So they're just a few of the programs that we are running.
Yeah, absolutely. And is that peer-to-peer support that for you, that is the main driver, I suppose, for...
Yeah, we know best. Yeah.
Yes.
It's transformational, like for them to be able to express without that stigma, because and almost all of the young people that we work with kind of tell us in one, turn of phrase or another that they've never been in a room of other people with that experience before.
Yeah. So if this inquiry was to acknowledge parent incarceration as a factor for youth incarceration, that would be a big deal.
Yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
And I also just want to make a point with parental incarceration that when you look at that, like when you look at government priority populations that are defined in various, like the mental health strategy, those sorts of things, like the experience of parental incarceration is at the intersection of so many other systems that when that's your criteria or that's the lens that you use is parental incarceration, you find that they are belonging to all the other priority populations that are named in these federal strategies and stuff, right?
Yeah.
So it's like a nexus of a lot of different harmful systems and institutions.
It's a web.
Yeah.
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 For us, it's a little bit different. So we're working a lot. It's the flip side. We're working with the parents and with the children of the incarcerated on a slightly different, in a slightly different way. Our youth holiday program takes our kids out to meet people in different scopes, different walks, doing different things, just outside of the narrative. One of our most recent trips was taking them to Australian Museum. Some of them hadn't been outside of their suburb. That was shocking. A lot of them, I'd say 99%, have never been inside a museum. And getting them out to these places and seeing themselves in those spaces as well, that they belong there, that has been changing for us. And that is how we're working with our young people. It's reconnecting them to their identity, but also helping them see that they belong here too. Again, I want to agree with my friends here. Incarceration is intergenerational. We're seeing that more and more. If the parents are incarcerated, it's almost a feeder for our children. And the intersection between our education system and how that's set up. I really hate to say it, but the data shows it. Our kids are almost feeders for prison populations. The work we do is so important. We're doing it in different ways, but both very impactful.
And are there things is there, I suppose, some patterns or some things that you see in your work where you think that the federal government has a role to play in supporting what it is that you do, or what are the things, I suppose, where the federal government or Parliament should get involved? And it's fine for you to completely take that on notice too. If you want to have a bit more time to think about it, you can.
The campaign called Raise the Age.
Raise the age. Sorry, raise the age. Yes.
Just before we go through that, if people want to film us, then we just need to give our consent. I'm more than happy for us to give our consent if somebody wants to film some of this session, but maybe we could just go through that process.
All right, we'll just so.
I thought this was recorded.
Yeah, it is all recorded.
Audio.
Yeah. I'm more than happy for us to give consent. I don't think it'd be a problem, but we just have to go through that process.
Sure.
Yes, certainly.
Yeah.
So sorry, and we're happy to give that permission as long as you are all also happy to consent to that.
I thought we were
just
filmed, so
No, it's not.
no. This is only audio today.
But to be clear, it's not a. Once we all agree, it's not a problem. We just have to go through that step.
So I think, and the process normally is like, even if it's being kind of recorded here, or the Parliament has cameras, usually you need permission for outside recording of proceedings.
I see.
So even if it's available on, to be in the room and then record, it's a different permission that's required, which is, you just need to,
I mean, we're cool.
Yeah.
Is that okay? You're happy with that? You're comfortable?
That's fine.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So we've got no issue. We're happy.
Current consent is now being provided.
Consent.
It's now being provided. So recording can restart. Recording can restart. It's all fine. Yeah.
So could you just go over that question again?
So you started talking about Raise the Age campaign.
Well, yeah, I mean,
that's a good
what are the things you think the federal government or the federal parliament should do to support the work that you do? You think there's kind of the intersection there? And then I'm very happy to, I feel like I've taken up a lot of time from my colleagues. I'm very happy to share the call, but over to you.
I think outside of just not looking up children, I think as well having consistent ongoing funding for community organisations that are actually on the ground doing this work. I'm not talking about the big organisations that are based in Pitt Street on level 30 and don't have any connection or any communication with the cohort that we're speaking about, but having that commitment in an ongoing way is crucial, and recognising as well, I think, the role of data, which Diana was speaking about as well, needing to have accurate data that is coordinated and that is at a vast rate. At the moment, a lot of the data that we're looking at is quite sporadic and it's like almost too concentrated, and that makes it quite difficult for community organisations like ourselves to even pitch ourselves or go for grants or go for funding or go for resources, because we can't prove, like we know, but on paper we can't necessarily prove that. But also on the data side of things, recognising government's role, and I kind of think this was being alluded to in the last panel discussion with the Ombudsman around if you're not getting those calls or those complaints, like, I'm sorry, but we're probably not going to want to go to a government body to share that information. So community-controlled organisations are best placed to be holding that information in a sovereign way, in a way that they know how to hold it, share it, distribute it in a safe manner. So, yeah. Did I miss anything?
Well, I'd like to add to that excellent point that there's also further back in the pipeline. So I cringe every time on a funding application I see the words evidence-based, and partly that's because it just isn't true that the government funds things based on evidence. If an evidence base was necessary, then we wouldn't lock up children at all, and we wouldn't do things like increase penalties. There's no evidence base that increasing the maximum sentence for something stops people from doing that offence. There's no evidence base for that. So first of all, I hate it because I'm just that's not true. You don't actually, funding is not allocated based on evidence, it's allocated based on politics and power. And the other thing is that if further back in the pipeline funding is not available for research on priority populations and the target cohorts, I can't make researchers study us and the solutions that we're proposing. I can't make people conduct research on us. I can tell you that I'm in the room with these young people and what we're doing with them is important. But I can't make a university do a report on that. And then when we collect our own data and share our own data in support of a funding application, it's rejected because it's biased because we produced it. So this idea that everyone's doing everything on an evidence base, like we can't obtain the evidence for, like, if no one is studying what we do, then there's no evidence base for it. But that's not because that's an absence of evidence isn't evidence it doesn't work. It's an absence of funding for the research in the humanities to do that.
I guess. Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
No, respond there first, and then I might share the call.
Okay.
Yep.
I was just going to say, in support of what both Maya and Lily have shared, we, again, in my opening statement, we have the agency to support our people and to support the people that we're working with.
What we don't have is the trust of the government to do it.
We need the government to get behind us, to fund us appropriately, and not just for events and celebrations. We need to be able to pay our staff. Like in this economy, we cannot ask our people to continue to volunteer to these programs. I have, I think, almost 50 cases at the moment. One part-time staff member. I still work voluntarily for this organisation and for my people. I'm fighting for my own child. And that's what keeps me going, but I can't keep relying on their goodwill. The federal government needs to put money into these smaller organisations. I thank God for Mission Australia, for CRC, but it doesn't always filter through to our people. If you look at CRC's data, very rarely do they get Pacific people referred to their service, or do the Pacific people take up the offer to go to their service, because we are nuanced. And until the federal government champions that and values us, it is never going to change.
Thank you. I'll share the call. Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And thanks to Number 8. I've been out and seen your work out at Liverpool. Amazing. And really appreciate the work you do, and to Young Prodigy too. Appreciate the engagement and the what you bring to the table in the space that is just missing in government services. I suppose, why don't we go to the trust point? We keep hearing, we hear it from young people, we hear it from ACCHOs, we hear it from community organisations. The government doesn't trust community-based, youth-based organisations to deliver what's needed. And instead you get this long grant applications with, you've got to attach your university-funded support base, you've got to meet all of these arbitrary requirements, and then also if you do get a grant, you have to parcel out your support in accordance with the grant rather than in accordance with need. Like, you couldn't design a worse system. If you had trust, if there was trust, what would it look like if the Commonwealth trusted you? And I might go to you first, Diana, and then you, Maya. What would it look like if the Commonwealth trusted you?
What would it look like? It would look like fully staffed programs, research that has an impact on our people, data that's collected accurately. That's what it would look like. It'd mean our children we don't have to skimp and scramble for scraps to put a holiday program on for our kids. It'd mean we'd be able to govern and support our people well. That's what it would mean for me.
Yeah.
And just on that, I think I might speak to more of the process of the funding applications and what the trust looks like in practice. I think eliminating the bureaucracy of these processes would be absolutely fantastic. Like, as you outlined, we're expected to give at this point, like, my birth certificate, you know what I mean? Like, a lot of the things that are being asked for is, literally, like, who's your great-great-great-great-great-grandmother, like, type of a thing. Like, it's just a bit ridiculous. So I think removing the bureaucracy of it and actually allowing us to have enough time to show impact. And I think this is where a communication problem comes within the trust that, small community organisations have and government have, and how we're kind of at a butt heads. But impact cannot be quote unquote shown within 12 months. Like, this is going to take time, and sometimes impact might just be, not might just, but will be, you know, transforming the life of one young person, as opposed to, I don't know, people are expecting us to transform the lives of like 500,000 people, like something. There was some like grant application that we did the other week, and like the numbers were just like horrific. It's just not conceivable within the amount of time that we're given. So I think cutting the bureaucracy and being realistic and being open to what impact actually looks like.
Yeah. I think we also measure the wrong things. Value for, like, grant applications often talk about value for money, or like, you know, government wants to fund things that represent, you know, high impact and value for money. What value for money means in the sector in practice is help a lot of people a little bit, not help a smaller number of people in a deeper, more transformative way, such that they might not need the same help again tomorrow. Value for money is interpreted as, I want to see a big number.
And in terms of, I might just go to young Prodigy, in terms of what you're hearing young people need, you know, mum or dad's been taken from them and put into prison, you know, housing,
Yep.
just someone else to understand what the hell they're going through, to talk about what the hell. Can you talk us through what young people need in that situation?
Yeah, I mean, I think I want to start with an example on this, actually. We had a young person who shared with us that within a 12-month period, she had 14 different caseworkers. Like, that is just ridiculous in itself and doesn't make any sense, and shows how severed this sector is. But actually, what we talk about a lot and what our young people kind of want is more focus on alternative first responders. If police were not called in an incident that was a health concern or a social service or a welfare concern, we probably wouldn't even be locked up anyway. The stats show that violent crimes are, you know, significantly lower than health and social service related issues. So for us, actually, what they're talking about is how can we create other systems or other services so that the default isn't police, because police escalate. What can we have in place that de-escalates and actually provides support rather than punishment? That's what we're kind of looking at. And I think that speaks to a systemic issue and not just kind of a band-aid solution at the end of the day. So that's a lot of the stuff that we're talking about. But the immediate things that we hear is housing is the main one. Housing is a very, very big one. Employment, finances, mental health support, flexibility within that as well. But housing is a huge one, massive.
The same thing for us. Housing is huge. We have no fund. We have very, very little funding. But on a weekly basis, we are seeing people, young people, coming to us and asking us for assistance with accommodation. People who don't have the right visas or permanent visas, that have nowhere else to go. That's a secondary issue, but it is an important issue. They don't have access to government supports, and so they're coming to us for help with housing, and we just don't have the resources to be able to help everybody that comes through our doors. But housing, again, it's massive.
We'll come to resources in a sec and ask you rude questions about your budgets and funding. But you also, Danny, you spoke about over-policing, and we heard it from young people in Mount Druitt. We hear it, you know, in all the submissions. Young people coming home from school, getting off the train at Mount Druitt, are met by a wall of police, sometimes checking for fare evasions and then escalating. I was on the 333 bus from Bondi Beach the night before last. Nice time down the beach. Jumped on the bus, tapped my way on. But I saw a whole bunch of young people who got onto the bus on the 333 and didn't tap. You know? They didn't get off at Bondi Junction to a wall of police trying to drive them into the youth justice or criminal justice system, because the over-policing isn't present.
This is my shocked face.
Yeah, the postcode justice that we see in this country.
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, criminalising poverty.
I used to commute via Mount Druitt Station, and I would say I worked 4 days a week, and I would say at least once or twice a week I was met with a wall of police, either on my way through. It's also the only time that I have ever seen police. I was on a bus from the train station to my actual workplace at the time, where police flagged down the bus, pulled it over to check for fare evasion. And 4 police, like there was a police car on this side of the road, another police car, and a paddy wagon on this side of the road. It felt like we were crossing an international border. It was wild.
Yeah.
When have you ever seen police pull a bus over?
Yeah.
And accompany the transit officer onto the bus to check people's tickets? There were about 4 people on the bus.
Yeah. And young people know this. Right? They can feel the injustice. And it's got to be driving distrust in institutions and distrust in government when you can feel that in your daily lives. So what are they telling you, Myra, about this stuff?
We don't trust the police.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of, I guess, sad conversations that we have with young people is like, when there is actually a threat and you're calling an institution that you feel threatened by, there is no safety net around you, which is why I think speaking to these alternatives is so important, and there's countless amount of evidence to the success of that overseas, and the fact that we don't really have a lot of that here. But the distrust is deeply embedded, and it's intergenerational, you know. It's not just with young people, it's from, you know, communities of colour, from First Nations communities. Like, we don't, the police haven't necessarily shown us, let me be careful with my words, but yeah, that's what we hear.
Yeah. This isn't an invitation for a wall of police at Bondi Junction. I
No.
The response.
Please no.
Yeah,
it's not helping anyone.
Yeah. The funding and budgets. And I looked at your annual report, so I have a sense of what your budget is. But, you know, we talk about jailing young people at the cost of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars every year for one person to go into jail. What was your budget last year?
Last year, I think it was 50,000 or 40,000, and that was community donations and small donations. I think, yeah.
So an order of magnitude lower than the cost of locking up a single young person.
Yes.
For one
Yeah.
year. Yeah.
And we're calling on our communities here. These are our people giving to our projects. It's crazy because a lot of the funding that is for the justice setting is set aside is often, ring fenced to our Indigenous brothers and sisters, and rightly so. But then everything else can't all go to the big companies or organisations either. It just can't. It doesn't work that way anymore.
Who knows the solution for the Pacifica community? You know, the Salvation Army or the Pacifica community? I know where I think the answer's lie.
Yeah.
What is our last financial, our revenue, like under 20,000? That was us. Yep.
Yeah, I'm going to leave it there.
I was going to say, wow.
Yeah.
It is remarkable the work that you are doing on incredibly tight budgets. So thank you very much for coming in to give evidence to the committee today. We're very grateful for you taking the time. Clearly you're very passionate about helping young people. We will stay in touch with you if there are things that we want to clarify. If you're happy with that, we may come back, but very grateful for you to take the time and put in the effort to come and give evidence.
Thank you. Do we have a moment? Can I just ask one question?
Of course.
So what's next? So with the inquiries here, the submissions have been given, we're providing evidence, as are many other people. What's going to happen next? Like, what's the goal on your end?
Yeah, so what happens from here for us is we are still in that, information and evidence gathering stage. We will be doing things like this. We go up to Darwin. We've got another hearing in Canberra.
Went off to Groot Island.
And Groot Island. So we're still doing that, and we will be doing that right up until the end of June. So then we will be getting together and working out what those recommendations will look like, and that's where...
So the committee will put recommendations to Parliament, and then it will be up to Parliament whether or not they pass or legislate around those recommendations?
That's exactly, so it's up to the government of the day, basically. So we will make recommendations as the Senate inquiry. What I don't want to preempt what those recommendations look like just yet, because we haven't finished. We haven't finished getting all of the information that I think we need, and that's why I say we may come back to clarify some things as we're processing. I'm sure you can imagine there are volumes of submissions that we have, but I think it's very clear that certainly there is an appetite for us to all work together. We represent the major political parties in Australia, and there is an appetite to make some genuine recommendations that will precede change. Thank you. Thank you, and we'll suspend I now welcome representatives from the Justice Reform Initiative. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I just get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you appear?
Yep, my name is Mindy Sotiri and I'm the Executive Director of the Justice Reform Initiative.
Fantastic, thank you. And do you have an opening statement?
I do.
Fantastic, please proceed when you're...
Okay, thank you. So firstly, thanks so much for the opportunity to present the inquiry and for your ongoing commitment to this really critical conversation. The evidence of harm that's experienced by children who enter our justice system and the overwhelming failure of our justice system to address the drivers of incarceration has been, of course, repeatedly outlined in government reports, inquiries, commissions, media exposés, and recently and heartbreakingly in findings handed down by coronial inquests. And all of these reports and inquiries, including the Royal Commission into Aboriginal Deaths in Custody 35 years ago, have made clear that the issue that we need to confront is not just one of gross human rights abuses and violations that occur when people are incarcerated. We also need to confront the multiple systems failures that occur outside of the justice system and that funnel, in the case of children and young people, some of the most vulnerable children and young people, into prisons and into police cells. We know that most children who are locked up in Australian prisons and police cells have never had the opportunity to access the kind of care and support, safety and connection that all children need. And we can see the failures of successive governments to address the drivers of incarceration, which include poverty, unmet disability and other social support needs, homelessness, racism, over-policing, lack of access to education, all of which are felt most acutely in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities who continue to be disproportionately incarcerated by all state and territory governments. And alongside the absence of supports and resources in communities, the governments around Australia have embraced a punitive approach to children's justice that, rather than disrupting disadvantage, exacerbates it. And although both the state and the judiciary have a theoretical commitment to rehabilitation in sentencing principles or in the theoretical operation of how youth justice centres should operate, the reality is in Australia that the rehabilitative ambition of justice systems is not being realised anywhere in Australia, and in fact, with very rare exceptions for very short periods of time, has never been realised in Australia. In its place, we have grown a punitive, adversarial approach to incarceration that dehumanises, disconnects, institutionalises and totally fails to address the drivers of incarceration. So often when advocates, including the Justice Reform Initiative, talk and make submissions to inquiries like this about ending harmful and punitive and expensive incarceration, what we end up doing is pointing to the value of evidence-based alternatives to imprisonment and criminalisation. We form arguments that we carefully present that are based on the community safety, economic and human rights rationales for ensuring that children have access to supports and programs in the community that address the drivers of incarceration. And we provide mountains of evidence about the failures of the current system and the harms of incarceration. And we also point to evidence that outlines how effective some community support, bail support, culturally supported holistic support, school engagement programs and First Nations-led supports can be. And all of this is, of course, incredibly important work, and we will keep on providing all of this evidence. The bulk of JRI's submissions to this federal inquiry and to many other inquiries around Australia focuses on these issues around what the evidence is, what does it say works, and what's the failure of the current system, what could we do differently. But I do think that there is a unique opportunity in this inquiry to genuinely engage with another question alongside those questions of what alternatives look like and what works. And that question is one of how. So how do we implement what we know works? And this means, I guess, tackling other questions that are not just technical in terms of what the evidence says. It means answering questions like, how do we build political will in states and territories and federally to address these issues? How do we promote political environments in which law and order politics are no longer a barrier to sensible policy development? How do we build a community, including representatives in our parliaments, who are motivated to fund things that work rather than pouring billions of dollars into prisons? How do we ensure that the expertise of First Nations communities is genuinely centred when it comes to service delivery and design? How do we build sustainability into funding mechanisms? How do we elevate and build respect for the work that is happening in the community, often on a very small budget and at a tiny scale? How do we approach scaling up investment in a way that's needed to genuinely fund the alternatives that we know will work if they were funded to provide pathways out of the justice system for children? And I guess critically for this inquiry, how do we build the government architecture and accountability mechanisms so that we can break not just the cycle of children who are incredibly disadvantaged going in and out of prison, but also the cycle of inquiries and commissions which for decades have made incredibly sensible recommendations about what the evidence says that we need to do, and for decades, of course, have failed to implement this evidence. So we need to answer the question about what federal government leadership could or should look like, and it is the view of the Justice Reform Initiative that the crisis of children's incarceration, particularly at the moment in the Northern Territory and in Queensland, particularly the over-incarceration of First Nations children, and that is across Australia, and the incarceration of children with disabilities, none of this will be addressed unless the federal government takes a leadership role. So I'm really grateful for the scope of this committee and that you are spending this time sort of considering what that could or should look like. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much for that opening statement. And there are some questions in there that, without speaking for my colleagues, I think we wish we had the answer to. But of course, this is part of what we're trying to do with this inquiry. So what I will do is we'll go to questions. Senator Shoebridge, did you want to kick us off?
Sure. Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Dr. Satiri. I don't think I've ever called you that before, but coming, really appreciate the work. The question isn't what works in some ways. We know, I mean, we don't know what works in every individual place, but we know the system that works, which is funding community-based responses, Aboriginal controlled responses, community responses, and really bypassing the broken systems we've put in place. But I think you touched upon it in your opening. The knowledge is there. What we're missing is a political pathway to deliver that. I'm sure when you sit around tables, you're talking with people in this space, what are people saying about, making that political pathway, opening that up?
I think there's a number of different things there. I'll talk firstly sort of around what federally, I guess, ideas are, and I know you've heard from Anne Hollins this morning as well, but I guess that at a bare minimum, there is an expectation that there is a role for the federal government, and that is made explicit, that the federal government does have a leadership role in this space. I think the recommendations made by the Help Way Earlier report as a starting point are excellent. For instance, a lot of these questions that we are asking, or that I'm asking as well, about how we would do it, what would be the machinery of government sort of changes, would there be a national partnership agreement, how would we sort of ensure that child rights, for instance, are embedded in a whole range of partnership agreements between the federal government and state and territories. But the formation of a national task force on child justice would be a really great starting point in order to be able to answer some of those questions and look at the various mechanisms that might be available to the federal government. I think we need to look at what funding levers can be used. We need to look at, obviously, what legislation can be used. And we desperately, I think, need some form of accountability mechanism so that we can act on the evidence. I guess that I would say that I'm cautious of we absolutely need legislative changes, and we would support Human Rights Acts and Child Rights Acts and those kinds of things. But I guess that we've also seen in Queensland how easy it is for governments to ignore legislative sort of imperatives when they are in those forms. So we need some other mechanism in place between, I think, the federal government and the state and territory governments that really ensures that children are not being harmed as a consequence of government policies.
Yeah, I mean, I strongly support the goal of having a national partnership between the Commonwealth and states and territories to deliver these outcomes. But there's already meant to be a national justice partnership. You can already see the documents that produces. It produces documents talking about reducing child incarceration, about reducing First Nations incarceration, it has everything in it you'd want, and the states and territories are just thumbing their nose at it and just ignoring it and just doing their own thing. Given that that's in place, does Commonwealth leadership mean actually, imposing standards on and in this case, imposing standards on unwilling states and territories? Surely that's part of it.
I think that is absolutely part of it. I think there is also a funding role for the federal government that perhaps operates separately. The Justice Reform Initiative has put forward a couple of federal budget submissions where we have suggested the creation of a federal breaking the cycle fund. And when, obviously there's lots to be said about the detail of how that would work, but we have recommended that at least 60% of those funds directly go to First Nations-led organisations. But I guess that the critical thing about the funds that we are talking about, we've recommended $500 million as an initial investment over 3 years. We're not talking about small amounts of money. The community sector, which I have worked in for all of my life, is so used to being incredibly grateful for $500,000 here or $1 million here to run programs. This issue needs such a significant injection of both political will and actually resourcing. And we need resourcing. Again, there's lots of great research about what works, and I think the Productivity Commission did some really important work in the Northern Territory in 2020 about what the shape of that resourcing could or should look like, which means things like programs that are pilots, inevitably. Anyway, I don't want to go spend too much time with that, but we need long-term funding for community-led, for First Nations-led organisations.
And we keep hearing from community groups and community organisations, First Nations organisations, they need some trust, and that means trust in terms of getting access to funding, and then trust in terms of them being able to allocate the funding where they see the need applies, is without constantly having a bureaucratic straitjacket applied to them, which means, you can't service this person, you can't service that need, you can't service... Yeah. So trust seems to be, there's a trust deficit here.
That is absolutely the case, and I think that if I can just reflect on my experience prior to working with the Justice Reform Initiative, I worked for an organisation that supported people coming out of prison on and off for a very long period of time. I was responsible for the funding. We had 19 different funding providers who all were funding us to support people coming out of prison. We had 19 different reporting mechanisms. We had 19 different sets of KPIs. We did the same work on the ground. The reality is we did the same work on the ground regardless of where the funding was coming from, because the people coming before us didn't care if they were being funded through alcohol and other drugs or mental health or First Nations support. Nobody cares. They're coming for support. And I think that that's a reflection of what happens all across the sector. There are these amazing community-led organisations that are doing the work that they know needs to be done, but are constantly having to sort of tick a whole range of boxes that actually don't make sense in the context of the work that they're doing. And it seems to me that there needs to be enormous sort of shifts in the way that government does business in that respect. Obviously, there needs to be accountability and transparency in terms of how money is being spent. But at the moment, I can tell you, from experience doing all of those reports, none of them are sort of capturing the reality of what is required. And certainly for children in the justice system, they need holistic support that is relevant to them in their particular circumstances.
I hear your reticence to use that $500 million figure as a large amount of money. And, for any of us sitting around the table here, $500 million is a large amount of money. But when you're talking about the Commonwealth government that has an annual budget of about $1 trillion, when you're talking about government programs, I'm trying to remember what the cost of the New South Wales Metro was. It was something like $23 billion. I like the Metro, it's great. Yeah. It was $23 billion for a single infrastructure project. if we're talking about investing in probably our single most important asset, I would say our most important asset, which is Australian children, when you think about it in that way, what is our most important asset? Well, it's Australian children. $500 million seems mean.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that when we're looking at the economic cost of incarceration, we know that obviously for children it's about $1 billion a year that we're spending around Australia, and across the board it's getting close to $8 billion in terms of children and adults, and there is of course a pipeline from out-of-home care through to children's prisons and then through to adult prisons, and that's just the cost of operating. That doesn't sort of account for the costs of
the damage,
the policing, crime, social disadvantage. It is an incredibly costly system that we are currently using that absolutely does not work when it comes to community safety, when it comes to addressing the drivers of incarceration, and we also know that it's causing harm. So from the perspective of the Justice Reform Initiative, yes, $500 million as an initial investment when you compare it to the incredible amount that we spend on something that we absolutely know doesn't work. And again, there's nobody that argues that it does. Like that's pretty much sort of a finished argument. So we really do need to start thinking about, well, what could or how could we be spending our resources and taxpayers' money a little bit differently?
Yeah. There's many more questions, but I might just go to the funding question about your organisation. Now, you get important assistance from the Paul Ramsay Foundation. Can you maybe talk about the difference in the way that funding happens and how facilitative it is compared to standard government grants?
Yeah. So I should clarify that the Justice Reform Initiative is not a service delivery organisation. We are just an advocacy and campaign organisation, and we are funded through the Paul Ramsay Foundation primarily, and also now through the Minderoo Foundation specifically to look at children and young people's justice, which I'm very keen to sort of share any information if the committee are interested in that. There's enormous flexibility in the way that operates. The creation of the funding package happens in collaboration with the philanthropics. So we work with them in the case of Minderoo for sort of about a year before we agreed on a funding sort of program and what we would do, and similar with the Paul Ramsay Foundation. So it takes a bit of time, but then we both agree what it is that we're going to do. It's certainly very different to being funded through government.
Yeah, so it's not a grant formula and a set of outcomes that are determined by government, which you then have to twist into. It's a collaborative approach.
Absolutely, and we decide how we staff it, what we use the funds for. What we have sort of broad goals in terms of what it is that we are wanting to do, and then it is up to us how we implement that.
Yeah, I have many more questions, but I don't have the time.
I might share the call, Senator Stewart.
Thank you. I've got some questions about in your second submission, you talked about the need for adjacent research and longitudinal research. Can you tell me a bit more about the data that you think we need to be collecting and why it's important?
I mean, I guess that evaluation and research is sort of, again, one of the things that the community sector is crying out for, but is very rarely funded adequately to do. And I suppose that one of the things that we can see, there's a really amazing piece of research that was conducted by Dr. Allen and Professor Ross Hommel that I outline in the submission, which is called Pathways Home, which is an example of an amazing early prevention program in Australia, which found over a 20-year sort of research period, a 50% reduction in contact with the criminal justice system for children who had experienced a very straightforward intervention in terms of communication, family support when they were little, when they were sort of at preschool age. And I guess that the reason that we talk about the importance of research and evaluation is that we can see Justice Reform Initiative has 200 and something partner organisations who share their outcomes and their stories with us. We can see so often that there is amazing work happening that isn't necessarily being adequately captured in ways that are sort of robust enough to kind of meet the sort of government test. So we need to look at what is happening over long periods of time in terms of being able to sort of evaluate the efficacy of programs in the community. Also, I guess it would be amazing to have resourcing to take advantage of the amazing linked administrative data sets that do exist, so that you can not only look into the future about what the impact of a program that is happening now has on people in the future, but you can also look retrospectively at data over, say, the last 20 years to look at how various interventions prevent contact with the justice system.
So when you talk about linked data sets, what are you thinking about in your mind when you're talking about linked data sets?
I think actually you'll probably be talking to Peter McGillivray this afternoon from Euronarali, and she'll be able to speak more fully to this. But the linked administrative data sets which collect government data or that utilise government data, say around policing, prison, courts, and have costs attached to them, but also you can basically track people anonymously through those various systems. They enable, if you are able to, as we did in one research project, look at people that were involved in a post-release program that's led by the community, match them with people in the linked administrative data set. You can look at what their trajectories were in terms of contact with the justice system prior to their contact with that particular program.
Yeah. I feel like so much of the data that we capture is really deficits focused. Is there the ability to do, and this probably speaks more to the data that government captures more than probably what organisations capture. But I suppose more about kind of where people are succeeding or capturing people's kind of hopes or kind of where they want to be, or that kind of like that kind of constant kind of framing of young people or whatever as problems, and how the things that we monitor and evaluate and track kind of perpetuate that narrative about them.
Yeah, it's a really great question. There is this sort of been a bit of a split in criminological research for a very long time. Criminologists were obsessed with the question of recidivism, who goes back to prison, why do they go back to prison? And then desistance research sort of emerged, which was, again, much more longitudinal in scope, but that asked the question, not why did you go back to prison, but why did you stay out of prison? Yeah. So there's some really great research by Professor Mark Halsey, based in South Australia, who's really looked at that for children and young people, where the question is not what did you do wrong or why did you go wrong or what went wrong, but what went right for those people that managed to stay out. So there's certainly quite a bit of research there. And again, I think the community sector certainly is, we tell those stories and we try to tell those stories in ways that are elevated, but that's not necessarily what's asked for in terms of when we're reporting to governments and so on.
Yeah, because you could then apply that same lens to child protection or whatever it is, like what worked for families, I mean, they didn't end up in that system or end up back in that system or whatever it is. Yeah. I'm just conscious of time, so I'm happy to share the call, Jeff.
Thank you very much, Senator Stewart. And I also conscious of time. In terms of the research and the advocacy you're doing, and certainly in your opening statement, you raised some broad questions about building up political willpower. Obviously, we're here to try and collect evidence and then make recommendations so that we can start addressing some of this. And we know there are causes. What would be top of your list? And I know you've mentioned a few things in your submission.
The top of my list in terms of what
we could recommend that you think would, given your knowledge of all the data, the things you've been campaigning and advocating for.
So the sort of as a principle, the key thing is that the federal government absolutely acknowledges that it has a leadership role to play when it comes to addressing the harms of incarceration. So just a very clear sort of recommendation and statement that the federal government absolutely has to be part of that. And I think I say that, and maybe it may seem completely obvious, and I know that this is obviously where the committee is looking, but often in the process of advocacy, what is said is that, well, the federal government isn't responsible for prisons, which of course it's not, and I don't think there's many people that are recommending that the federal government should take responsibility for running the prisons. But I guess that, again, as part of that broad recommendation, I think that we would say that the federal government absolutely is responsible for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander affairs and for closing the gap. The federal government is also responsible for NDIS, and when we look at the numbers of children with disabilities that are incarcerated, that is also a federal government responsibility. The federal government is also responsible for ensuring that our obligations under international law, including under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, are upheld. So there are many different sort of, I guess, angles in which we would see it as being a federal government responsibility. And then the second sort of the practical thing for me is around the funding of community organisations, particularly First Nations-led organisations, in ways, as Senator Shoebridge was saying earlier, absolutely recognise that First Nations people and communities and organisations need to be able to deliver programs and supports and services in ways that is meaningful in their communities. And that also goes for other non-First Nations-led organisations, post-release services, youth services, alcohol and other drug services for children and young people, mental health services for children and young people. There needs to be a real willingness, I think, in many settings for governments to let go a little bit and allow people in the community sector to do their jobs in the ways that they would like to be able to do in order to better support children and young people in the community.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, and thank you for appearing and providing some really helpful evidence for us to consider. If you're open to it, we would love to stay in touch as we work through the evidence that we're collecting, and then as we sort of start formulating recommendations, I think that would be great.
I believe we're actually coming back. We've got 4 international experts that are going to be presenting on the 26th. And I would also, just to finish up, just to say that with the Minderoo Foundation, we've developed over the last year, in collaboration with the sector, an advocacy strategy which has quite specific recommendations. So by the time we see you again in June, that should be ready, something that we can share as well, which is a little bit late, amazing. I know, in terms of your reporting, but we'll take to you.
Feel free to share it with us when it's available.
Okay.
And so we can incorporate it into our work as soon as it's available.
Yep, beautiful.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and we'll suspend shortly. Thank you. I now welcome representatives from Justice Reinvest New South Wales. Thank you all for taking the time to come and speak with the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, if I could get each of you to state your full name and the capacity in which you are appearing today. So we might start with you, Mr. Brown.
Ian Brown, I'm Community Data Manager for Just Reinvest New South Wales.
Jeff Scott, I'm the CEO of Just Reinvest New South Wales.
Blake Allen Cancer, Chairperson, Just Reinvest New South Wales.
Fantastic. Thank you. Now, do you have an opening statement that you would like? Fantastic. Please proceed when you're ready.
Well, firstly, thank you for the opportunity to come and present here today. It's much appreciated. And also acknowledge the traditional people on whose lands we're speaking today. Pay my respects. I'll just shortly just go through what justice reinvestment is, because I think across the board, many people at both Commonwealth and state level all have a different perspective on what justice reinvestment is, and it doesn't help with implementation. But I think it's safe to say that we're looking really at promoting, if you like, a paradigm shift in how people think about justice issues. And it's about focusing on the causes, not the symptoms. Simple to say. And we're looking at those issues. I think it's prominent we're looking at here. And we're funded by philanthropic organisations largely. We do manage funds from governments, but on behalf of communities. But in terms of our own operations, it's funded from philanthropic organisations. But what we're looking at in these issues is really, our objective here is to look at systemic change. But systemic change which is informed by community-led, data-driven and place-based. That's the domain we're trying to focus on. We remain true to those and make sure we're in place. We have 10 organisations in New South Wales which have a focus on justice reinvestment, and that forms part of our network and who we speak to. And they all have a similar view of what's been going on with it. But the approach is, again, it took a long time to get justice targets into the Close the Gap provisions. And the issue here is looking at, again, once we have a data manager, Mr Brown, will provide some information about all the stats on what these circuit breakers or activities have been, which have been initiated by the community and how they wish to go about them and how it's working through. But we're also looking here at being clear about what systemic changes are required to make a difference in justice and incarceration targets, or incarceration levels. And some of those are in the justice system, but the justice system largely looks at the legal system, which on the whole is treating symptoms. The other focus we've got on the programs we're looking at from the community's point of view is looking at the causes. And that's development programs at the community level. Work done by Ruth McCall's and the New South Wales Uni have identified the social determinants of incarceration, and I think they're important to note that they're the ones we should be focused on. And that's where the shift in resources has to go back to. But those led by community organisations itself. But it's a holistic approach, and it's going to take that enabling the focus back on housing, health, education, employment. And plainly it's poverty, and it's got the regional and city divide as well, which we've got to deal with. Going through those. Just the enables the reform itself. The other big point I'd like to make, and it's been alluded to a few times, but no one's made the point here about what the big driver of this escalation in incarceration is across the board. And people have many definitions of it. I'd rather go to what it actually is, which is penal populism. Jailing people wins elections. You make people feel unsafe, convince them that you're the answer, and that's the problem's been going on in all governments across this country for 30 years. We don't call it for what it is, so no one talks about it. Like it's this great unknown that it's impolite to talk about it. Well, people going to jail and kids' life being destroyed is not something we should take lightly. But governments have pursued this for the last 30 years, and you've seen that with the Northern Territory elections, you've seen it with the Queensland elections, you're going to see it with the Victorian elections. You'll see it here next year. It's going to do the rounds again, and it's just spiralling downwards. So we're really trying to call that out as being one of the issues that we need to openly talk about and talk about what we do about it. Part of the job from Justice Reinvestment, I mentioned we support 10 communities in New South Wales and many of the grants for most of them. But we also provide a lot of work on data and now advocacy. Our pivot from now on will be to data and evidence, actually providing that solid evidence we need to actually put before decision makers to try and convince them to change their approach. And we focus on advocacy in a big way. And we're trying to get those skills back at the community level as well. But getting data out of government has been very, very difficult. And we can. The other point on these communities is place-based. Government doesn't fund on a place basis. They don't collect data on a place basis, and they don't share data. We've had what's been Justice Reinvestment. The Close the Gap now has been going since 2019 with PR4 in terms of data. Progress has been, well, to say it's been slow is an understatement. It's one area you've got to work on. You can't actually, if you don't get the data, you can't. It's difficult to identify what the issues are, and the tracking progress and tracking impact becomes very problematic. I think I'll just, in the interest of time, let's go through. We have many data at the moment which identifies what the current problems are itself. I mean, one big issue I think that hasn't been mentioned in too much that I've heard this morning has been dollar income tax and focusing on the 10 to 13-year-olds. New South Wales passed legislation earlier this year reinforcing the minimum age as 10 and putting in place provisions to assist the government, prosecutors and police to actually rebut dolly incapax. We're worried about these issues and we'll monitor what the impact of that will be. A study done by Boxar, who do provide very good data on crime issues around the state, there was a 76% drop in conviction rates for kids between 10 and 13 in New South Wales since 2019. And it was clear in the government's submissions and proposals around this target, they wish to return to the pre-2019 figures to make people feel safe. It's a sad indictment of where we're at. But I won't try and go through too many more of those. There's a lot of data we can start going through on these at the moment and tell you where it's at the moment. But I mean, the picture in New South Wales of where youth incarceration or youth justice is, I mean, in the system itself, 56% of all people in jail, or the youth in jail in New South Wales are Aboriginal. 76% of them are on remand. 70% of them are recidivists, and 95% are male. Give you a driver on it. And we've had from other people here, 45% of all the people in the youth justice system are crossover kids from the out-of-home care system. It's another area. It's one of the major drivers, if you like, of the youth crime or the youth contact with the justice system itself. I think at the moment we think there's 12,000 kids who are currently in that out-of-home care system, and that's kids whose life chances have been diminished greatly by that process. And the more focus on that would be beneficial. You mentioned this morning about the Victor Dominello made that point about they can identify kids when they're 2 years old if they have a problem. We don't focus our programs there. We have a little bit of it, but it's not the focus. I mean, there's data around recent review data from Samara Hand, to take one about the impact of school detention on incarceration figures. They're astonishing, what those figures are, and that they've made a submission to your inquiry, so I won't go through the details of them. But you can identify who are the kids at risk, but we don't take the action to move on that. Just going through the other one, I won't take up time, there's many more people to take questions on this, but you did ask before about what the Commonwealth's role should be. The Commonwealth does have triggers. It does have the power in the Constitution to do things. It has chosen not to exercise it. That can be political and other issues, but I think there's been advice got on external affairs power and how that can be used. The Commonwealth has signed up to all the conventions and all the issues, but it's not implemented. And the states say it doesn't apply to them. Well, the Commonwealth could actually pass laws to do that. They can move to Section 96 grants, which provide conditional funding on certain issues. They can go to the 109 section, pass laws which, if the states are inconsistent, they can be addressed. There's a package there that I think should be considered in that context. But I won't try and go through too much more. There's a bit of information around data, I think, which I think Mr. Brown might want to talk to.
I was going to say, we might go to questions.
Oh, okay.
I'm just conscious of timing, but thank you for that. We might start with Senator Stewart.
Sure, I'm very happy to start with data to give you an opportunity to speak to it. So I'm interested in kind of what role data plays in the work that you do and how important it is and where the gaps are in what it is.
I feel like through my experience as community data manager with Just Reinvest and engaging with the sites on a real in-person basis has shown me that for communities, when we talk about justice interventions, they aren't talking about the criminal justice system. They're really focused on the drivers to incarceration, but what does justice mean in the context of their own local community? So that could be justice in terms of access to health, justice in terms of access to education, basic infrastructure that was mentioned earlier. There are external factors that are contributing to this, where a lot of the programmatic circuit breaker work that our communities are focused on, and justice reinvestment is different, of course, across every community because every community have their own distinct issues. But we have undertaken the work to kind of map circuit breaker activities across all of the 10 sites in a New South Wales context. And they vary anywhere between school-based programs to skills and program activities, cultural-based activities, employment support services, legal support services, and then advocacy as well from a community-based level. So the data that they're actually looking at is how do we actually get an understanding first from a community-led perspective rather than a government-determined perspective, and how do they come together as a community-led community to actually define what success means to them. So it's not being dictated to by government, saying you need to be able to reduce, you know, the recidivism rate of youth in this community by 10%. They're setting their own targets, as they should, as we have as we're entitled to under closing the gaps. So, given with the development of community data, there also comes a requirement of the skill-based capacity building within community. Now, as much as I would love to be able to have, you know, data analysts in every community across New South Wales, you know, that's just not feasible at the moment. And that's because it requires an investment into the community to be able to build these skill sets, as well as the infrastructure behind that, such as, you know, data warehousing at a local level. How do we create the, I guess, security and the permissions around that so we ensure that accessibility is considered within the community context. So at the moment we have, you know, you think about, when I think about community data, I think about, you spoke about Mountie out at Mount Druitt. They're a justice reinvestment site as well, but they really approach data in terms of that lived experience and storytelling and how you actually use the quantifiable data to engage or quantify the quality of data, I guess I would put it in that way. And so how they capture a different medium of stories and information to really tell or provide the context around this deficit-based data that government usually collects. So we aren't really looking, we are looking at how we draw comparisons, or how does the quality of stories contribute to the quantitative data that government collects, but it's only ever based around administrative data. And that's based from government saying, we're giving you this money, we want you to collect, present or report on X, Y, or Z. And in justice reinvestment, in the way that our flexible funding agreement or agreements are with communities, that we allow them, again, like Mindy just referenced, is how do we actually engage in a negotiation process to work out what is the community-defined measures, and that's how we go on about it. But given justice reinvestment isn't something that can be undertaken overnight, we are looking at the long term, what are the practical requirements to be able to achieve that.
I am interested in the differences, and it'd be great to get a couple of examples, and the differences in the things that the community wants to track and measure and the things that government wants to track and measure. Like where do those things really kind of part ways? And then, I mean, because, I mean, to your point, you talked about kind of, you know, having this data to be able to then suggest that it means it equals community safety, which is not necessarily the actually what happens. But is there then a story that can be told about how it's increased community safety, or people's perceptions of community safety often, rather than actually being about community safety? But is there that kind of link that can be drawn? Because I suppose I'm wondering how, instead of having we've locked this many people up and so forth, then that means there's community safety. Can you use part of this data to say, we've done all this incredible work, so that means community safety? Yeah.
In my view, it's two sides of a coin. And government only ever goes for what's the administrative data that they need to be able to meet their own reporting requirements.
It's easier to explain?
To justify, exactly, to explain. Yeah. Whereas community are actually contextualising those numbers, because behind every number there's a person, there's a young person, there's a family, there's a community that acts as a support structure. And, you know, Mount Druitt is a prime example of it. We've got Waminda down the south coast as another justice reinvestment site. They're really community-based, where they do not prioritise this deficit-based data of how many young people had a youth justice, you know, conference for this particular month. They're looking at how often did police engage us to actually come and support the community. How do we tell that story? Because that there is the missing piece of how you actually tell the whole context of how this young person exists within a community. And I think that's where it's deviating, and that's where it's separating, is the fact that we're thinking about it in two different ways, because Aboriginal ways of knowing, being and doing is very vastly different to that of the Western, you know, framework around data and information gathering in that context. And so how do we marry the two worlds together to tell the complete stories, I guess, is the next steps. But right now, this is how many kids we've locked up, this is how much money we've spent. And in the context of that, if you bring it down to money, there is actually there is a much more fiscal response or obligation for government to actually engage in justice reinvestment, given the fact that the expenditure on children are actually quite wasteful, to kind of re-quote what our counterparts out at Mount Druitt would have mentioned to the committee yesterday. So that's where it's deviating.
Yeah. And on the justice reinvestment front, so your obvious position might be that justice reinvestment works?
I think there is evidence to say that, yes.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
People often speak to the Maranooka example, which is still
Sorry, could speak to?
the Maranooka example at Burke.
Yeah.
I mean, even that one, it worked. There's been detailed discussions and research study into that. But it worked because there's authority given to the community. It's where the government, the community itself and the police actually work together to make a difference. That's an example I think we should not let drift, and it should be one we should work on in the future. Because in the end, it's the police are the, if you like, the gatekeepers of the justice system. Necessary, but at the same time, working out how we can actually make that work better.
So you'd argue from
that's one example.
Senator, can say justice reinvestment, it absolutely works. It would work far more effectively if there was more discussion about one of the core elements, which is almost always overlooked of justice reinvestment, that if you know anything about the Texan model, where it actually came from, the concept is a budgetary reinvestment of funds spent on carceral systems in community-based, community-led, localised supports and services to address the underlying causes of offending behaviour. That would make it work perfectly. That's the biggest challenge we're facing, is the budgetary allocation to our sites and to local housing supports and local family supports and community, culturally informed community services. That's the perpetual challenge, is the sustainability of those organisations and the ability for communities to build sustainable long-term self-governance models, to better manage, to build capacity for data management and to utilise data to make informed decisions for their own community, by their own community, for their own community. So I think that's the big element of justice reinvestment, which every government could do a lot more to actually operationalise. It's like, well, the essence of this is we were meant to be taking money from the correctives and police budgets and across to health-based, social-based, housing-based primary services, actually addressing things early, like the former National Children's Commissioner this morning was talking about addressing, I think every speaker actually today has been talking about addressing the underlying causes of this behaviour, which are not, it's not a justice issue, it's a health-based issue, it's a socio-economic issue, a housing issue. It's not about criminalisation. I believe Jonathan Hunyor, CEO of Justice Equity Centre, said the primary threat of his submissions was the criminalisation. We need to stop with the criminalisation of children. The evidence is very clear that just leads to far worse outcomes for those children, in fact harms them, but also fiscally. It's just irresponsible. We know, every government, state, territory, federal, treasury, and everyone knows that it is not an effective use of funds. One was a report on government services last year, I think put it at $1 to $1.5 billion is spent per year keeping children incarcerated. It's just, it's not viable. So that is a significant element I think that we could do far better in elevating, is the redirection of more funds towards justice reinvestment initiatives. And that would just prove even further the concept that this works.
And back it in.
100%.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks for all your work, and I think you helped host us with a meeting at Mount Druitt yesterday too, so thanks for your on-the-ground work and assistance with groups. Maybe we could start from what your understanding of the Commonwealth's current justice reinvestment initiative is, what that looks like, and to the extent to which you're engaged with that.
We do engage with the Commonwealth's Justice Reinvestment Unit. They fund 27 projects around the state, only 2 of which are in New South Wales.
27 around the country?
Around the country.
Yep.
That's all they focus on. They don't focus on the others. So that's our engagement with them. We do engage with them on putting a more rigour and discipline around the data management and identifying how they're going about their business and coming up with that. They're putting in place their theories of change, their program logics, their UMLs, all that sort of issue, because we're doing the same thing with the communities here, so having some alignment and correlation between those is important. But they're wildly different programs. I mean, 2 of our programs here are Stronger Places, Stronger People programs. Only 2 are in New South Wales, the other 8 are in other states. And they're 2 of the sites, both at Burke and at Kempsey. And that's, again, trying a different approach. And most of that is trying to, if you like, coordinate government program effort.
Okay, sorry, so the...
One of the big... Sorry.
Yeah, maybe we'll just break this down a bit, Mr. Scott. So the Commonwealth's Justice Reinvestment Project funds two projects in New South Wales, and they are about coordinating government services.
There's 2.
Yep.
That's the Justice Reinvestment Unit operating out of the Attorney General's Department.
Yeah, so let's talk about that.
They fund Cowra and Kinchler.
And what are they funding in Cowra and Kinchler?
They're both funding, well, they're both operating. Kinchler runs its own services doing other things, and Cowra runs a neighbourhood centre approach. They fund a data approach and sort of a data project on each site.
All right. Mr. Brown, do you know more?
Our exposure to that is minimal.
Do you know any more about that Commonwealth funding?
At a high level, in terms of the Kinchler project, it is a data project, looks at the intergenerational effects of the justice system, and that includes, stolen generation members or survivors and their families and the impact.
And that's about Kinchler Boys.
That's Kinchler Boys, but it's a consortium amongst the stolen generation organisations. We only know at a high level because there is quite intentional separation for some reason at government rather than, and maybe this speaks to, I guess, the nature of government per se, and the separation issue that keeps being repeated here at this inquiry around Commonwealth has one responsibility, state has another, and we don't cross that boundaries. And I think that's ridiculous because you made a great point earlier, Dave, Senator Shoebridge, around the fact that these are Australian children. Yeah. They're not New South Wales kids. They're not, they're not NT kids. But I guess in terms of you want our honest opinion on the national reinvestment, they fund activities. They don't fund justice reinvestment. Yeah. And part of the...
So again, we'll just spend a little bit of time unpacking this, but for me, it does my head in that we have a national justice reinvestment program that started, and they're not talking, they're not institutionally linking with the long-standing New South Wales Just Reinvest. Like, how could that happen?
That's their stated intention. They only look after the ones they've got. They've just put out a tender for a Just Reinvestment unit, which will only talk to the 27 Commonwealth-funded sites. It will not engage with the other sites. We find that a bit difficult.
Could I put one thing on that, which is a bit of a guess, but I think a fairly informed guess. That tender process, the standard practice of government to try and secure value for money in its commissioning, it has actually fundamentally undermined potentially Aboriginal organisations being able to work together at a national and state and territory level to achieve the best outcomes for our communities. The timelines are really challenging. We work, as Brother Ian was talking about, we work in different ways, and unfortunately government often doesn't respect that, and it actually, I think, consciously ignores it. And at the moment we're seeing that through a procurement process, which to most wouldn't seem like anything, but it's difficult. We can't be self-determining and meet the needs of our communities unless government generally meets us in the middle and hears us around the different way we do business. And unfortunately, that at the moment is causing some trouble between, to your question earlier, how could the Commonwealth Government fund ACCOs at the local level and support outcomes at the local level? There needs to be a far more informed, respectful conversation and a slower discussion about creating the space for First Nations. I'm talking from First Nations perspective. First Nations peak bodies and communities and organisations, self-governance mechanisms to be able to speak to each other to figure out, okay, well, how do we make informed decisions from the community level that filter back up through state and federal mechanisms rather than being dictated to by government procurement timeframes and government policy positions. Treaty, I think, is a brilliant example of where we need to be, shifting the power and authority to make decisions in a genuinely self-determining way like we've got in Victoria. That positions the government to work more effectively with First Nations communities. That's one significant way in which we can actually close that gap.
So when, it had been my assumption, and, it's ridiculous how naive you continue to be in this space, it had been my assumption that when the Commonwealth was setting up their national Justice Reinvestment Project, that they would have sat down and spoken with you and tried to co-design it. And the fact that we can't even get that right when we're doing a Justice Reinvestment Project, they're not even talking with the well-established Just Reinvestment unit in New South Wales, you must feel quite frustrated. I mean, my frustration, I come and go into this space, but you're living it daily. There must be so much frustration.
It frustrates local communities even more. I mean, Burke's not included in that process. Moree's not included in that process. There are in New South Wales, there are 2 funded from the Commonwealth. There are 6 funded by the state government through Department of Communities and Justice, and 2 are funded in a mix of different philanthropy organisations, PRF, Düsseldorf, and a few others.
Yeah.
But it's very ad hoc. The tenure is 2 to 3 years maximum.
Yeah.
They're trying to recruit staff and get capacity and ability in the organisations in that short time frame.
You could put a blindfold on and throw darts at a dartboard and come up with a more comprehensive program, couldn't you?
Oh, you could. But,
Might be.
I think to characterise them all as pilots. Governments run pilots because they don't want to fund it long term.
Yeah.
They'll prove it, and what they've stipulated in both jurisdictions is part of what's in the outcomes from the grants we're getting is actually proving and providing data which proves the model that it works. Then they'll move on to whether it should be funded long term. But both are doing that.
Yeah.
And none of them are looking at any systemic change at all at the moment.
And is it your understanding that the 2 projects in New South Wales are kind of data driven?
Yes.
Not actually service delivery.
They're funded.
Taking money from the carceral system and putting in the communities, it's just they're data projects. I'm not saying it's not important to collect data about Kinchela Boys Home, but
I shouldn't be so. Well, they're data driven because both projects actually have ongoing current projects from the Kinchela point of view, which includes both Kinchela, Bombarderi and Cootamundra.
Yeah.
It's the whole circuit of removed people. They have systems which are programs moving at the moment. It's actually trying to identify through the data programs what the impact has been and what they've done. Cowra itself runs about 15 or 16 different programs at the Cowra Neighbourhood Centre. They do run programs, and the data programs about how do we capture that data, because data capture in a structured way which can prove the models, because at the moment the data is being collected to actually acquit grants, not to demonstrate progress.
Yeah.
And it's trying to move that dial on. Wyndra on the South Coast is a massive organisation. It's one of the best organisations I've ever seen running what they're doing. And they're the same.
Because we're running out of time, I just might ask you a final question. One of the things we keep hearing from community groups and Aboriginal controlled organisations is there's this complete absence of trust. That if there is funding available, it's all through government projects and grants that ties them into a straitjacket about how they can apply the money, consumes a huge amount of resources and time to even access and get it. Whereas actually just some direct funds, obviously accountability measures, but a large measure of trust to deliver the projects and programs on the ground that communities know, that would go a long way. A bit of trust would go a long way in delivering value for money and returns on the ground. Do you have a view about that?
I don't think there's any trust in the relationship. This is a straight contract relationship. They give you money to deliver these programs and make these reports. And that's what comes out of it at the moment. I mean, to give you one example, each of the, 9 of the 10 sites that have come back to us specifically asking us to support them with a bid to the Commonwealth to bring CDPs back to their community. To them, it's seen as a way of they get resourcing, they get access to a lot of the kids who are unemployed at this year, and they can provide a framework to do it. They get resources which are not tied, and the community can make their own decisions about what the priorities are and what the issues are they need to address. And the funding does provide them with that measure. We're doing some submissions at the moment to try and put that position to the government.
To get the resources to then deploy them in accordance with what the community and
yes.
Yep.
I think
it's because people worked with CDPs before, they found it worked.
Can you
when it was taken away, they were devastated.
Could you give us a little bit more detail on that on notice? Because I know we're running out of time. That would be really helpful. But also maybe just a little bit more, if you've got a bit of time, to give us some thoughts about what's going on with the federal Justice Reinvestment project. if you want to, I'm just giving you an invitation, if you want to give us some more structured thoughts about that and how it could be put on track.
Well, in my view, the project itself is really actually it's running 27 pilots around the country, well, plus the Central Australian ones. They're dealt with separately. There's 27 under the 69 million. And there's additional money for the Central Australian ones. They're all, if you like, not funded long term. There's no provisions here about any system change included in them. They're all on notice of how to demonstrate progress. One thing the Commonwealth has done to give some kudos to them is they've extended the funding for each of those 27 sites for another 3 years, and it's being developed at the moment. But they're still, if you like, not sustainable. I mean, in New South Wales, there's 4 projects that were funded by the state government in the current round. There were 80 applications. There's another 70-odd communities sitting there waiting for their opportunity to do this. And some of them are very good projects and very well managed and trying to put together.
Can I also add to Jeff's commentary around that, though, too? A key element that government is not acknowledging as a part of justice reinvestment is the reinvestment piece, which is how to create a funding mechanism that allows a social flow and a saving of money for the government. And similar to what Mindy was just discussing previously, just not so long ago, but there has been work that we've supported, academic work undertaken by the APPI project that looks at a potential solution to a reinvestment mechanism, which will be part of our ongoing advocacy. But for both funding programs at a state and federal level, exploration of what reinvestment looked like was not identified as a part of the deliverables under those. So how can it be justice reinvestment if you're not looking at the reinvestment part? And I understand the establishment of a site to get it up and running, but you can't really call it justice reinvestment if you're...
And the sustainability comes from having that funding source.
Exactly.
You know, the success of the reinvestment allows you to take funds out of the carceral system and put it in.
Exactly.
That's the sustainability that's missing. Yep.
I think you are right, Senator. There's a separate piece of how that funding is distributed, because there's a really almost impossible, a wicked problem we've got where we're being funded by government. Our ACOs who deliver services, they do so within an existing colonial construct. The kind of outcomes that we deserve, not only aspire to deserve as First Peoples, or just as any peoples, but certainly as First Peoples, that's not going to happen unless fundamental reform, structural reform, and broad-scale systemic reform occurs. So the current system as it operates will look nothing like the system it needs to be if it's going to genuinely achieve the outcomes that our communities deserve. That puts our ACOs in incredibly impossible situations where they're funded by a government that even the bravest of prime ministers and premiers and governments, it's a lot to ask to be comfortable with and have an appetite for the kind of major structural and systemic changes we need to see in Australia to deliver genuine outcomes for our communities. So I do think there's a real piece there about how we fund ACOs that do the work within the bureaucracy, delivering services to get the best outcomes within the current system and looking for continuous improvement. There's always opportunity for that. But a separate mechanism and perhaps separate bodies that can engage more at the big thinking, broad-scale structural and systemic reform, which perhaps frees them up to engage more in a political space where they're not challenged by direct funding relationships with government bodies. So I think there is a lot of work that can be done there to set up a system, and not only is it getting more money across that reinvestment mechanism, but it's how we get that across. And I'll bring it up again, I think voice treaty truth, that structural changes and establishing First Nations representative voices like Gullenwell in Victoria is a way in which we can have your VARCHO and VALS, Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service and Aboriginal Community Health Organisation and the like, work alongside their democratically elected representative body who performs more of a political function, who can then work collectively to operate within the bureaucracy, the executive arm of government, as well as the legislature. I see it similar, sort of local, state and federal government and the separations of powers. I think a similar kind of construct needs to happen in First Nations communities to empower us to navigate the complexities of the Australian federalist system. And the government will get better outcomes too. This isn't just about mob. This is about more efficient decision making by government, more cost-effective decision making. It's going to get the best outcome for all parties. But there's quite a bit of work to be done to establish that. And I think justice reinvestment is a space where we absolutely can test some of that modelling and different ways of allocating budgets to achieve better outcomes for mob on the ground.
And I'm sorry, Chair, for taking on time.
No, that is fine. Sorry, you've got one more. Yes.
One was about, we have a paper on the justice mechanism, a reinvestment mechanism we could share with you.
Mm-hmm.
We also have a dashboard at the moment that we've made available to communities to store data, make access to data, and leaving that to try and be instrumental in getting that together. But actually, if you turn the dial back about how much, if you reduce incarcerations by 3 or 4 people, what that fiscal impact is, and other measures we're trying to have so that communities can demonstrate that. And the last one I'd make out is one of the real issues around why communities are finding it difficult to negotiate with government on this is a lack of a voice at all. And I think what you met with Maori Yarns yesterday and the Youth Coalition, I think that's something that should be commended and recommended to. It's actually where the youth have finally got a voice, but it's youth themselves who are speaking. And I think that's been a great initiative by the people in Mount Druitt and the Maori Yarns, and I was committed to the voice where a process actually produced a voice which is meaningful and should be listened to. They know the problems, their lived experience.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, and thank you for your time to appear in front of the committee today. We would appreciate the additional information that you've offered up, which we'll be very grateful for. But thank you for the work that you're doing.
Thanks, Tom.
We'll suspend. Thank you, and I now welcome Ms. Peter McGillivray. Is that right? Fantastic. Thank you for taking the time to come and speak with us today. Now, I understand information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses and evidence has been provided to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, can I just get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name is Peter McGillivray. I am a Senior Research Fellow at UNSW in the Uwai Yarrowlee Partnership with the Darawa Elders Group in Walgett and the University of New South Wales.
Fantastic, thank you. And do you have an opening statement?
I don't have an opening statement, but I will make a brief introduction just to describe the partnership's model and my role in it.
Yep.
And then I can take your questions.
That would be amazing, thank you.
So, as I said, my name's Peter. I'm a Kalkatongu and South Sea Islander woman who has been working with the Darawa Elders Group since 2018. And in that time, we've been working in partnership, and our partnership is quite mature now, for almost 10 years. The Darawa Elders Group is an Aboriginal community-controlled organisation that began as an association in 2000, so 26 years in operation now, and was born through the Walgett Aboriginal Medical Service, so actually came to exist from the work of a local Aboriginal health organisation. And the Elders Group supports elders' wellbeing through its elder support workers. It protects Aboriginal cultural heritage. It promotes local Aboriginal cultural knowledge, values and identity. It manages natural and knowledge resources and has a focus on community development and relationship promotion in place in Walgett. On the UNSW side, we're a team of researchers from a criminology and community development background. We also have an econometrician who works in our team as a very experienced data analyst. And so as a team, we bring the research base and research knowledge, particularly in evaluation, working with the DEG to actually ensure that all of our research components and collaborations are genuinely community-led. And so we've been working, as I mentioned, since 2018 after the Dharawal Elders Group invited NSW to collaborate long-term after we completed a piece of research together, an Australian Research Council linkage research project that investigated the overrepresentation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people with intellectual disability in the criminal justice system. And we published that research in a report called A Predictable and Preventable Path, acknowledging that huge numbers of Aboriginal people with intellectual disability and cognitive impairment are funneled into the criminal justice system because of the way that siloing happens in government servicing and just the dearth of community-based options that can keep people out of institutions like prisons. And so after completing that research together with the Elders Group and demonstrating that we could listen to community and work in ways that were informed by Indigenous knowledges of how to work appropriately and respectfully and not cause harm in the undertaking of research at a community level, we started to build that trust, and the Elders Group invited us to collaborate long term. And so the Yuwanyarali partnership came to exist. So I've been visiting Walgett in the first 3 or 4 years of the partnership for about a week a month for those first years to really ensure that the commitment was demonstrated, that we were in it for the long term, really important principle. Other principles in the partnership are that we are culturally connected, we are strengths-based, so really targeting and tackling that deficit narrative that can come from the institutional racism that still exists in a lot of government-led work. And so we tackle that and say, no, we are strengths-based. We recognise the inherent dignity and strengths of Aboriginal communities to do this work and to bring the expertise and local knowledge to get this right. And we're rights-based and holistic. So all of that work is principled, and we practice that in the way that we work every day.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that. And I was listening to Senator Stewart, so I might start with you for questions because you were sort of...
I'm not saying a whole lot of stuff. I'm like,
I'm like,
it wasn't picked up on hand, so it was positive comment.
I'm sure it probably was picked up on hand. The record will reflect me just saying, the things that you're saying. I am really fascinated by this partnership and work, and how I suppose I'm interested in the Elders Group and then some of the impacts that you're seeing or you've captured in that partnership over the long term. What does that essentially it sounds like a project that invests in elders then has lots of benefits for the rest of the community. Is that right? Or have I not captured that quite right?
Yeah, so as an organisation that was operating for quite a long time before we came as a university partner, the Elders Group had observed lots of systemic issues that they could see happening locally in place. They understood there needed to be a structural systemic solution, but they also needed resources and support to build their capability to meet those needs locally as well. And so they'd had lots of experience trying to get government to work differently and not getting any engagement on that for reasons which there's been lots of royal commissions and inquiries that tell us the reasons for that. And so the university came into work to provide the infrastructure and support to hold a process for the Elders Group to do detailed work locally, to understand some of those system drivers of young people into detention and how to build responses locally in place that could combat some of the harms that would
So you're saying, sorry to interrupt you, so I feel like you're going to say a lot of things that are super interesting to me. So a part of it was, so the elders could see there was a problem, systemic problems, and so part of your work was then taking the time to understand the system and all the different bits and pieces with the elders. That's kind of both like building that kind of community collective knowledge.
Correct.
Yeah.
So it was supporting and enabling the elders group to do a lot of that diagnosing. They understood when we delivered the research about the drivers of people with intellectual disability into the criminal justice system. The elders group said, "Thank you, that's excellent. That confirms everything we already know. What next?" And so they knew that they had solutions to actually build locally responses to for young, especially young people coming out of detention or out of police cells. What do they need? What do families need? They said we need to build that. Now, I suppose the first few years of the partnership's work was trying to work with stakeholders like police, trying to work with stakeholders like the school, except so much government-led work is the only strategy they have is enforcement and exclusion. So the school excludes young people who are pathologised as having bad behaviour through suspension and expulsion. The police are used as an enforcement strategy to respond to complaints about young people being out and about at night time. But it's been very difficult for the elders to get investment into their local solutions. For example, their youth wellbeing service, which we've built through a strategy that actually emphasises working directly with children and young people, building connection and belonging in place, in community, as an alternative strategy to enforcement. So the elders group and the staff can see that there aren't enough local infrastructure for young people in Walgett. And when you have an over-policed community, so Walgett's only tiny, less than 3,000 people, can sometimes swell to maybe 4,500. But there are more than 40 full-time police stationed in Walgett as a community that's small. To give you an equivalent, you'd expect maybe 2 full-time police in other communities of the same size in, say, the Hunter Valley of New South Wales. And the only social investment in Walgett of any significant size was $10 million for a police station expansion in 2016. So there's been no investment in community-based options that can grow and mature to be the responses in the alternative to calling police. And what we see is more and more investment in enforcement strategies, and police can only arrest, charge and detain you in police custody in a cell. There's nothing else that they can do, whereas the Dharawal Elders Group have built a youth wellbeing service that is that alternative, but they face issues then with getting funding. So they've applied to 9 separate Commonwealth and philanthropic grants. All of them have been unsuccessful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those have been Commonwealth grants that have been unsuccessful. And so when there are calls politically to do something different, the Dharawal Elders Group is facing this issue that its strategy to deal with the criminalisation of children is not being respected, acknowledged or invested in.
That's not the difference that people are calling for. Well, from a community safety perspective.
Well, I guess there's a sense that people want to safeguard what they see as effective, I'm using scare quotes, effective strategies like enforcement, but as we've heard all day long, they don't work. So when people say nothing works, well, the enforcement strategy doesn't work. We can try investing in a different strategy, which is a community-led set of responses that are trying to build policy alternatives such as housing first and harm minimisation and actually decriminalising children, which is, we're well down that path now where we've started to criminalise living in poverty, being Aboriginal, being a survivor of abuse and assault and those types of harms. These are things that we've almost we've created them to be factors which will almost confirm that you'll be criminalised. And we have the research evidence that tells us that now as well.
Thank you. I feel like I've got 50 million more questions, but I'll share the call.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Ms. McIlwraith, for all the work and the connection you've made with Dharawal Elders. I've had the benefit of going out a couple of times and seeing the elders groups, and just enormous respect and credit for the work. But this is almost like Exhibit A of what's not working. Like the Darrow Elders Group is working, but what's not working from a Commonwealth and a state level is there's literally this amazing asset: community knowledge, community connection, cultural connection, and it doesn't even get a look in on government grants. It doesn't get any support. It's almost like this is the demonstration of what's gone wrong in terms of funding solutions. I heard your frustration about government grants, but can you for the moment imagine something different? What would it look like for the Darrow Elders and for the Walgett community? What would it look like? What would something different look like?
It would be guaranteed funding that is very modest for a set of community-based workers. The DEG has 15 Aboriginal community workers, Aboriginal community members from Walgett working in Gullamully, which is the centre that they've just spent a decade building to run all of its community-based programs out of it. It would be funding that centre and the staff for an extended period of time without the worry of having to be defunded in 18 months' time, which is currently their situation.
DEG.
It would be a fraction of the funds that would be used for police, for example. It would be a fraction of the funds that are used to house police across New South Wales, a fraction of the funds that was used to build the new police training centre in Dubbo and to run it. We're talking about very modest amounts of money to actually enable the green shoots of this work to grow. And to use a kind of current analogy, they can't get the fertiliser to actually make it happen. And it would be very easy to prioritise the funds for that purpose, in my opinion.
Long-term commitment and the ability for the Darrow Elders Group or DEG to put the funds where they think it's needed rather than where a bureaucrat in Canberra thinks it's needed.
Correct. Deep frustrations with the approach the government takes with managing contracts and the paternalism that is experienced with not a lot of assistance that is helpful in terms of capacity and capability that is useful to the Elders Group and Aboriginal community-controlled organisations, I feel comfortable saying, would face the challenge of not getting any useful help, just lots of interference and unhelpful questions, and it's not getting great outcomes.
To the extent that you know about it, because I know, you know, the Darrow Elders Group is doing their stuff in Walgett and you'll spend a fair chunk of time in NSW, but two examples that came to me while I was looking through Darrow's Elders Group work was there was a flare-up last year about the pool, Walgett pool, and about antisocial behaviour happening in the pool, and one of the solutions was to close the pool.
And they did.
Yeah. And then the Darrow Elders Group said, don't close the pool, work with us and work with the community, lean into the strengths, because the pool is actually essential for getting through the problems, right? And can you talk us through that kind of solution base that Darrow Elders Group had?
Yes, the Darrow Elders Group has deep links into community because they're the ones who are providing supports directly to families and young people through the Youth Wellbeing Service, through the Community Troubleshooter program that does advocacy for individual people on things like energy bills and housing issues. It has the River Rangers program. It has the Dealing with Fines team, so they're actually helping people deal with, for example, COVID fines and other state fines that's causing extreme financial stress at a community level in the homes. And so they have these relationships, and it's not seen as being from a, say, for example, local government. The Elders Group and the Aboriginal community are just seen as a kind of random stakeholder in place, as opposed to being fellow community members that need the community assets and resources just like everybody else, and essential, as you say, because when it's the height of summer and children and young people want to cool down and be somewhere that they feel safe and where the local community and families have been sending their kids to play and cool down for decades, the pool becomes this essential community heart in the middle of summer. And so when there was an incident at the school, and this is what I'm talking about with the dominance of the enforcement and exclusion strategy, this is the limits of people's creativeness. The response from the local government was to exclude, shut the pool down, exclude people at particular times, separate, segregate. And the Dharawal Elders Group said, this is unacceptable. This is a complete regression socially in our community to do this in the way that you have, and advocated for a different response. We need to do something differently. The council, being open and to their credit to hearing those arguments, should have never had to have been made, but nevertheless, and they were able to work together to actually problem solve the root causes of the issue. And so then there was a negotiation around the types of supervision that was needed at the pool, that was standard in public pools, that you would need to have some kind of supervision in the pool. It couldn't just be one person. And so these types of issues there's social cooperation to solve these, and it comes from recognising organisations like the DEG as authoritative, important community stakeholders that need to be engaged with, and councils being open to do that.
And no government grant would have picked that up. You need to have crisis response to deal with the crap that's happening at the pool. And that's about trust and community resilience and support.
Exactly, and that is the type of community response work that the Elders Group is doing every single day. And in taking a place-based approach, the hard edges of government systems and community systems are kind of coming up against each other all of the time, and community-controlled organisations have a lot of experience of how to deal with that, and there's so much strategy. It's so exhausting for them to have to do that day in, day out, but it's that collaborative practice takes resources. You need to have resources that is for organisations to do that work.
And valuing it as work and valuing it as valid government investment is what's missing. Can I just quickly ask you then to talk about the carp muster, as another example of what the Dharawal Elders were talking about? We hear repeatedly about how there's this deficit of activities, that people are looking for things to do, particularly in smaller towns like Walgett and others. Can you just quickly tell us about the Carp Buster?
Yes, so the Carp Buster is a series of events. There will actually be a couple of them that the Youth Wellbeing Service in Walgett is operating with children and young people, where they go down to the Namai River and the Barwon River and actually fish out the carp from the system. It's an initiative of the River Rangers program, so the River Rangers are actually working with the children and young people and staff from the Youth Wellbeing Service, and it's an incredible initiative of social emotional wellbeing, so where young people are actually connected with their culture, where the River Rangers and the staff of the Youth Wellbeing Service can tell the stories of the river and can share stories that keep young people strong and connected to each other. So those are really important social moments for young people in a community like Walgett, where they can hear their family stories and actually build those relationships that make them feel good and feel strong and known to one another. It's so important for addressing a lot of the local young people conflict, which is very typical. But in Walgett, you get this extraordinary disproportionate response from police to what is very typical children and young people not getting along and having a space to be able to sort that stuff out, but also equally lots of opportunity to connect with each other socially with adults that they trust. Auntie Loretta is there, the guys from the River Rangers is there, Zoe's there. These are my colleagues from the Elders Group who are doing this work. They would love to run so many more of these activities if they could be funded to do so.
And we kept hearing, and we keep hearing, that one of the issues is there aren't the activities, there aren't the engagement, so young kids get bored or they have all this unstructured time. And, you know, I remember being young, unstructured time is like, you know, it's when you get up to problems and get up to trouble. And the Dharawal Elders Group the river rangers would love to do a lot more of this. They would love to fish the carp out of the river and connect kids. It's a funding thing though, isn't it?
It is. It's entirely that. The Elders Group and the Youth Wellbeing Service, and I'll just acknowledge my colleague Loretta Weatherall, who's the Wellbeing Lead for the Youth Wellbeing Service. She has an entire program of health initiatives, working with young people around their AOD use, working with young people around employment pathways. These are after-hours opportunities, being more tailored to particular groups of young people, supporting young people with the things that they need to make schooling an option again. All of these things that are, needed at a community level, additionally to all of the cultural activities, that could all be enabled.
For the cost of putting one young kid or two young kids from Walgett in jail for the year.
Indeed.
To do all of that.
Yes.
Okay.
I think we might end on that note. That's thank you so much for coming and giving your evidence today. And as I've said to a lot of the other witnesses, if you're happy, we will stay in touch with you as we start forming our recommendations once we've sort of got through the information gathering phase. But it sounds like incredible work that you're doing, and certainly it would be really interesting to get some of your insights.
In particular on the linked data work. So we are building a linked data set in Walgett with the Darawal Elders Group, where we are developing evaluative questions which the Elders Group have identified. If you were to measure success and what that would look like from an ACO perspective, what would those things be? That's all being explored in our linked data project with the Elders Group. So happy to talk about that as well.
That would be incredible. Thank you.
Consider this an invitation to send us some details on that to spark the conversation.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
We'll suspend. Representatives from Youth Justice New South Wales, thank you for taking the time to speak with the committee today. Information on parliamentary privilege, I understand, has been given to you and is available from the Secretariat. For the Hansard record, if I can just get you to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing. And what we might do is start with you, Ms. Scott. I believe you're on via teleconference with us.
Yes, I am. Thank you. My name's Jodie Scott. I'm Acting Director for Policy and Practice for Youth Justice New South Wales.
Fantastic, thank you.
My name is Kellyanne Stewart and I'm the Executive Director for Youth Justice New South Wales.
Candice Nielsen, Director of Strategy and Engagement for Youth Justice New South Wales.
Fantastic, thank you. And do you have an opening statement?
I do. It's quite brief, but if that's okay.
Fantastic.
Excellent. I'll start by acknowledging that we're on the lands of the Baramatical people of the mighty Darug Nation, and I pay my sincere and heartfelt respect. I drove down this morning from beautiful Gumbaynggirr country to be here this afternoon, and it's my pleasure to be here. I recognise the overrepresentation of young people, both in the youth justice system and the child protection system. I'd like to thank the Committee on Legal and Constitutional Affairs for the opportunity to speak about the youth justice system today. And when I speak about today, as we sit here this afternoon, we have 238 young people in custody across 6 youth justice centres in New South Wales. 218 of them are young men, and just 20 of those are young women. Young women make up roughly between 6 and 8%. That 20 number is just 8% of the overall youth justice system. 127 of those young people are Aboriginal or Torres Strait Islander, which is a representative number of 53%. That's slightly down on what we were seeing last year, but still, I think we would all agree, and I'm sure you've heard today, a gross overrepresentation, and one that we are working very hard to address. 196 of those 238 children are unsentenced, and that constitutes 82% of our system. We see about 3,500 young people through our doors per year, cycling in and out, and 60% of those young people are with us for less than 24 hours. In terms of the data, and I guess it is a juxtaposition to some of the youth crime explosion that we see on and typified in the media, but the New South Wales Bureau of Crime Statistics and Research found in its most recent quarterly update, which sits at December 2025, that the total number of legal proceedings issued to young people by police in the last 2 years to December 2025 actually remained stable. In the 2 years to December 2025, the number of young people proceeded against a court for offences decreased, down by 4.4%, while the number of young people proceeded against for breach of bail was stable, and the use of court diversion was also stable. In terms of the social determinants for young people and their contact with the criminal justice system, and from our own research, I will share with you all today that we know what works in terms of intervening early and diverting as many young people as we can from offending and from the criminal justice system as a whole. Youth Justice is a receiving agency. We cannot choose who comes through our doors. And for all of those 3,500 young people that come through, even if they stay with us for a short period of time in this challenging system, we have to make sure that every single interaction counts and is as meaningful as we can in the time that we have with young people. We know that geographically there needs to be a better whole-of-system response to at-risk young people, and that means young people further upstream than the criminal justice system. We know that the relative numbers of young people needing intensive support is quite small, and that includes a number of repeat offenders. What we need nationally and at a state level is leadership and investment in order to design bespoke, place-based, community-led and culturally appropriate interventions and diversions to help break down intergenerational cycles of contact with the criminal justice system. Thank you. Happy to receive questions from the committee.
Thank you very much for that. Senator Stewart, would you like to kick us off?
Sure. Keen to understand what conversations you have directly with young people about the youth justice system, because we sat with a bunch of young people yesterday who had some pretty horrific stories to share about their time incarcerated, but also in the lead up to being incarcerated. And I just wonder if you're hearing those stories.
We certainly are hearing those stories. So without any piece of policy, any reform, any initiative has to have the young people's voice at the centre of that. And the teams, Candice heads up our strategy and engagement unit, Jodie, who's online, is policy and practice. Any new initiative has to have young people at the forefront in terms of co-design, their voices and how that works. It's challenging, as I've said, around our data. When we go to consult with young people on a Tuesday, they're often not there when we go back to speak to them about an initiative, but we still have to try. And as I said, we do try very hard to engage with young people, not just those in custody, but also those in the community. We're also doing a lot of work with young people who have come through the system and are now working for some ACOs and NGOs and are very keen to come back into the system and say how they have managed to turn the corner. I think it's a very powerful message. I think the lived and living experience of young people is extremely powerful. I can give my passion, my team can give their passion, but really young people want to hear from other young people in the system as well.
I think they were saying they've got a bunch of ideas about what works.
Yeah.
And that doesn't get listened to.
Okay. I'm happy to take some of that offline as well. What I will say is that recently I had the pleasure of sitting at Cobham on a panel which was the social impact policy. And it was a bit like a dragon's den. So teams of young people teamed up with NGOs and organisations and came and gave a pitch. And their pitch was around how to reduce youth crime, and it was so phenomenal. And the winning team, which was Jameson Unit, not that I think they'll be listening today, but a little shout out to the boys at Jameson Unit. And we're going to have our policy team go back in. And in fact, I brought my ELT back to the centre to go through that exercise to meet those young people. And they had some really phenomenal ideas on how to reduce youth crime, increase engagement. Their catchphrase was, you can't have correction without connection. And it's so true. And so we do need to listen to young people. And actually, Jodie's team will be heading in shortly to sit down with those young people and find a way to infuse their views and their ideas into operational policy.
And then is your work mostly like I suppose my experience with the most of the kind of public services, it's so siloed in how you work. So is yours specifically focused on like youth justice? And when you think about early intervention and prevention, is that purely from like a justice perspective, or are you thinking about kind of family preservation and community connection? Or I suppose I'm interested in kind of in what other parts of the system are you trying to advocate and work to essentially one day do yourselves out of a job, you'd hope?
Yeah, well, we hope. We do have a remit that we must work within in terms of legal mandate, but we are starting to step outside of that and do more early intervention work. So some of our short-term remand and kids who may be at risk of coming into the system, we have some projects around the state that are looking at those young people, because we know that our colleagues in education know who these young people are. Our colleagues at Child Protection will often flag. So we are working across agency. We can't do this alone. We're only one small agency, and our young people have touchstones across the service sector, so it will be impossible for us to achieve our aims to reduce reoffending and enhance community safety without working across those. I don't know whether you wanted to add anything to that.
Yeah, I think it's important also. We just caught the tail end of Peter's evidence prior to coming on. And I was just listening to her conversations about what's happened at Walgett and that connection with community elders, and the elders wanting to lean in and provide, support and programs for the young people in community. We've adopted a really similar approach in youth justice in New South Wales in a number of different locations. So down in the Riverina in Wagga Wagga, we have the short-term remand program that Kellyanne's just referenced, and that was literally us going in with a small bucket of money and speaking with community elders and saying, what outcomes would you like to see for the young people in this community? And over a couple of years, and it did take a couple of years, a program evolving that we now fund and having amazing results. And one of the key, I suppose, differences in that program is our remit is to work with young people from the age of 10 to, up to 21 at the eldest end of the spectrum. But those elders were saying to us, sometimes 10 is too late. We really need to look at young people who are in year 5 and 6 at school. A really high risk time is that transition from primary school to high school. So we'd really like to go in and work in the local communities with young people, make sure young people are going to school in the first instance, but then provide a hub, a kind of youth hub that they can access after school and engage in cultural activities and have other supports all within the hub. So elders come into that hub, the young people are bused from the school to the hub, and they have opportunity to participate in all of those activities. And as that initiative has grown, there have been local medical providers lean in to provide medical support for the young people. So it's this whole kind of evolving, I suppose, program that just started with a few conversations with the elders in that community who knew the children in the community, knew what they needed, and so now those needs are being met. And it's been a bit of a case of if you build it, they'll come. It's just expanding and expanding, and the demand for that service is so great that they've got young people on waiting lists wanting to get in. And I guess I also wanted to add that issue that Peter spoke to at the end of her evidence around the need to have government commit to long-term funding for programs. That's been an issue that we've faced. I've been in youth justice for 9 years now, and that's been an ongoing issue that we've faced throughout that time. But also that ability to give the money to community and trust that community knows what the right thing is to do for their own children and their own families. So that's been a big kind of learning for us, and a space that we're leaning far more into in terms of empowering ACOs in local communities by providing the funding, and essentially kind of just stepping back and saying, well, you know what to do, now go on and do it. But also in some cases working towards capacity building. If there's issues of capacity, we can support through that mechanism as well.
I suppose what I was thinking about is lots of the examples that we've heard of about place-based, successes is I suppose lots of the kind of the commonality between them is that they've had an obvious, I don't know, like a local elders group or like strong youth group or whatever it is for the kind of investment or to take the lead, I suppose.
Yes.
I suppose I'm wondering about what happened in the instance where that's not obvious, and is that maybe, I don't know if that's where the capacity building stuff comes in, but yeah, I imagine that not every place where there are challenges in the community have an obvious place to go, or maybe there is, and there's just isn't the investment. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, we're just about to announce at the end of the month our community safety investment fund, which is really inviting innovation, to exactly what you speak about. So we're not going out to the market saying we need X, Y, and Z, but in fact we're going to the market, we're going to communities and saying, tell us what you think will work in terms of community safety and initiatives for young people locally, and then we assess on that. So we end up with a wide range. We don't want a cookie cutter approach. It doesn't work. So what works in Mount Druitt won't work in Walgett. And so we're just about to launch that, and that will be a really interesting project. But
so are you calling it community safety because that's politically palatable? Because I'm not sure that's what the young people would want to call it.
No, probably not. It wasn't I didn't come up with the term. I inherited that.
No, and just because I think it's got negative connotations about young people in the first instance.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, I think calling it community safety is problematic.
It could just be the funding envelope, to be honest. I'm not sure. But we won't. But I did get a sneak preview of the number of organisations, and there's a really great number of ACOs. There's a great variety.
You're not making any announcements today?
Not making any announcements today, but there is a great range of organisations who've been successful in that range.
Yeah. And in terms of naming, what usually happens is that the local community will end up developing the name of the program. So in a similar vein, we launched 2 violence reduction units, again, not our term and not even descriptive of what those units are designed to do, one down in the Riverina and one out in Penrith. And again, the local community, the one down in Wagga has been named the Cockatoo Initiative, for example. So I think we do sometimes get stuck with names that we wouldn't choose, and certainly community doesn't choose, and then we work with community to find a name that actually works for that community.
But even if I think even if the community renames it, it's still problematic in terms of the message, the signal that it sends from government departments about what it is they're focusing on. Even if then locally it gets renamed, the message is already sent about what it's supposed to do, who it's protecting, who it's serving. Anyway,
agree.
More of a comment, but I'm happy to share.
Yeah, thank you.
And I've just got a couple of clarifying questions from Senator Stewart. So, you've said that schools will know children who are at risk, so before they intervene with the justice system. We've also heard from conversations with young people that sometimes those labels and those flags actually work in a detrimental way for them. So I guess how are you combating that? So if we know that there are kids who are at risk, what are the services that you're suggesting that go in and help them before they sort of have an interaction with the justice system? Is that something you're doing?
I can talk briefly about the. So we're doing it in pockets. It's not technically our core business. Obviously, where our core business is around youth justice centres and young people on community orders and youth justice conferences. But because there is this service gap and it's such a critical piece, that school disengagement piece, we've recognised that we need to lean into that, and that's what community is asking us to do as well. So in Burke, we have recently launched an initiative there with one of the local primary schools, where one of our Aboriginal practice officers goes into the school and works in the classroom with some of the young Aboriginal kids in the class. Kids who hadn't been attending school, some of them for up to 12 months, have started coming back into the classroom to participate in these kind of cultural activities. So that's just one really small scale initiative. But I think, we lean into what community is asking for, and we also have a really strong Aboriginal workforce. 22% of our workforce are now Aboriginal staff, so we really kind of lean into what they're recommending as well in terms of how we re-engage kids.
But you're not suggesting interventions like, and what we're hearing is that a lot of these children that are having interactions with the justice system, there are comorbidities present, and it could be undiagnosed learning difficulties, PTSD. There's a whole range of reasons why they are disengaging with school, but you're not necessarily saying, let's get these services for these kids. That's not where...
We absolutely would and do say that. So we do have some other initiatives where we have a really multidisciplinary focus. So, and we can provide a whole bunch of detail around the different programs that we're operating at the moment after the session. So, for example, the Broadmeadow Children's Court program, we have a range of different service providers who are coming into the court. So you've got the education...
But they've got to get to the courts first.
This is true. This is true.
So this is, I'm thinking if we're flagging, like, and this is
really early intervention.
It's been really interesting that there's data, particularly we've sort of heard within New South Wales, where you can predict where a 2-year-old is going to end up. So we know this about it, but we don't seem to be... So we can identify those kids, but we don't seem to be directing services there. But then we're sort of trying, once their sort of interaction is with the youth justice system, and that's where interventions. So it's sort of that one step too late. So I'm just curious, and that could come through from what your legal mandate is, which, if you are happy to share that with the committee, that would be really useful for us to see. From a state level, what you're being tasked with. Obviously, we've got that tension between federal and state responsibilities, but I think that might be really helpful for us just to see what frameworks the states are working within, if you're happy to share that.
Yeah, we're very happy to provide that. And I think, as Candice has touched on, is that while we do have a legal mandate, while justice agencies probably shouldn't intervene in people's lives unless they have to as well. So there is evidence to suggest that is not often we're not the right people, hence why we've done a lot of work around recommissioning our funding so that the magic can come from the NGO sector.
Fantastic.
So it's an NGO, it's a local NGO engaging with kids across a spectrum of organisations where there's flags to try to keep them away from our agency. That's really what it is. And it's a tricky space for us because we do have a mandate. Another kind of innovation that we've started in the last lot of years is working with young people on bail, because traditionally we didn't work intensively with those young people because, as Candice said, our legal mandate is X, Y and Z. But we know that if we support young people and plug them in, so we've got intensive bail support officers now in Moree and in Tamworth and Kempsey, and they're supporting young people to meet their bail conditions for all of those reasons that you've spoken about, Senator, where they may be cognitively impaired, they may have FASD, they may have trauma, and then you give them a legal mandate and we expect them to follow it. So we really want young people to, if they do intersect early with us, that they're on bail, that they meet those bail conditions and they go about their young lives, and they hopefully don't end up in one of our
And just to clarify, you said you work with children between the ages of 10 and 21.
Correct.
Which is different to some agencies which are stopping at 18. Is 21 old enough, do you think, or would you like to see that potentially pushed out or brought in? What's a good age range?
I think at the moment it's probably a fairly good fit for us.
Okay.
We do see young people who age out of our system and opt to go to adult system. They may have done all our therapeutic programs. They may have been in our system in and out for their, unfortunately and tragically, their young adult life or the young lives. Any older, we risk that contamination factor as well. We've got much older kids, young people mixing with 13, 14-year-olds, which we have to have due regard for the younger kids in our system as well. So we think 18 to 21 is an interesting space for us. We do have a number of young people who do very well and benefit from our therapeutic interventions if they're in there for a wee bit longer, if they've had a more serious offence.
Yeah.
And we don't like to see those young people go to adult corrections because they can do very well in our system, because our system's small, 238 versus in New South Wales some 14,000 people in the adult system. So we think it's the best fit for now.
Fantastic. Thank you. And very final question is it's that I guess, and you've identified saying, giving it back to community-led organisations is the best place to deliver support. Obviously, government money, it's taxpayer dollars. There has to be some accountability and responsibility that goes with how that is spent. In your mind, do you think there are things or do you have suggestions in terms of how those checks and balances can be put in? Because sometimes, and we've heard lots of evidence, I don't know how you measure the because these are all individual circumstances. And what does success look like? We sort of know that what we've got now isn't what success looks like. But at the same time, do you have any, ideas on how that accountability could be put there without placing a sort of onerous burden on community-led organisations to then have to tick bureaucratic boxes but still achieve the outcomes?
Look, it's a balance. I might throw to Jodie in a second because her part of the business does manage a lot of our funded agencies. But from my perspective, there's a balance to be had. So you don't want to put too many onerous administrative burdens on small organisations. You want them just to be out there doing the good work. You want to build in flexibility and trust. So there needs to be, we've seen time and time again, rigid funding models which are really difficult for community organisations to deal with. We recently went down to one of our funded organisations, which is the Wurundjeri Dreaming Hub in Wagga, and June Oscar, AO, came down as well, met us there, and she's been having a look at how government walk alongside Aboriginal organisations in terms of funding, and she was particularly struck by the fact that we had measures of accountability, of course, because we're government and it's government money. We have to see that it's good value for money, it's being spent as it needs to be spent, but also trust that what you need on a Monday might not be what you need 2 weeks later. And so, for example, a washing machine for a family can be the difference between, having to spend lots of money at a laundrette and being able to wash your clothes and have your own autonomy to wash your children's clothes and get them to school. So we think of that as a no-brainer, but for some other funding bodies, it's too tight. So having built-in flexible brokerage for those community organisations we've seen has been a real game changer for local families. Also, just lastly too, in terms of what looks like success, recidivism is so blunt, right? It doesn't take into account the whole person or the whole young person. We can't do just the work with the young person. We have to do the work with the family, with their peers, with the community as well. And so young people being plugged into specialist support that meet their needs is a measure of success for us. If they come back to custody for a less severe offence, that's a win for us. If they stay less time with us and they get back out into the community, if they have a good experience with us in terms of education, and I will say that our education centres, which are embedded in all 6 of our youth justice centres, work magic with young people who have been disengaged for years from education. They meet the young people where they are, and young people are excited about education for the first time ever. And so that's a win for us as well. And we hope that they carry that back out into the community and keep going on the trajectory of education and employability, because that's where we know lives can be changed.
Fantastic, thank you. Senator Shoeridge.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And look, thanks for all of you engaging with the inquiry and getting the perspective. And I fully acknowledge that youth justice, you don't choose who comes in your doors, right? You're at the end of the pipeline in that regard, and you deal with the cohort that the courts and the Parliament deliver to you. Could I then just ask quickly about the so many of the children and young people who are coming into you are with you for such a short amount of time? Did you say over half of their
60% of that number stay with us 24 hours or less.
Yeah, and is that partly because of reforms that happened a few years ago to allow bail to be granted by a registrar or a magistrate once accommodation is found, and it's often a search for
Somewhat. The
accommodation?
most recent bail changes, it's too early for us to tell. In fact, our numbers have remained very stable, so we haven't seen the big spike that we expected. The numbers have remained stable, and that churn in and out of remand has been for some time, predated the most recent bail change.
Yeah, I'm not thinking about those most recent changes. I'm thinking about changes that kicked in about 8 years ago,
Yes.
which meant that for young persons, reason they've been refused bail is they haven't got any safe accommodation. That if efforts are made to find the accommodation rapidly, and then once the accommodation is found, bail conditions can be varied by a registrar in chambers. Is that what's happening?
That's still in operation. So we have Section 28 of our legislation which pertains to accommodation, and we have a whole team that work tirelessly. So where a young person's given us.
Can you talk us through that?
Actually, Jodie might want to talk to that.
Yeah.
That's her area, and we haven't heard from Jodie. So I'm conscious of my colleague as well. Jodie, do you want to talk about the BAS service?
Sure. So we have a bail accommodation service that actually is available for police and for young people who are attending court. That service provides beds, short-term beds, for young people who don't have accommodation, and they've got placements around the state. Obviously, we can't be everywhere, but there is certainly a good amount of beds that we've got available. That service is available for police. So what you're probably talking about is when police make a bail decision, they might decide to bail refuse a young person. And then they'll go to court the next day. They'll come into our service overnight while they're waiting for court, and they'll go to court the next day and get bail. And it may or may not be an accommodation issue. Quite often it's not. It might be a risk determinant that the police are not willing to take the risk to provide bail, where a court has a different set of criteria, I suppose, they're considering. But in terms of the accommodation issue, our team offer that service to police so that they can actually consider that early, but they also offer that to young people, and that is a referral that can be made by youth justice, by police, by the courts. And the other thing that happens when they're attending court on accommodation issue is the youth justice caseworkers that are assigned to that court will work closely with either family, community services. They might work closely with even Aboriginal communities, trying to find a kinship placement for young people.
And could you just, it sounds incredibly disruptive in a young person's life to go through that whole trauma of being put into a youth detention centre, if they've had bail refused by police, that 24 hours in their life must be traumatic and disruptive. Can you talk us through what is a young person's journey through the criminal justice system in that? It's
extremely anxiety provoking. So if you think about today, 82% of the young people in our centres don't know when they're going to get out. They might have a court date, but they don't actually know the outcome of that. It creates lots of tension and anxiety for that young person. It's separation from family. It's often young people taken off country as well. So a young person may come in, be police bail refused, come to us. We might receive them late at night. We'll get them a hot meal. We'll get them into a room. We operate under the practices that we give every young person their own space. So young people, one of the first things they'll ask us is, who do I have to share a cell with? They'll be very anxious about that. They'll have a notion that they'll have to share with someone else. We don't do that in youth justice. They're all afforded their own room with their own showering and toileting facilities in the same room. that goes a long way in terms of settling a young person down and helping them feel safe, and that's a really important factor for us. If they come in late at night, in all honesty, the interface with us is very limited. They're exhausted. They may have had some interesting few days in the lead up to that. They may not have their medication if they're medicated. They may be withdrawing from drugs and alcohol. Our health colleagues obviously screen those young people. We run the young people through an admissions process so that we can be sure we know everything about that young person to keep that young person safe, even if they're only with us overnight and gone the next day. So really, all we can do is have the most positive interaction with that young person. They'll go off to court the next day. It's usually, a lot of it is audiovisual, so they don't then have to sit in trucks and then sit in cells in court complexes all day. So that has changed for young people. A lot of it is now AVL, which is really positive, and the outcome is known quite swiftly. They're either remanded for a period of time or they're released into the community.
And so let's assume a young person is arrested by police, charged by police, bail refused by police, sent into, did you say you came down from Dubbo?
Coffs Harbour, so Akmina, yeah.
Okay, so sent in to say, well, let's pick Arana then, sorry.
Yeah, that's okay, Arana's
put into Arana for the night.
Yes.
And then what's their experience of going into Arana? They're obviously, they're searched. What's the nature of the search that happens?
So all of our,
physically?
It's not a strip search anymore. So we've installed and invested in body searching technology. So that's less traumatic for young people, particularly those who've had a history of
at all the
sexual assault.
centres?
In all the centres. And then they'll be given a fresh new set of clothing and put in a room after they've gone through all of those admissions procedures, and we ask them a variety of questions around, are you feeling safe? Is there a risk you might self-harm? Who are your parents? Who do you need to call? We'll make sure young people get access to legal advice and a parent or guardian as well.
And you make sure parents and guardians are contacted or know that?
Absolutely, absolutely, where we can, yeah. Sometimes young people won't divulge, sometimes young people are not very cooperative, but most young people will tell us who their parent or guardian is and we can organise a call.
Okay. And then they appear by AVL the next day, audio visual link. And if bail is then granted, what happens to them at that point?
From our perspective, as we say, if we can facilitate access to accommodation, that's all discussed at the point of court. So we often have some of our youth justice staff there as well to help facilitate whether they go home or whether they go back to the place where they resided prior to arrest, or whether we have to find another bed for them. But there is a lack of accommodation across the state that is suitable and safe for young people. We will say that it is an ongoing struggle across the state, particularly in regional areas.
So are children then getting bail refused because there is no safe accommodation for them and spending longer in detention for that reason?
I would say that it happens. I couldn't sit here hand on heart and say it's never happened, because I do think that if there is no safe place to go and there is also a risk, then young people will be remanded in custody. It is at the discretion of the judiciary.
Yeah, and you're, as I said, you're at the end of that decision making.
Yeah. But where we can intervene to provide safe accommodation options, we do so.
Then if bail's granted and there's some accommodation, how do they get there? What's the experience of getting to that accommodation?
I'm not sure, actually. I have to take that one on notice. I think it would depend on where the accommodation was. If our staff...
I can assist here.
Jody can answer. Jody, a voice.
So when the caseworkers are working with a young person to determine where they're going to be living and what's going to be happening, one of the bail plan elements is how are you going to get home? And so we might talk to the family about that. It might be that our staff actually do transport them back. So it really depends on how old the young person is, what safety is there, and what's needed to make sure the young person gets home safely.
Mm-hmm. Look, I know we have Senator Thorpe on the line.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose one of my last question is, because of the churn of young people, the ability to provide the education connections, to provide drug and alcohol counselling, to provide that is really limited for kids who are churning through. You don't know how long they're going to be there. They don't know how long they're going to be there. How much of a problem is that?
It's a huge problem. It's a huge challenge, which is why we have to make the best of the small amount of time. If we get a young person for a few days, we make sure that and if they're willing and able, we get them down to the school, we get them engaged in a routine. Some of our young people have not had routine in their lives for a long time, and they often really respond very well to that. So we just do the very best we can in a very challenging system, Senator, to be honest. It's very challenging.
And it's why those funded services partnerships with NGOs and ACOs are so critical, because we wouldn't continue our mandate with them because they're in and out. But if we can connect those young people into those community-based services, then we know that they can continue to have mental health support, education, employment opportunities, that kind of thing.
And it's interesting hearing your evidence from within youth justice, matching what we're hearing from young people and from communities, that actually the long-term solutions for getting their lives back on track, connecting with communities, happen through ACHOs and community-based funding.
Yeah.
And that's where the magic lies, if it lies in this space.
Absolutely, yeah.
Right.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Thorpe, you've got the call.
Thank you. Thanks for giving me the call this time, because I didn't get it in the last session. I was sitting on the phone. However, I'm here now. Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. Sounds like, obviously, self-determined, community-controlled solutions are the way to go. They always have been for thousands of generations before colonisation, might I add. So if, from what you're saying, that is what works, then what does your department do to build that capacity and provide those supports, because community-controlled services on the ground are struggling as it is and have to beg for $1. So what does your department do to transfer what you do within reason to those those community-controlled services without just giving them the work? What other support or resources do you give them?
Yeah, sure. Thanks for your question. It's a really important one, and one that's very close to our heart. So, you know, in terms of the New South Wales Minns government, there's been an investment of just under $125 million for, which is our youth crime response, which is really around diversion. So rather than looking at it from a different perspective, we've really seen a huge increase of investment. But as you've said, quite rightly, Senator, that investment and money and transferring young people into the community sector is not the only piece of the puzzle, but we have to walk alongside community organisations and assist them. And some of that is around capacity building. And we've seen that as one example, and it's a shame we couldn't have had the hearing in Moree, but we've just launched the Moree bail accommodation service recently, and that's been a phenomenal process of community consultation with over 100 organisations, and we've seen 3 brilliant NGOs and ACOs come together to form a consortium so that the young people have access to health. There's a variety of different mental health supports, education supports for young people on bail as an alternative to custody. And Youth Justice have walked that journey with that consortium in terms of assisting with policy development and setting up the service, but it's really come from the community. That's a really great example of a community issue, a lot of scrutiny on a small regional community, lots of Aboriginal kids coming under the attention of police and courts and Youth Justice, and the community coming up with a solution that is the best fit there. And it's early days, but we're really excited about what that project will see. We've already got a couple of young people in there, and they're young people that aren't sitting in custody today. So we're very hopeful that those sorts of models will gain legs, will have scalability, and we'll be able to pick up what we learn in Moree and see that come from a grassroots level, because it's the only way in which we're going to be able to tackle youth crime in regional areas.
Thank you. So just on that, who owns the information within that consortium? Does the government own that, or does the community own that?
Well, it's a contract arrangement, so I'd have to take the specifics on notice. But what we do, like we do with any ACO or NGO, we contract them to run a service, and then there are certain checks and balances around the data sovereignty. So we have worked very closely with them around what that data sovereignty looks like for young people. But it's also done in consultation with local elders, local communities, and with the young people coming in and out of there, we'll be working with their families too. So it's not a siloed approach. It's definitely a community-based approach.
Yep, great. If you don't mind I'll put that on notice, the data sovereignty aspect of who owns the information.
That's fine.
I'd be really interested in that. My next question is, from your perspective, given we've seen even through the Minns himself stopping protesters and young blackfellas in the streets through his government, through his police force, what role does racism play in the incarceration and the profiling of young black people in New South Wales?
Well, we see, as I said, I'm not sure if you were here at the beginning, Senator, I did speak about our deep feelings around the overrepresentation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people in our youth justice system today and past, and what we're hoping to do is to really tackle that. Youth justice, to my knowledge, is the only public sector organisation in New South Wales that has re-profiled its entire strategic plan to address the inequities between non-Aboriginal and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander young people. And becoming an anti-racist organisation is just one facet of that strategic plan. I'm really happy to share that with you. We have a Department of Communities and Justice have a very robust anti-racism framework, and youth justice, because we have slightly kind of nuanced issues and our young people come from a wide variety of spectrums, we really wanted our own anti-racism plan. And in order to have that work, not just for our staff, and as Candice has said, we're really proud to have 22% Aboriginal staffing across youth justice, but our young people undoubtedly face racism in the community before they come to youth justice, and I dare say while they are with youth justice as well. And we don't shy away from that, and we're all working very hard to address racism in our organisation across DCJ, but also within youth justice. And it is not an easy feat, but it's one that we don't shy away from.
Yeah, I understand. It's been here for 200 years. So my question then is what, in terms of that strategic plan, how many staff have done the anti-racism training, and what is the target? And also, does that include the police and the prisons, these child prisons?
Unfortunately, I'll have to get the training numbers for you. What we have implemented are anti-racism champions across the state, so people who are well trained. We're also doing bystander training, so we all know that racism happens in a variety of ways in workplaces and in the community, and so it's really important that we skill our staff up to be to speak up and speak out about racism on behalf of staff and of young people. In terms of police, I don't. That's beyond my remit. I certainly would like to. We would welcome them to come in and be involved with any of our training, but yeah, I can't speak for my police colleagues, I'm afraid.
But is it a recommendation from your department, given a lot of our kids are locked up because of racist cops. And if they're bringing the customer to you, wouldn't you see a link to saying, hey, Department of Cops, we suggest that you do some training on this because these kids are telling us that you're racist and that you're profiling them on the street.
What we've done is ensure that if young people raise issues to do with racism, we see young people raising issues of racism in the community broadly, through policing, through education, through health. We support them to make those complaints through the official visitor and the ombudsman process, to speak to Aboriginal staff.
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't my question. Sorry, that wasn't my question.
Yeah.
My question was...
I'm unable to influence the training programs for the New South Wales Police. I'm sorry, it's beyond my remit.
I'm not saying influence. I'm saying, can you recommend, because they'll keep bringing the customers through the door, right? Prisons make money from locking our people up. So if you're looking at a holistic approach and you're talking about a great initiative of a consortium, wouldn't it be upon you to say, hey, these kids, we're getting a lot of kids saying that the cops are racist. So just letting you know that there's this anti-racism training going on, and we strongly suggest you do that. But it's okay if you don't, because we know that they won't. But what is your role in ensuring that you don't get any more customers through the door through racist police?
Senator Thorpe, I think that is the witness's answer to say that's beyond their remit. So I think while it might not be the answer you're hoping for, it's not something that Youth Justice have the ability...
I think the question has been misunderstood, to be honest, Chair, but anyways, if you could take that on notice about what your relationship is with the New South Wales Police, how your department interacts with them, if at all, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. No further questions.
Senator Thorpe, if I might just circle back to that question, is that I have a really strong relationship with the Youth Command, and we've certainly shared all of our strategies and our training programs with them, and the anti-racism plan and the youth justice plan to tackle racism and the voices of young people that we heard in that. Absolutely, we discussed that with police. But yeah, happy to take the rest of that question on notice and provide anything.
Yeah, great. I'm absolutely happy that it's being discussed with the cops. So it's just like what happens after the discussion is what I'm interested in.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Thorpe. That does bring us to the conclusion of today's proceedings. Thank you both very much for appearing and for agreeing to take some questions on notice. The committee has agreed that answers to questions on notice at this hearing should be returned by close of business on the 1st of May 2026. I'd like to thank all witnesses that have given evidence to the committee today. Thanks also to Broadcasting and the Secretariat, and I now declare the hearing adjourned.